Well, amid the raging war deadlines and threats, reports suggest Iran's Karg island has been struck earlier today. Following the attack on Iran's key island, Iran has now warned the US of consequences. Iranian reports are saying that Iran's key Karg island has been struck with multiple missiles. The attack is critical as Karg Island happens to be Iran's oil hub. It's perhaps called the crown jewel of Iran. And such an attack will have massive consequences for Iran as the country's oil exports could potentially collapse. Oil prices would then jump as a result, and even tanker traffic would slow down, hitting Iran's economy in a massive way. All right. In other news, Mujtaba Khamenei, who is Iran's new supreme leader, has now been in shadow since the start of the war. But the question right now, dominating various global headlines, is where exactly is he? That's the question in everyone's mind. Reports say he is severely hurt and is undergoing treatment in the city of Qom. Our next report has more.
Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, in shadows since his elevation to Iran's top authority after his father, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death in the US-Israel strikes. Amid intense speculation over his health and whereabouts, for the first time, his location has been revealed. Mujtaba Khamenei is reportedly incapacitated and receiving medical treatment in the city of Qom. Citing a diplomatic memo, The Times reported that the 56-year-old cleric was unconscious and being treated for a severe medical condition. The document, based on American and Israeli intelligence that was shared with the Gulf allies, quotes, Mujtaba Khamenei is being treated in Qom in a severe condition, unable to be involved in any decision-making by the regime. The body of Elder Khamenei is reportedly being prepared for burial in Qom. US and Israeli spy agencies reportedly have intel about the preparation of laying the groundworks needed to build a large mausoleum in Qom for more than one grave, suggesting that the other family members could be buried alongside the late supreme leader. The Times report claimed that Mujtaba Khamenei could himself be buried in the mausoleum, suggesting the new Iranian supreme leader's condition might be critical.
اعلام می‌کنیم همه ما مرد و زن ما خرد و بزرگ ما همه ما.
The central city of Qom is located around 140 kilometers south of Tehran. It is considered sacred in Shia Islam and is known as the religious capital of the Islamic Republic. Since the initial strikes that killed Ali Khamenei, his son and successor, Mujtaba Khamenei, has been the topic of much speculation. Iran has confirmed that the younger Khamenei was wounded in the same airstrike that killed his father and other family members. He has not been seen in public even once, and Iran has issued multiple written statements attributed to the new supreme leader. Tehran recently also released an AI-produced video of the leader walking into a war room and analyzing a map of Israel's nuclear power plant in Dimona. While Iran insists that the new supreme leader is in charge of the country, the suspense over him has only thickened with each passing day. Bureau Report, NDTV.
In other news, as Pakistan prepares to repay $3.5 billion of the debt it owes to the UAE, its Senator Mushahid Hussain framed its financial obligation as a brotherly rescue for a nation that is currently stuck and helpless, bankrupt, running out of fuel, and even ungrateful. But overestimating its diplomatic status, that seems to be the story of Pakistan.
Pakistan is facing fresh financial pressure amid rising geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And it's only getting worse. The UAE has asked Islamabad to return a $3 billion deposit immediately, a move that could impact Pakistan's fragile external finances. The $3 billion fund was placed by the UAE with the State Bank of Pakistan to support the country's balance of payments. For years, Abu Dhabi had been rolling over this deposit annually, helping Pakistan manage its external liabilities. But now, in the backdrop of the United States-Israel conflict with Iran, the UAE has reportedly decided to recall the funds. Pakistan is expected to repay the full amount by the end of this month. Sources say Islamabad has been paying around 6% interest on this deposit. The repayment comes at a time when Pakistan requires nearly $12 billion in rollovers this fiscal year, including $5 billion from Saudi Arabia, $4 billion from China, and $3 billion from the UAE. While Pakistan currently holds over $21 billion in foreign exchange reserves, experts warn that the country may still need fresh external financing in the coming months. Yet Islamabad is mocking the UAE.
वैसे भी ये फंसे हुए हैं, इस वक्त मजबूर हैं. उन्होंने $1.5 खरब दिया है ट्रंप को. उनकी और जंगों में फंसे हुए हैं, कोई यमन में भी, कभी सूडान में भी. तो हमारा फर्ज बनता है उनकी मदद करें, उन बेचारों की जरूरत है.
Bureau Report, NDTV.
Meanwhile, the closure of Strait of Hormuz has had a ripple effect on all corners of the world. In order to mitigate the energy crisis, Pakistan has ordered the early closure of markets and shopping malls starting tonight. Our next report has more.
The war with Iran is rippling far beyond the battlefield. And few countries are feeling the strain as acutely as Pakistan. In the latest setback for common Pakistanis, Islamabad has ordered the early closure of markets and shopping malls across most parts of the country from 8 p.m. starting on Tuesday. The Shehbaz Sharif-led government says the decision is a part of energy conservation measures. The measures come as Pakistan moves to offset the impact of rising global fuel and energy costs triggered by the West Asia war. Pakistan is heavily dependent on imported energy, nearly 40% of its needs. The country has been hit hard by disruptions in liquefied natural gas supplies from Qatar, now choked by the conflict. The impact is immediate and painful. Fuel prices are soaring, with the government forced to hike petrol rates to an all-time high recently, jumping to 458 rupees per litre, an increase of rupees 137. Diesel prices have also risen to 520 per litre, up by rupees 184. For millions of Pakistanis, the crisis is no longer distant. It's at the pump.
आवाम तो बर्दाश्त नहीं कर सकती. हुकूमत को चाहिए था कि रिलीफ दे. हुकूमत यहाँ से तो जहाज़ पहले से निकल रहे हैं, इनका कोई जहाज़ रुका नहीं है. पाकिस्तान का तो हर जहाज़ वहाँ से आ रहा है, लेकिन प्राइसेस बढ़ी क्यों हैं?
Analysts warn the price surge could ripple through the wider economy.
ऑयल की बढ़ने की वजह से पूरा एक चेन है, मतलब इसने आम आदमी को मुतासिर किया क्योंकि इकोनॉमी बहुत डिस्टर्ब हो जाएगी. करंट अकाउंट जो है वो डेफिसिट में आ सकता है.
In the neighborhood, India has managed the Strait of Hormuz crisis the best among South Asian nations. New Delhi has secured not only safe passage for its vessels, but also resumed Iranian LPG imports. By navigating diplomatic, strategic, and economic challenges, India has ensured energy security while neighbors face severe fuel shortages and need Indian aid. Bureau Report for NDTV World.
Slipping into a very short break, we'll come right back. News and updates continues here on NDTV 24/7. When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Saigal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
टॉक अबाउट एंजाइटी
औकात की बात। युवा जो होता है
change the game because there's no game.
Young voices to make India big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mojtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mojtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade.
Welcome back. In other news, battle for Assam gets personal. Trouble mounts for Congress leader Pawan Khera after he alleged Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, Rinki Bhuyan, holds 3 passports of UAE, Antigua, Barbuda and Egypt. Assam police officers who are in New Delhi found incriminating evidence from Pawan Khera's residence during searches. As per sources, Pawan Khera is in Hyderabad. This after Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that documents presented by Congress during its presser on Sunday were fabricated by a social media group in Pakistan. Himanta also said that Congress leaders did not ask MEA before pinning charge on my wife. Meanwhile, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge hit back saying we are not afraid of an FIR.
पागल है यार, सच्चाई आप नहीं जानते तो तब क्यों आपने डाला? आप तो पूछना चाहिए था पहले. पागल है क्या ये लोग? मैं एक एलिगेशन लाया, पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना चाहिए था कि नहीं चाहिए था कि ये एलिगेशन हमको मिला है, सार्वजनिक करने का पहले आप थोड़ा हेल्प कीजिए. क्या पागल जैसा? खड़गे जी का उम्र हो गया, अभी भी पागल जैसा बात कर रहे. आप लोगों को जलील करेगा, लोगों को बेइज्जत करेगा और फिर बोलेगा हम फॉरेन मिनिस्टर पूछूंगा. तुम्हारा दामाद है क्या फॉरेन मिनिस्टर?
हम ये जानना चाहते हैं कि जिस मुख्यमंत्री की पूरी राजनीति मुसलमानों के खिलाफ नफरत पर आधारित हो, उसकी अपनी पत्नी 2 मुस्लिम देशों के पासपोर्ट रखती हो और एक एंटीगुआ का पासपोर्ट रखती हो.
अभी पवन खेरा भाग गया ना, कल तक तो बोल रहा था मुझे अरेस्ट करो. अभी पुलिस उनका घर गया है, वो हैदराबाद भाग गया है. तो पवन खेरा को मैं हमारा साथ तो झूठ मूठ का काम किया. पवन खेरा को मैं पवन पेरा बना दूंगा, आप चिंता मत करो.
ये रिनिकी भूया शर्मा एसेट कलेक्टिव LLC नाम की कंपनी है. ये देखिए, हमने ऐसे वेबसाइट पे जाके वेरीफाई किया कि क्या ये कंपनी है. जी हां है, व्योमिंग में है. पति, पत्नी और सुपुत्र तीनों के नाम से ये LLC व्योमिंग में है.
उनकी डबल इंजन की सरकार है, यहाँ भी उनकी सरकार है और केंद्र में भी है. फिर उनका फॉरेन मिनिस्टर इसी स्टेट का है, उनके पार्टी का ही है. कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर, फॉरेन मिनिस्टर उनके पार्टी का ही है. स्टेट मिनिस्टर उनके पार्टी का है. क्या वो सो रहे हैं? वो देने दो ना रिप्लाई कि ये झूठ है, सच है. हम तो सरकार से ये क्लैरिफिकेशन पूछेंगे ये सच है, लेकिन वो देने के बजाय एकदम अगर FIR करते हैं, करने दो. उसको कोई डरता है? जो होता है हम फेस करेंगे.
All right, an exclusive conversation with NDTV's Manogya. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that BJP is confident of the Bengal win. He slammed Mamata Banerjee over CAP remarks and also accused TMC of divisive politics.
देश के रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह इस समय बैरकपुर में लगातार रोड शो कर रहे हैं। भीड़ देखते ही बनती है। राजनाथ जी, ये भीड़ क्या कह रही है?
भीड़ का यह संदेश पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट है कि टीएमसी में अब यहाँ पर पश्चिम बंगाल में टीएमसी की सरकार जा रही है और बीजेपी की सरकार आ रही है।
तृणमूल कांग्रेस में मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी का कहना है कि सीआरपीएफ की 200 गाड़ियां आ रही हैं यहाँ पर लोगों पर हमला करने के लिए।
नेचुरल है, हर चुनाव में चाहे किसी भी राज्य में चुनाव होता है, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेज वहाँ जाते ही जाते हैं ताकि ठीक तरीके से वहाँ मतदान हो सके और किसी प्रकार की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन क्रिएट न होने पाए, इसलिए भेजा ही जाता है। ये पश्चिम बंगाल में भी हमारी पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेज के जवान आए हैं, ये कोई पहली घटना नहीं है।
इस तरह के बयान क्या दुखद होते हैं? इस तरह के बयान क्या दुखद होते हैं?
नहीं, ऐसे बयान नहीं देना चाहिए, बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है, नहीं कर।
आरोप लगते हैं कि हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात करती है बीजेपी जब चुनाव।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात नहीं करती है। धर्म के आधार पर देश को हम नहीं बांटना चाहते, बल्कि हम इंसाफ और इंसानियत की राजनीति, जस्टिस और ह्यूमैनिटी की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हैं।
और ये भीड़ देखकर
सच्चाई है कि हिंदू मुस्लिम के आधार पर पॉलिटिक्स यदि कोई करता है तो टीएमसी करती है, कांग्रेस करती है, दूसरी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज करती है।
वो कहते हैं कि चुनाव आयोग भी आपकी बी टीम बन गया है, चुनाव आयोग भी बीजेपी के नाम पर ही काम कर रहा है।
नहीं, एक वो ऑटोनोमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसके ऊपर इस तरीके से उंगली उठाना, ये मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। इसकी जितने भी निंदा की जाए वह कम है।
कितनी सीट आएंगी इस बार, भरोसा कितना है? कितनी सीट आएंगी इस बार बीजेपी की? कितनी सीट आएंगी?
सीट्स के बारे में तो मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं, लेकिन इतना मैं कह सकता हूं, भारत देखिए माहौल कैसा है। इतना बड़ा जुलूस, जो इतना बड़ा हुजूम, यह स्पष्ट संदेश देता है कि यहाँ पर बीजेपी की क्लियर मेजॉरिटी के साथ गवर्नमेंट बनने जा रही है।
राजनाथ सिंह, जिन्हें पूरा भरोसा है कि इस बार जीत होगी बीजेपी की।
We're getting some breaking news at this point of time. This is regarding India-US deepening ties. India and US are perhaps ready for a commercial roadmap. Ambassador Sergio Gore has said, and I'm quoting him here, productive meeting with US Secretary Howard Lutnick on the US-India commercial roadmap. We discussed a new MOU connecting India's AI scale with the American AI ecosystem. Strong Indian participation at the upcoming Select USA Summit and growing India pharma investment in the United States to boost competition and strengthen supply chains. All right, so we are telling you about how India and US are ready for a commercial roadmap. That's a picture of Sergio Gore, the US ambassador to India, with Howard Lutnick, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary of the United States of America. Both leaders met, perhaps chalking out strong US-India commercial roadmap. Sergio Gore also took to his X handle and said India-US will deepen ties, especially in the AI sector, perhaps emphasizing on how in the upcoming Select USA Summit, the bonhomie between India and US when it comes to artificial intelligence will only grow further. On that note, slipping into a very short break, but come right back. News and updates continues here on NDTV 24/7.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
We got breaking news coming in from the US, where President Donald Trump has just posted on his Truth Social account announcing that he's suspending the bombing and military attack on Iran for a period of 2 weeks, describing it as a, quote, double-sided ceasefire. Now, the announcement credits an extraordinary intervention by Pakistan. The ceasefire, however, very important to note, is not unconditional. Now, Trump states it is subject to Iran agreeing to what he calls the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Trump further confirmed that Iran has submitted a 10-point proposal and that Washington is considering it. Meanwhile, I'm joined by NDTV's Nick Harper for more on this. Nick, first and foremost, just moments ago we were counting down to the expiration of this deadline. Is the world a safer place than it was just minutes ago, Nick?
Well, potentially, yes. I mean, we were about 35 minutes away from Donald Trump's self-imposed deadline, a deadline when he had threatened to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages, when he had threatened to kill off the whole civilization of Iran. That now won't be happening, and we have this 2-week period when, in theory, as you put it, the world will be a safer place. There are plenty of unknowns about what will happen in that 2-week period, because that is when the rubber will have to hit the road. That's when those negotiations will be taking place, and the two sides will be trying to work through those thorny issues. But as it stands at this moment, the US has said it is no longer attacking Iran, and Iran has said if it doesn't get attacked by the US or Israel, it will also cease its attacks as well. The US president also made it clear that he wanted the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. The Iranians have said that that will now take place, and during this 2-week period, there in theory will be no fighting, no attacks, no retaliatory attacks, and during that time, negotiations will take place. That, of course, will be a difficult, potentially fragile period. It's a period of ceasefire rather than a complete end to this conflict. Iran has made that point clear. But I think now we are in a position where things could have been very different in about 35 minutes' time. Fighting instead has ceased from both sides, or at least that is the indication that they are currently putting forward.
Now, Nick, could you give us more information on what exactly has Iran agreed? What exactly has Iran agreed to, and what can be expected within the next 2 weeks? And also, is the Iranian administration in a position to reopen the Strait of Hormuz within this 2-week period?
Well, in terms of what the US president wanted, he wanted the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened. The Iranians are saying that that will take place. However, they are suggesting there could be some conditions imposed upon this. This is a statement being put out by Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. In that, he says that during this 2-week period, there will be safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. He said it will be possible, however, via coordination with Iran's armed forces. So in theory, it won't be completely free and open for all ships to pass as they please. There will be an element of coordination with Iran. However, during that 2-week ceasefire period, there will be those negotiations in the background. Donald Trump, in his social media post earlier, said that he had received that 10-point proposal from Iran, a counter-proposal put forward on Monday. On Monday, the US president said it wasn't enough, but now on Tuesday evening, Washington time, he is saying that that will be the workable basis on which to negotiate. Now, within that 10 points, at least the ones we've heard about so far, Iran is asking for some things that the US might not want to agree to, including the withdrawal of all US troops from regional bases in the Middle East and the removal of all US sanctions that have been in place for about the last 25 years. So I think still a lot to work through, but at this stage there seems to be at least consensus to stop fighting and start negotiating.
And what are the chances of Gulf nations being in on Trump's status? He clearly mentions that the US is representing the countries of the Middle East here. So are they also in agreement to what Trump is saying?
Well, that's difficult to know, but what we do know is many of those Gulf nations have been worried in recent weeks by the very fact that Iran has been carrying out strikes on their countries and not just attacking US military bases that are housed within those countries, but also attacking civilian targets within those countries. And that really has drawn these Gulf nations into this conflict in a way that they never would have wanted. There has been reporting that behind the scenes there has been that pressure from the Gulf nations on the White House to try and scale down the conflict, to look for an off-ramp, a way to stop the fighting, to de-escalate rather than escalate. I think it's also worth noting as well that Israel is reportedly part of this ceasefire agreement, because there had always been that question, even if the US stopped attacking Iran, would Israel be on board as well? But we are hearing that the Israelis will desist on their attacks during this 2-week period, and therefore, in theory, Iran will not be striking Israel as well.
Now, very interestingly, Nick, Trump called this a double-sided ceasefire. So who are the two sides here? Is it the US and Iran, or is it the US and Israel? What are you getting to hear from Israel? How is Israel and Netanyahu likely to react to Trump's statement?
Yeah, interesting that. I mean, he doesn't spell it out in specific terms, that idea of a double-sided ceasefire. I mean, in theory, this could be seen as a triple-sided ceasefire if you bear in mind that both Iran and Israel are agreeing to this, as well as the United States. But the very fact that Israel seems to be on board, I think that's crucial to all of this. And really, that was seen as a vital part that needed to be agreed, because otherwise there still would have been strikes and counter-strikes between Israel and Iran. That, in theory, though, won't be happening as part of this ceasefire agreement with all sides, Iran, Israel, and the United States on board.
Right, Nick, and what about the Gulf nations? What are you picking up from there? Were they consulted before this from Washington?
Yeah, unclear at this stage. I'm sure there was plenty of back-channel diplomacy that took place during the course of this day between the White House and those countries as well. I'm sure they would have wanted to be informed about potential developments. There could well be a chance that perhaps the US president did not tell them in advance that he was going to go ahead and agree to Pakistan's proposal, because undoubtedly there would have been that fear from the White House of that sort of information leaking out before Donald Trump himself wanted to release it. And in typical Donald Trump form, it was him that took to social media to announce that ceasefire, to announce it himself on his own social media platform. But I'm sure that they will be welcoming that news, them being the Gulf nations who are now hearing that they will not be subject to attacks over the coming weeks by Iran while these negotiations take place.
Right, Nick. Trump also, he explicitly mentioned Iran's 10 points that the Iranian government shared, and he also mentioned that they were on some sort of a workable basis. However, those points mention points like repatriation and compensation for the damage that has been done. So which of the points, is Trump referring to here?
Yeah, it's very hard to tell, because you're right. Some of those points that have come out, that have surfaced, do not seem like a workable basis for the United States. There are plenty within that really run counter to US foreign policy over recent decades, including that sanctions relief, withdrawing all US sanctions that are in place against Iran. Now, Donald Trump may agree to that, but there may be plenty of other European powers who in the past have championed those sanctions being placed on Iran. Those powers may not want them to be lifted from Iran in their totality. I think also worth noting that within those 10 points that we know about so far, there doesn't seem to be a suggestion that Iran would be willing to give up all of its enriched uranium, not just the nuclear stockpiles that we know about, but also that enriched uranium that, of course, Iran says is for peaceful purposes. At one point, Donald Trump was saying that that was going to be a condition of the United States. In order to achieve a ceasefire, they would have to hand over all of that enriched uranium. It doesn't seem that the Iranians are willing to put that forward. It's not part of that 10-point proposal. It could well be that 10 points morphs into a much larger document. That's something that we have seen in the past. Several points become multiple points when more things get added, when more concessions are agreed to on both sides. And I think that's why Iran is saying that, look, even though there is this 2-week pause in theory, Iran is saying that discussions could last up to 15 days. And they're saying that discussions won't start until Friday, in theory taking place in Islamabad between the United States and Iran.
Right. We're also getting to hear the first word from Iran. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, as you were mentioning, he said that safe passage, quote unquote, will be provided to vessels for the next 2 weeks through the Strait of Hormuz. Very interestingly, now will the $2 million fee that is being levied on each vessel, will that continue? Is that likely to continue, or vessels, will be allowed safe passage without paying that fee that Iran has been leveling on vessels?
Yeah, that's interesting, because that has been something that they have imposed, that toll on ships that they are allowing to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but only if they pay that $2 million price tag. That's not mentioned by Abbas Araghchi. However, if you're reading between the lines here, that could be something that is part of what he calls coordination with Iran's armed forces. It may well be that if you want the green light from Iran, you may need to pay the fee, but perhaps that is not something that would be palatable from the US perspective. They are looking for the Strait of Hormuz to be open in its entirety, to have free and open access to all ships without preconditions. So perhaps it will have to be that Iran lifts that toll during this 2-week period while negotiations are underway.
And what are you getting to hear in the grapevine over in Washington regarding the mediators? What role did Pakistan play? And also very important to point out here, are there any independent mediators overseeing these negotiations, or is it just Pakistan?
Yeah, it's interesting because other negotiators, of course, put themselves forward in recent weeks. Turkey, Egypt, they were amongst the countries that said that they were happy to be part of this. If you think back 5.5 weeks before these hostilities began, Oman was a country where the two sides actually met for face-to-face talks. It could well be that Pakistan is the sole negotiator. That's not clear at this stage. Whether there would be any other independent negotiators, that is also unclear. I guess what we have seen is certainly that behind-the-scenes diplomacy taking place by Pakistan. They've worked as that mediator, as part of the shuttle diplomacy, the indirect diplomacy of bypassing messages between Washington and Tehran over the last few weeks. I think what's different here is the fact that this could be the first time on Friday in Islamabad when perhaps direct talks take place, or at least those negotiators from the US and Iran are at least within the same city, even if they're not within the same room. I think it does play very much to Pakistan's strengths that we have seen during the course of perhaps the last 15 months since Donald Trump returned to the White House. That has been a growing partnership between the two countries. Pakistan was even one of the countries that suggested Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, that he didn't go on to win. And I think Pakistan finds itself in that unique position of being trusted by both sides, trusted by the United States, not something that Pakistan has always enjoyed, that confidence from Washington by past administration standards. It's very different under Donald Trump. And of course, trust from the Iranians as well. And because of that, perhaps that is the reason why the suggestion from Pakistan, the 2-week ceasefire proposal while negotiations took place, perhaps that's why that proposal, amongst the whole raft of other proposals in recent weeks, perhaps that's why this is the one that has stuck, that both sides have said they're happy to agree to, because there is that implicit trust that Pakistan has from both Iran and the United States.
Right, Nick. Well, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Pradeep Datta straight from Israel. Pradeep, first and foremost, the obvious question, how is Israel likely to react to this, or has there already been a reaction coming in from Israel? What are your sources telling you there in Tel Aviv?
See, what our sources are telling that initially Israel was not very happy with the ceasefire because 2 days back we got to know that even Benjamin Netanyahu had spoken to Donald Trump in this regard because he felt that the ceasefire at this stage is only going to encourage and embolden Iran because if we talk about the 10-point proposal, one of the proposal was that immediately the bombing of Beirut and Lebanon should stop and there should be no attack on Hezbollah because for the last several decades we have seen that these three proxies, whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah or Houthi, they had been bleeding Israel. So that's one of the reasons they never wanted any kind of a compensation to be given to them. They were against the ceasefire. So that time Donald Trump seemed to have told Benjamin Netanyahu that they will ensure that one, the Strait of Hormuz is opened, and second, they will also discuss about the stockpile of uranium. And once they will agree upon that, only then they will think about the ceasefire. But now what we got to know is that even Israel is on board. But right now I've got the people from Israel because while I was talking to you, Vishnu, there are some people they want to speak. Let me ask what the locals here on the ground has to say. How you see this ceasefire? You think this is a good thing or the bad thing?
Unfortunately, I don't think it's a good thing in the long term, not for the region, not for Israel, not for the Persian people, and not for any of the countries around.
Why you feel? Because peace is given a chance. Why you want the war?
Because you cannot make peace with a regime that his main purpose is to kill you and eliminate the only Jewish state here. The people are not bad, but the regime is bad. You have to replace, you have to get rid of this regime.
So why you want that there should be a regime change? You think that things are not going to change because already Donald Trump has said that they had agreed upon so many things. You don't think that that's really going to work?
Things that are economy related, but not things the Persian people need to be liberated. And the current regime is slaughtering them.
See, Vishnu, this is the sentiment there on the ground. I had been interacting with the people here in Israel because they had been suffering a lot because of Iran. They say that how they had been aiding, abetting and funding these three proxies, whether it was Hamas, whether it's Hezbollah or whether it's Houthi. So they say that this is not really going to work. For timing, there can be peace, but this is not the permanent resolution to the problem. What they wanted that this thing need to be sorted out once for all. That's what actually people on the ground, except for the handful of people yesterday we saw that some of them had been even against war also. They had been protesting outside the American embassy. But there are certain things that is actually what actually is confusing. And because earlier also when 45-day ceasefire proposal was given, that time Iran had rejected because they wanted 10 things in their proposal. One was that they wanted that sanctions to be lifted. Now it's to be seen how come all of a sudden there will be a U-turn, that sanction that had been there for 25 years, whether the US is going to lift those sanctions. The second thing is that they want that the bombing on Hezbollah should stop. And third thing is that they want the kind of a compensation.
Right, Pradeep. Meanwhile, just stay with us, Pradeep. We're getting breaking news coming in from Iran, where Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has in fact come out and confirmed a halt to military operations. He said that Iran will stop any defensive actions if attacks cease from Israel and US. That's right, Tehran has also offered a 2-week de-escalation window. Not only this, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has underlined that the Strait of Hormuz will be open under Iran's term for the next 2 weeks for safe passage of vessels. He's further gone on to say that the access to the Strait of Hormuz will be subject to technical limitations and that talks based on America's 15-point proposal and Iran's 10-point counter proposals are underway. Well, he's also warned that ops will continue if talks resume. We also have NDTV's senior executive editor Aditya Raj Kaul joining us from the newsroom. Aditya, big statement coming in there from Abbas Araghchi. What to make of this?
After nearly 40 days, we have a ceasefire in place, both announced by the US President Donald Trump and now the Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi. In fact, we have the statement from the National Security Council of Iran announcing the ceasefire subject to certain conditions. Now, what we will see clearly, Arjun, is that over the next few hours and days, there will be implementation of this ceasefire on ground. That is certainly subject to the agreements between these countries, and there will be larger discussion on a deal between these countries. Now, the National Security Council of Iran has issued a statement. If I can read through the statement, statement. It says, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, Prime Minister of Pakistan Sharif and Field Marshal Munir, for their tireless efforts to end the war. It says, in response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif in his tweet and considering the request by the US for negotiations based on his 15-point proposal, as well as the announcement by the President of the United States about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis of negotiation, I hereby declare on behalf of the Iran's Supreme National Security Council that if attacks against Iran are halted, now this is the crux, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of the technical limitations. Now, the question really arises, Arjun, is that what are these limitations or what are these technical details that the Iranian foreign minister is talking about? Now, this will be subject of discussion over the next 48 hours, how the implementation really takes place. Let me take you through some of the points that Iran has now asked to be implemented so that there is a full-scale ceasefire after relentless 39 to 40 days of war. Now, what is Iran seeking? Iran is asking for a controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz. It says that there will be establishment of a safe transit protocol in Hormuz as well. Guarantee Iran's dominance in Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is something that the United States president might have a problem with. Then comes the bigger one. Full payment of Iran's damages in the last 39 to 40 days. Will America agree to it? Very, very unlikely. Then lifting of the primary and secondary sanctions, release of Iran's assets and property seized abroad, end war against all excess of resistance. That means not just Iran, but the proxies of Iran, including Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and all their supporters in the region. Will Israel agree to it? Very, very unlikely. And withdrawal of US combat forces from all bases in region, ratification of all issues at the United Nations Security Council, and finally, diplomatic push gains momentum amidst ceasefire signals. So, Arjun, essentially what is going to happen is that there's a hard bargain. Just like Trump said that there is a very strong negotiation that's taking place. That negotiation will continue. Perhaps Pakistan and few other countries will mediate. But the bigger question is that in the next 2 to 3 weeks that the negotiations happen after this temporary ceasefire has been announced, will both sides agree and will they have a consensus that there will be no war or no missiles fired in future? And what will be the consensus on Strait of Hormuz is the bigger question, because both these sides will have aggressive posturing when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to their own side of the bargain. But it's very unlikely that there will be a larger consensus, because on one hand, Trump wants security guarantees not just for US and Israel, but for the larger Middle East, including UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, Bahrain, and others.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, Arjun, Iran wants Strait of Hormuz completely having dominance of Iran. So very tough points out there from Iran as well as the United States, but will be very interesting to see how the negotiations are carried forward.
Aditya, you raised a very pertinent point regarding Iran's 10-point counter proposal. I'll also like to get Irina Sukumen, a geopolitical analyst who also is joining us straight from New York. Irina, will Israel and the Gulf nations be on board to support such a deal, which keeps Iran's proxies in the region intact?
I also think that the entire operation was planned in such close coordination with the United States that going at it alone, if Israel is not part of the proposal, will be both militarily and politically damaging. It would not help. It would be extremely difficult to carry out logistically, and it also would create the appearance of daylight between US and Israel that Israel does not want. Doesn't want to have. Regarding the Gulf states, I think the recent messaging has changed from trying to off-ramp the situation to not withdrawing with the job half finished, essentially until the regime is contained to the fact that they can no longer be in a position to carry out any regional mayhem. US and Israel should not be stopping. That's the message that has started to get out from UAE and even from Saudis and others. I don't think they're getting what they want. I don't think anyone is happy with this outcome, because one thing is clear: no matter whether this ceasefire is only 2 weeks, whether it will be extended for negotiations, or whether it turns into a larger agreement, the regime is not going anywhere, and its key capabilities, meaning its ideology, its dedication to a future nuclear program, the nuclear scientists behind that program, and its relationships with key regional enablers are not going anywhere either. I don't think this agreement, no matter what Trump ultimately extracts from Iran, is going to last very long in that particular form. I also don't see how Iran can be trusted to carry out its terms past a particular point when it rebuilds sufficiently to entrench its positions further.
Take it across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who is also in fact joining us live from Lebanon. Nazir, speaking of Israel, how is exactly Israel tied to this double-sided ceasefire? Does it have to abide by it? What are you picking up, Nazir? And what's the likelihood of Israel abiding by this so-called double-sided ceasefire announced by Donald Trump?
Well, it appears right now that Donald Trump may have overruled Netanyahu, because he was not in any way in a mood to have this ceasefire right now. We have been always, talking about this, that both US and the Israel may have been using the same means in the war, but they have different objectives and outcomes in mind. Now we have ceasefire in place. Ceasefire has been announced by both US and this Iran. We have to see what Israel is saying. Remember one important quote, a very famous quote of Moshe Dayan, former defense minister of Israel. He has famously said that our US friends offer us money, they offer us weapons, they offer us advice. We take money, we take weapons, but we decline advice. We have to see whether Israel will accept this advice. The reports say yes, they may, because Israel cannot afford to have this war all alone. It's all because of the US's military might. They are part of they are waging this war against Iran. Otherwise, it's not easy for them. It has not been even easy for, US. The way Iran has responded, they didn't scum. For near 40 days, they fought back and fought back very hard. And they did not only hit Israel, they hit across the region, US allies. But there was last-minute nervous.
Come in here and interrupt you for a second. We spoke about Israel. You've been in Lebanon, you've been in Beirut, extensively covering, what's happening there on the ground. How are Iranian proxy groups like Hezbollah and Houthis? Will they abide by this ceasefire, or are they likely to?
Well, this is a very important thing for the first time in any negotiation which has happened. Iran's demand was not just ceasefire with Iran. Iran is saying there has to be lasting peace and ceasefire in the region, which includes here in Lebanon. And remember, this war is clearly linked to what is happening in Iran, the larger war. When Ayatollah Khamenei was killed, Hezbollah attacked Israel. They fired rockets. In response, Israel launched an all-out offensive against Hezbollah and Lebanon, but their offensive has been slowed to a great extent, which clearly shows the military might of Hezbollah as well. Their defensive techniques, very strong defense, which even Israel is accepting. They could not even, have advanced beyond 7 or 8 kilometers in the south of Lebanon. So when there's a ceasefire, it has to be holistic, and clearly there would be signal from the Iran to its allies or the proxies, Hezbollah. And I have spoken to Hezbollah's political leadership here, the head of the political unit, Mr. Ibrahim Mousavi,
Right, Nazir.
He's clearly saying if there is a ceasefire...
We're also getting some breaking news coming in from Israel at this point in time, who we're getting to believe has joined in Donald Trump's 2-week ceasefire or cessation of bombing Iran. Reports also indicate Israel has agreed to hold strikes during negotiations, that during this period of 2 weeks when the negotiations will be carried out between the states and Tehran. Reports also indicate Israel has agreed to pause military action as talks begin. My colleague Pradeep Datta remains with us from Tel Aviv. Pradeep, what more can you tell us? Massive news coming in there from Israel.
See, Arjun, first of all, I want to tell you that already siren has started blaring here, and the siren has been activated. This is the second time since Donald Trump has announced the ceasefire that the siren has started blaring. That means the missile has been fired from the Iranian side. That's one of the reasons the siren has been activated. You must be hearing the sound of the siren, because while I am interacting with you, I'm also moving toward people. All of a sudden, they've started moving to the safe shelter. The person who were initially interacting with me, they have also moved towards the safe shelter. So that's what actually is happening. So how far this is really going to work on ground, that's really very important. Yes, an important point of information coming that Israel is also on board so far as the ceasefire is concerned. I want the viewers to hear the sound of the siren. See, the siren is blaring. That means this is an indicator that missile has been fired from the Iranian side, and this is an indicator also for the public to move towards safer places, because whenever the siren is activated, the idea is that nobody should be on road. So already the advisory had been issued to the people here ever since the war had started. And since morning, this is second time that the siren sound is being heard. See, on one hand, the ceasefire is announced. People says there's always a difference between the ground reality and what's on the paper. On paper, everything seems to be very good, but ground reality is totally different. Now it's to be seen whether the hostilities are really going to end, whether the ceasefire is really going to work. But on ground right now, I can say the second time since Donald Trump has put out this on the social media platform that there will be end to all kind of attacks from both the sides, because it's a double way ceasefire. But things here seem to be different. Siren sound has stopped.
Please take care. I believe you should find yourself a shelter sooner than later. I'd like to take this across to Aditya, who remains with us, and I'll just come to Arina after that. Aditya, we've heard sirens going live first here on NDTV after even Donald Trump announcing this 2-week de-escalation. Now, how do you see this 2-week de-escalation? Does it appear like a genuine, off-ramp, or is it just the sides trying to just get more, time of 2 weeks to reassemble and regroup?
It's a very important question, but to what has happened just minutes ago, there are fresh sirens now all across Israel, particularly in the central part of Israel, that are coming in. I'll ask my producers to put this out as well. Just minutes after the ceasefire was announced, now fresh sirens in Israel of the incoming Iranian missiles. We heard a bang there while Pradeep was doing a live as well. That clearly indicates that there is no full implementation of the ceasefire yet. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold over the next few hours, how the implementation of the ceasefire agreement really takes place. Remember, this is a temporary ceasefire agreement. Also, if what we have seen in the past is something to go by, if you remember, Arjun, when the 12-day war happened in June last year, at that time also there was much difficulty to implement the ceasefire because there was continuous missile that was coming in from the Iranian side. There were rockets also from their proxies, and then Israel also did not agree to it and kept, reacting and throwing missiles against Iran. So now, first sirens, emergency sirens across Israel happening at this particular juncture. This is very, very significant because this is the first alert of an Iranian missile in Israel minutes after Donald Trump, the US president, and the Iranian foreign minister, Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, announced a ceasefire. So will the Iranian missiles continue to come in? Will Israel continue to pound Tehran? Is something we'll have to wait, because the entire ceasefire agreement is based on conditions that include complete end of hostilities as well from both sides. So clearly, it's a very, very fluid situation right now, because both the sides, including the US Central Command the Iranian IRGC and, of course, the IDF will be monitoring the situation very, very closely, seeing that everybody is keeping their end of the bargain. So a very critical phase of any kind of a ceasefire implementation is that all sides agree to it. So we'll have to wait. Of course, it takes time for the agreement to reach on ground. We are talking about a huge chunk of land, many, of course, military positions that have been taken, and that will be communicated to each and every unit that there is a ceasefire in place. It could possibly take a few hours before there is a full ceasefire that takes place, and then begins the hectic parleys and diplomacy to a larger agreement. Of course, very tough negotiations, very strong statements already from both sides. Iran is already looking at this as a victory. There are statements that have come in from the IRGC and others saying that this is a humiliation for the United States because they've agreed to all the demands of Iran for this ceasefire.
Arina, the last bit Aditya just said, I'd like to come across to you. You know, is the US truly achieving its goal of destroying Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities? We heard the total obliteration of nuclear capabilities, like Aditya was mentioning in June last year. We heard that pitch right now again. You know, is the US succeeding, or is the Iranian regime just buying and biding time?
That for sure Iran is biding time, and every day they stay in power is a day that they consider a victory, because their victory is defined by a survival, and they are hoping to outlive the Trump administration and to outlive the midterm elections at least, and rebuild very quickly after that, as they have been rebuilding since the 12-day war last year. For the US, there's a couple of things. First of all, it's not clear what the US objectives really were to begin with, as they have changed so many times. If the objectives were indeed to obliterate the nuclear and ballistic programs, that has not yet happened. Clearly, the ballistic missile program was significantly damaged, but not enough to prevent all the ballistic missiles from going out. Iran, to this minute, continues its actions of aggression, so clearly that capability is still at least partially intact. The nuclear program has also been damaged, but possibly set back years, but clearly not obliterated, as there were no more strikes on those facilities since the 12-day war, including the last month and a half that we have seen. If there were any other objectives, such as destabilizing the regime, it's not clear to what extent they have been successful. Time will tell. But what it is clear is that Trump's escalatory rhetoric, including the attacks on potential obliteration of civilization, did not help create the image that this was a victory for the US rather than Iran, and that Trump is leading the ceasefire on his terms, because it looks more like he has escalated to the point that he needed to find a way out. There was absolutely no way the US had any capacity on the ground to seriously obliterate a $90 million person country. At best, it could do significant damage to energy facilities and so forth, but you know, that's not an obliteration of civilization. That's just an extremely significant infrastructural damage. So clearly Trump had to find a way that would allow him to save face, and for Iran, of course, that's a great opportunity to regroup and rebuild. And this entire time they have been rebuilding, even as they continued the attacks. They have been receiving support from Russia, China, North Korea. Russian and Iranian oil sanctions being lifted was a huge financial help. Being able to take extortion fees from countries trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz also was being used for towards war goals. So Iran has not been helpless, and has not been left helpless at the end of the day. What happens 2 weeks from now may mean return to active combat by the US and Israel with a better strategy, possibly with more international support, or it could turn into yet another tactical pause that Iran uses to its advantage.
Right, Irina. Now I'd in fact like to go across to my colleague Nasir Masoodi, who keeps on joining, who stays with us in fact from Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Nasir, very importantly, you know, this announcement from both the sides comes right at the back of Donald Trump announcing that civilian targets will be hit, including bridges and power plants. So does that signal to other countries that everything is fair game in the theatre of modern warfare? And what are people in Lebanon opining after hearing that this 2-week de-escalation has finally been achieved, Nazir?
Well, if we saw in this war one thing, all the red lines were actually crossed. All the rules of engagement were actually changed. So it was free for all civilian infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Everything was targeted in this war. And nothing was actually left. But what was there very important was the resilience and the commitment of people of Iran. When Donald Trump threatened to target everything, people were not scared in Iran. They didn't go in hiding. They came out and formed a human chain on roads, on bridges, on railways. When Iran and US and Israel said they will attack all these places, people didn't hide. They came there and formed a human chain, because that is the sentiment of sacrifice. In Iran and Iran's civilization, that is there. And when Donald Trump was talking about obliterating a civilization, people were laughing at him. They were saying they don't know the Iran and its civilization. So no country can define Iran, or no leader or no power. If there would be a change, it would come from within. It will not be enforced from outside. Having said that, it starts not only in Iran. I saw that sentiment here in Lebanon also. Despite, demolishing village after village, bombing them, people say we will one day go back. And when we talk about the ceasefire, it's not just about Iran. This ceasefire appears to be very holistic. And one important thing has come from the mediator, Pakistan. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif put out a tweet after he spoke to Donald Trump, before Donald Trump actually announced the ceasefire. And he's saying that the diplomatic efforts for the peaceful settlement are going on. And then he's talking about that diplomacy. I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests Iranian brothers to open Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks. So it's not ceasefire, according to mediator Pakistan, only in Iran. It is across the Middle East, whether it is here in Lebanon, it's with Houthis. So it appears what Iran has been demanding, that it should not be one up. It should not be that same ceasefire which is announced and then it is broken. It has to be a comprehensive. It has to be a lasting peace. That is what Donald Trump said. It has to be a lasting peace with Iran. It has to be a lasting peace in Middle East. So it appears that after this most brutal war, where innocent people, where all the red lines were crossed, it appears there is not just an off-ramp, a possibility of a larger peace agreement, but we have to see how Israel is going to behave. Will they actually accept it? Because
Absolutely.
They have not been happy with...
As of now, I must tell you, the official statement coming in from Israel is that they have, in fact, they're on board with this 2-week, we can't call it ceasefire, a de-escalation plan. More importantly, Pakistan's role, as you pointed out, the US has not gone through usual channels like a Qatar or a Bahrain, but gone through Pakistan, which we'll, of course, unpack a lot more with that. But we'll be right back after this short break. I'll request all my colleagues and, of course, Irina to stay with us. We'll be right back.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have.
Welcome back, viewers. Big developments, and I'm joined by a big NDTV team here. I'd like to go across to Aditya Raj's call to that point we were just discussing. Aditya, the US has taken the Pakistan route. It's not gone through the general Middle East rule. What is the importance of this route, through Islamabad that the US is taking this time? We seem to have lost Aditya there. Pradeep, I'll redirect that question to you. Instead of taking the generic route through a Qatar or a Bahrain, Washington has this time decided to go through Islamabad. In fact, what does this signal and how is this important?
See, we have seen that there's a good relationship between Pakistan enjoys also a good relationship with Iran. That's one of the reasons that they have taken this route. And Pakistan was the one country that a few months back had been suggesting that there should be Nobel Peace Prize for Donald Trump. And it will be again in a lighter tone. I'm sure that now Donald Trump will be suggesting this peace prize for Asim Munir, the one country that has been supporting, aiding and abetting terror. And because everybody has seen Pakistan for the last several years that they had been known for fishing in troubled water. Never ever anybody thought that they can play a very important role so far as the negotiation is concerned. But yes, right now all I can say that they enjoy a good relationship with both the countries. That's one of the reasons that they had played a role of an interlocutor. They had been interacting with them. They had been passing on message because from day one, in fact, Iran has also maintained that there was no negotiation going on. But yes, there was the passage of message from one side to the other side. They had been discussing about certain things. Only a few days back, the Pakistan had suggested that there should be 45-day ceasefire, which was not agreed upon by Iran because Iran had given a 10-point proposal. Now it should be seen, is that the same 10-point proposal that has been given by Iran right now also, because Donald Trump has mentioned in social media platform that there is a 10-point proposal and that's a workable. Let's see, we see what was not workable earlier and what is workable now. That is to be seen. But one thing is quite clear, that Donald Trump was looking for an exit route. He was looking for a window from where he can really move out, because he has realized, because every war there are two objectives. One is the political objective, one is the military objective. The political objective was always that they wanted a regime change, which they didn't succeed. And military objective was that they said that we have already wiped out their Navy, Air Force, and we saw that.
We seem to have lost audio with Pradeep there. Arina, I'd like to come to you now, and I'd like to underline, the same point that Pradeep was talking. Why is Pakistan's role important here, and what, in fact, happens during this 14-day period? Can realistically, an agreement deal be reached in such a short time?
2 points worth noting. First, in the recent year, Pakistan's geopolitical role has reached stratospheric proportions all of a sudden. From a country that was relatively isolated and economically struggling, all of a sudden it's concluding defense deals from a number of regional actors: Egypt, Oman, Morocco, and assorted others. It concludes a defense treaty with Saudi Arabia. Whether or not that's particularly meaningful is not important. It's the optics that count. And it's potentially considering a trilateral alliance with Turkey as well, with which it's already had a strong ongoing defense relationship. It's now joining a quadrilateral alliance with Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey, and making moves to train with the Egyptian military. So all of a sudden, a country that was relatively backwater, struggling with its issues with Afghanistan and so forth, is playing a very major geopolitical and diplomatic role. And I don't believe it's a coincidence. I believe there is a concerted push by a number of countries to boost its standing because it's useful. It's useful as an interlocutor in that regard. The other issue concerning Pakistan is that Donald Trump's personal relationship with Pakistan. We have seen that in the matter of the last few months, he discussed potential oil explorations. He's concluded deals through his son, Donald Trump Jr., and other interlocutors close to the Trump organization. And now a recent article emerged about a crypto activist from Pakistan, a 35-year-old guy who is part of the major crypto venture that Trump is is finding quite profitable, and that too is bringing Trump closer to Pakistan and winning his trust and interest. We are seeing this business and geopolitical alignment between Trump and his family and Pakistan. Regarding the objectives, quite honestly, I don't really see how, without a clear plan towards the political aspect of the situation, anything can be resolved whether in 2 weeks or in 2 years, unless the Trump administration is willing to put forward a phased plan that includes significant investment, not only into destabilizing the regime, but also creating viable alternative paths for the opposition, for the fence sitters inside the country, for the military to turn away. There's not. It's going to be a cycle of return to violence, and now Iran seems to have an upper hand in claiming control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it didn't have previously.
Right, Adani. I'd like to go back to Nazir in Lebanon. Nazir, we heard air sirens go off in Tel Aviv. What's happening in Beirut at the moment? And are you getting to hear anything from Iran's proxies, the Hezbollah or the Houthis?
Well, there has not been any formal statement from Hezbollah yet. There would be teething problems. It always happens. I remember when there was a operation after Operation Sindoor ceasefire announcement, there were again, attacks and counter-attacks. So it went on for some time. So there would be a ceasefire. All the sides appeared to have agreed. And it's not an ordinary ceasefire. A lot has gone to it and to achieve what has been achieved. And there is now a 2-week window to formalize the larger agreement, which actually would be a big victory for the Iran here in the Middle East. And also Middle Eastern countries, and we were talking about why Pakistan has become so important is because of its trust with Iran. It may not be, we may only see one side of the, Shehbaz Sharif or Asim Munir's relation with Donald Trump. But the fact is Iran was not ready to trust any of the regional players, be it Qatar, because they had become party to the dispute. They were being attacked by Iran, their facilities or their US bases. So how could have they been part of the being mediators? So they may have been doing the back channel thing. Turkey was actively involved.
Please stay with us. We're getting breaking news coming in. Brent crude prices, we are believing, have gone down by 6%. Massive news coming here. US oil prices have plunged below $100 a barrel. So massive release in the oil market coming in there. My colleague Aditya Rajkol, in fact, is back with us. Aditya, big news coming there. Oil prices finally down below $100 a barrel. Very interestingly, we were discussing externally, how does this play internally for Donald Trump, Aditya? We had calls of many Democrats, in fact, coming out and saying that he should be impeached altogether. So how will this play internally for Donald Trump in Washington?
Well, firstly, oil prices down is a great relief coming in for people, not just in US, but all across the globe. Look at the kind of disruption that was there for the last 40 days currently. Arjun, it was very difficult for east-west connectivity with the Strait of Hormuz completely being impacted. Several vessels, in fact, almost 15 of Indian vessels also stranded there even now. There are more than 433 seafarers who are still out there. So on your larger question of US President Donald Trump, it would be not easy for him. He's looking at his midterms in November this year, and that's why he desperately wanted to exit this war and show to the world some kind of a sense of victory. Will that be acceptable to the people of US or to the people of Israel? Only time will tell. But currently, I think his position is very much clear that he has made possible something that hasn't happened before. Several US presidents have issued warnings to Iran, but it is Donald Trump that has entered Iran and led to this kind of a war that went on for 40 days. What has been the impact and what has been the result is another question, really, because the kind of objectives that US and Israel went inside Iran with hasn't really been successful. One of the top agendas was a regime change. That clearly did not happen. One Ayatollah was replaced with another, and that's why Democrats and several Republicans as well are criticizing Trump and his leadership, saying that he's trying to succumb under pressure. Once he's decided to go for the full throttle war, Now he's succumbing and wants to exit it without achieving any goal. So they're saying a lot of money has been wasted already. But the question really is that will there be security guarantees given to the United States and Israel by Iran? Because with the way the statements have come in from the National Security Council in Tehran, it clearly indicates that this is going to be a very significant, critical, but a difficult negotiation that takes place between these countries. And if Pakistan is the mediator, we're not too sure about it. On a lighter note, Arjun, what happened over the last 12 hours was that the Pakistani Prime Minister put out an ex-post which clearly had indication and an instruction. This is a post to be posted by the Pakistani Prime Minister. One wonders whether that was an instruction issued by the United States. We've seen the kind of closeness that these countries have had in the last 1 year, with a lot of minerals being offered from Pakistan to the United States. And there isn't much that Pakistan has as terms of leverage when it comes to such kind of diplomacies. They're trying to punch much above their weight. So the question right now is that when the negotiations take place over the next 3 weeks, who would play a critical role of a mediator, and whether there will be a consensus, because it is that peace in the Middle East is completely dependent on what Trump, Aragachi and others decide.
Absolutely, Aditya. I'd in fact like to take that across to Irina, who I believe is still with us. Irina, just hours ago, Trump was mentioning that an entire civilization will be wiped out, and a de-escalatory tweet just hours after. So what do you think really changed? Was it the oil prices? Was it internal pressure from the Democrats? Was it external pressure? Because we see the likes of Mark Carney, they came out and make statements right after Trump's civilization statement. So what actually changed in this few hours, according to you, Irina?
I think actually the diplomacy has been running in the background the entire time, and I think the reasons are a little bit more pragmatic. It wasn't any one particular factor that simply pressured Trump. It's that Trump was already looking for a way out, and he thought that by ramping up his rhetoric to the point that nothing further could be said and creating this mass panic, it would be more acceptable for him to off-ramp and to claim some sort of a rhetorical victory than if he had moderated his statements and then he was stuck in a cycle of having to continue. Now after all that he said and after all the concerns about potential human rights abuses and whether or not he would actually be targeting civilians and so on and so forth, I think Trump believes the public is now sighing with relief and are not as angry about the fact that he's essentially turning tail on the regime after and not making very clear what has actually been achieved, aside from destroying things that were destroyed fairly early on in the process. We are seeing that both sides are playing this rhetorical game. Obviously, Iran is trying to save its own face in front of its own public, and by public I don't mean just the Iranians, I also mean its proxy networks and supporters around the world, by claiming that US has already agreed to all these 10 conditions, which is obviously not the case. Trump is not going to be paying any reparations to Iran, nor will anyone else, but at the same time, it's also clear that Trump may not want to relitigate every conflict. He had changed his mind on the status of the Strait of Hormuz multiple times in recent days, and it may be that he will be willing to grant Iran a symbolic concession so long as the tolls are not exorbitant and US doesn't have to get involved in any way. So we are seeing that for Trump, he feels like his supporters will see that he has made his statement. They praise him for willingness to confront Iran in the first place.
Right, Irina, stay with us, but we're getting some breaking news coming in, this time from Israel, which is now we're getting to learn has set its own terms for a ceasefire. That's right. What is Israel saying? Well, it's underlining that Hezbollah remains prime target. It's also saying it will continue to attack Lebanon, and it's underlined that Lebanon has not been included in the ceasefire. So Israel throwing down the gauntlet right there, just minutes after saying that it is also a party to Trump's quote-unquote double-sided ceasefire. My colleague Pradeep Datta remains with us from Tel Aviv. But first, let's just go to Nazir, who is with us from Beirut. Nazir, big announcement by Israel. It will not stop its attacks against Hezbollah. How does this look? Does this change all the semantics within minutes?
Necessarily, we have been saying that it's not necessarily Israel will agree on everything, and there have been a war going on. Even without Iran, there has been this war going on between Hezbollah and Israel for long, and there was a ceasefire for 15 minutes, which was actually shattered after the Iran war. As we talk about this, what will Israel do in Lebanon? Just a while back, Israel carried out a major attack in a place called Saida. A cafe has been hit there, and there are reportedly several casualties in this attack. So the attacks by Israel, which they say are anything linked to Hezbollah, they are going on. There have been massive strikes. There's also ground offensive in the South Lebanon, and there's Saida place that is also towards the South Lebanon, that has been between South Lebanon and Beirut, that has been attacked, and a cafe has been hit. There have been massive civilian casualties. Over 1,500 have been killed, 4,600 have been injured. There's massive damage to civilian infrastructure. And in fact, the villages which have been destroyed, Israel has classified them as enemy locations and terror links. So the village after village is being detonated by Israel, and they want to turn them into a security buffer zone. We have to see, because this ceasefire, according to Iran's version, which even Donald Trump has agreed, and Pakistani Prime Minister also indicating that, has to be a holistic ceasefire in the entire region, not just limited to the Iran-Israel-US war. So, but on the ground we see there is bombing going on in Lebanon. One more place, Saida, has been hit just a while back. There are reports of the casualties, but clearly there could be teething problems. There would be time between, when the message would to reach to the formation. We have to see how Hezbollah is going to, behave now, play now their game, because they have been making it very clear that the ceasefire will happen once Israel will withdraw from the Lebanese areas. Israel is saying they have occupied those areas so that it remains a buffer zone, and they don't come under the attacks from Hezbollah, because North Israel is often coming under rocket attacks from Hezbollah, and that's why what Israel claims, they are trying to make that area as a security buffer zone. But the whole security dynamics now change. It will clearly embolden Hezbollah, which is already a very strong military force on the ground. It has a massive public support from their own ideological area. But Israel had made this time very clear they are going to make this area as a buffer zone. And as we talk about ceasefire, there are also attacks going on in Lebanon by Israel. And one more place, Saida, a cafe, has been hit by the Israel just a while back.
Right, I'd like to take this across to Aditya, who's with me in the studio as we get to this broadcast. Aditya, a very important cornerstone of the Iranian demands was no attacks against its proxies, including the Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. We just heard sirens go off in Tel Aviv. We have this statement following those sirens from Israel. It's saying it will keep on hitting Hezbollah. Is this ceasefire, is this de-escalation, call it whatever you may, is it already in a quagmire?
Well, there was a lot of exhaustion in this war because already there were missiles being fired, a lot of casualties as well, especially for the countries in the Middle East who were not participant in this war. There's a lot of brunt that they have suffered without they being actually part of the military offensive, really. And that's why this is a fragile ceasefire that we are talking about, Arjun. And the fragile ceasefire really means that all ends of the bargain need to be met out here. And the implementation phase would be very, very critical. Already, there has been at least 2 sirens that have gone across Israel, particularly in the central part where Pradeep has been reporting from, and I'm sure he would be taking shelter currently. He's been reporting relentlessly over the last few days, as has been Nazir from Lebanon. NDTV has the largest reporting crew out here across the Middle East. But the larger question really is that what happens to the proxies of Iran and what happens to Israel? Because both these are such characters, they may not agree to a full-fledged ceasefire. And that's what we've seen in the past as well. When the 12-day war happened in June last year, while there was a ceasefire announced by the US President Donald Trump, we did see last engagement taking place between Iran and Israel, with missiles being fired and casualties taking place as well. So as of now, even as there are more breaking news updates coming in from all across, Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire, but the implementation is all that people would be closely monitoring at this stage, because there are still missiles going all across and there are still implementation that has to take place in the next few hours after the formal announcement has happened, both from Iran and the US. But the points that have been put out, Arjun, are much difficult to implement. The next 3 weeks, almost 20 days of negotiations, would be very critical, and we'll have to wait and watch whether both sides agree, because their security guarantees are completely dependent on that kind of an imminent deal that could possibly happen in 3 weeks. So it is a welcome relief, a sigh of relief for people in the Middle East who've been continuously monitoring updates in their national emergency systems, with sirens coming in, with missiles and drones coming in, a lot of impacts in civilian areas as well. That could end possibly soon. There was complete end to tourism. In fact, in UAE, Saudi, we saw massive attacks taking place on oil infrastructure, on energy infrastructure as well. That will be halted. So it's a huge sigh of relief after 40 days of the war. But will this continue? Is this fragile ceasefire, or will this have a sustained impact in the Middle East?
Absolutely, Aditya. But the big news that is breaking right now is the fact that the US President Donald Trump has just posted on social media announcing that he is suspending the bombing and military attack on Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Very important to note here, Trump describes it as a quote-unquote double-sided ceasefire. The announcement, I must mention, credits an extraordinary intervention by Islamabad. Now, the ceasefire, very importantly, is not unconditional. Trump states it is subject to Iran agreeing to what he calls the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Furthermore, Trump has confirmed that Iran has submitted a 10-point proposal and that Washington is considering a quote-unquote workable basis which to negotiate. Now, he went further, saying almost all prior points of contention between the two countries have now been agreed on in principle. Not only this, he also framed this explicitly as a path to long-term peace with Iran and peace across the Middle East. And of course, he said he was not just acting on behalf of the US, but representing, in his words, the countries of the Middle East, the Gulf nations. Now, the next 2 weeks, very crucial, will determine whether the pause comes, it becomes permanent agreement, or it merely remains a delay. Meanwhile, to opine more on this, I'm joined by senior editor, Foreign Affairs and contributing editor of Washington Monthly, Daniel Block. Also joining us is Richard M. Sanders. He was the ex-advisor to the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. Mr. Sanders, I'd like to come to you first. The central question, is the world a safer place than it was a while ago?
We're all suffering from a bit of whiplash right now. A day ago, we were talking about Trump's plans to destroy power stations and bridges throughout Iran, and then ratcheting up the rhetoric to the destruction of Iran as a civilization. Really very strange rhetoric. And now we're talking about a ceasefires, peace plans, 10 points, whatever, and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. So it's a very different atmosphere. That doesn't mean that there aren't a great many unknowns about this. Practically everything is unknown. What are these 10 points? Are these the same 10 points that were filtered out of Iran a few days ago, or are there other ones? Where are we with regard to the nuclear issue? At his last press conference, President Trump was talking clearly. What do we care about? We care about nuclear. But it's how this will be resolved. He seems to feel that now that issue can be put behind us. But this is a ceasefire. It's not an agreement, and a great deal of work lies ahead. And it's not entirely clear to me where we're going with it.
stage. Daniel, would it be difficult to actually implement this ceasefire? Because we've been speaking about the statements that come in, but the crux of the matter lies in the implementation and the diplomatic negotiations that take place. Tough stance by the National Security Council in Iran and from the US side as well. How on earth are they going to reach a consensus when both sides are adamant on some very, very aggressive posturing diplomatically?
Well, you have to distinguish between what public posturing is and what they're going to say to each other privately if they actually are committed to nailing down some kind of agreement. One thing that is certain about President Trump is in any negotiation, he has to be able to go out saying, I'm the winner. And he's already, his statements and his announcements all point to this, that we've achieved everything we need. And the Iranians seem to be doing the same thing. They're declaring a great victory because of the steadfastness of their people. But that's not the same as what the final result will be. Because we look at the Strait of Hormuz, yes, it should be open during this 2-week period in coordination with the Iranians, whatever that means. The nuclear issue, there's no discussion of that from the Iranian end. So there's just a great deal that needs to be discussed. Whether there is the meeting of the minds, the sufficient overlap in each side's minimal demands, is yet to be proven. And of course, in the meantime, it appears from your reporting that some missiles are still flying in different directions. And now ceasefires often take a bit of time before they take hold, but this does have the potential to make things more complicated.
Right, and we are also joined by Maha Mehreen from Tehran at this point in time. Maha, first and foremost, what's the word on the ground? What can you tell us from Iran? What's the government saying?
Hello, good morning from Tehran. Well, basically, all the news of the victory came out about a couple of hours ago. We see, right now the official statements that has come out is basically claiming that Iran has won on his own terms, which are basically, Iran has defined this victory only in the beginning. At least it had defined its victory by just surviving this war, but now it has gained much more than it has started with. When you think about its control over Hormuz Strait, it can be perceived as another leverage that it can use in the future. So in general, the sentiment of the government is that it has the upper hand and it has won the war so far.
Well, right. Uncertainty clearly prevailing there. I'd like to come across to Aditya, who still joins us from the NDTV studio here. Aditya, you just heard Mehreen from Tehran. What to make of this?
Well, certainly, Iran will push this as their own victory because, the US side was desperate for some kind of an exit strategy, for some kind of a ceasefire to take place, and Iran did not agree to it. Iran said that once our demands are agreed upon, only then will there be a ceasefire. So the next phase would be very crucial, as Daniel also put it out. There's one thing about public posturing, that could be aggressive, but then you have to come to the table for a settlement, for some kind of a bargain to take place. But Mehreen has been joining us from Tehran, and she says that this is clearly a victory that would be celebrated perhaps on the streets as well, and we'll see a lot of that narrative that is being set up. But one thing is very clear, and I want to put this out. You questioned about the tweet that Donald Trump put out a few hours ago, saying that the entire civilization perhaps will be impacted and wiped out. Now, that is also posturing in many ways. He wants the people to understand that US was aggressively going across, against Iran, and anything could have been possible. People started discussing a nuclear war scenario, whether nuclear weapons would be used in such a scenario. And then, within a few hours, come down to a ceasefire. So certainly that is a very, very interesting narrative push that the White House has done. But if you allow me, if I can go to Mehreen quickly, because the larger question that will also come in is also about the Ayatollah. Where is Mojtaba Khamenei right now. Will we now know?
Aditya, we just got some breaking news coming in before we go to Mehreen. The US has acted on Trump's announcement. We're getting to hear that the US has ordered immediate halts on all attacks on Iran. Comes minutes after Trump's tweet announcing cessation for 14 days. Washington has paused military strikes on Iran. That's what we're getting to hear. The US has suspended attacks as talks continue, we're given to believe. Mehreen, coming back to you, what does this imply? And then what is the Iranian regime willing to do next? What will be the site in Iran now that the US has called off attacks?
Well, to be honest, I think that Iranian regime now faces big challenges inside the country, and also in terms of its relationship with its neighbors. There's a lot to be built, there's a lot to be reconstructed, but it really depends on these 2 weeks how it will go. Because one of the points at the points that they have put forward in this 10-point proposal or plan is that U.S. should be part of the reconstruction of damaged areas, and also they should compensate for that. So we need to see how it goes. But in general, you know, U.S. sees this war in terms of its gains and losses, and of course sees itself as a victor because it has put down several of Iranian regime's infrastructures, its leaders, its military ability, and to be honest, it's not gonna. Iran cannot recover in a matter of weeks or months or even years. But the fact that it has survived and it has been able to push its agenda even through this plan, it shows that it has a footing. And I think from here we need to see how things will progress based on the negotiations that will expand in future in the 2 weeks to come.
Across to Daniel Vlog, who remains with us from the US. Daniel, Mehreen was also just speaking about Iran being, not being able to recover so quickly, and very importantly, in those 10-point demands, Iran has also demanded unfreezing of its funds, which is a substantial amount. So is the US also using that as a carrot to kind of get the Iranian regime into some sort of consorted negotiations?
One thing I want to say, of course, is although we have kind of this 10-point plan and a sense of what the respective demands are, one thing we've noticed with both Trump and the Iranians is that they can interpret the same provisions in very different ways, which is to say, I'm not sure yet that the United States is going to do all of the things that are listed on that 10-point plan, or certainly do them in the ways that the Iranians want them to do them in. Now, having said that, I certainly think that some sort of carrots, to your point, are going to have to be an essential part of any long-term peace deal between the United States and Iran. The United States is going to have to offer the Iranians some kind of inducement, some kind of incentive if they want to get a permanent peace deal. I think one thing that we've seen time and time again, beginning with the collapse of the Iranian nuclear deal, the JCPOA, when that began falling apart in 2018, is that a strategy by the United States that relies exclusively on sticks, so bombing the country, strategy kind of purely of maximum pressure, is not very effective at getting them to come to the table, and it's not very effective at resolving the long-running disputes between the two countries.
Right, I'd like to go over to Nazir, who continues to be with us from Beirut. Nazir, we just heard the Israeli statement coming in. So what does this mean that this might very well be the end of Iranian proxies like Hezbollah, which has been under serious bombardment from the Israelis? Also Israel now putting boots on the ground and expanding its buffer zone.
Well, as I said, there was, even after the ceasefire announcement, there was bombing in Lebanon in a place called Saidun or Saida, where there have been multiple casualties have been reported. There was a attack on a cafe, and always what Israel has been saying, they are targeting things linked to the Hezbollah, but on the ground we see it is the civilians who bear the brunt, really massive brunt. Of course, they are hitting at Hezbollah as well, but the most of the casualties have been civilians. But if we see as there in any such peace move, there would be teething problems, there would be implementation problems, there would be lots of hiccups. It's not easy because it's not just one player which is involved. And Israel is not going to accept it so easily, even if they officially say, yes, we agree with it. Clearly, it would not be without Israel's consent and Israel on board, this whole ceasefire. Without that, it is meaningless. But having said that, there would be multiple actors. For example, here Hezbollah would not like a ceasefire till the time actually Israel withdraws from the South Lebanon areas, which have been actually captured by them. So there's a displacement of people. 1.2 million people have been displaced from their homes. They have to go back. Once they can go back, then one can say actually things are actually looking forward. But what is interesting now is we see Donald Trump and the White House actually reposting the Iranian statement of ceasefire. This is really very interesting. It is getting interesting, and Iranian government is appreciating the role of Pakistan Prime Minister and Field Marshal Asim Munir, and then again both the sides actually giving credit to Pakistan. So there is voice from what I'm picking up from Pakistani side, that there is possibility of actually talks in Pakistan in coming days. And Shehbaz Sharif has said that he may share some good news in coming days, more good news in coming days. So I think there would be some more news coming from Pakistan when it comes to this peace negotiations, and this is Pakistan is putting it as Islamabad peace process or Islamabad Accord. We'll have to see how it is going to play out in coming days. But first major milestone has been achieved, which is the ceasefire. Now it is its implementation. And remember, from Iran, as we are talking about, siren is Israel. Even long before this war started, Iran had already declared this mosaic defense strategy. So it was not just one single formation which will decide. So all the ones were asked to go on till the time you are told stop. So that's why we see yesterday when there was a attack from the Israel on Iran. What Iran did, they hit at petrochemical plant in Saudi Arabia, and there was really last minute problems in Islamabad. They were really concerned. They were in fact saying this may derail, whole process may derail. In fact, Pakistan's foreign minister Izaq Dar told the Senate there that Israel is trying to derail this process, and there was a dangerous development from Israel by attacking Iran when there were last-ditch efforts were being made to achieve this ceasefire.
Right, Aziz, but it's not only Israel here. I'd like to go across to Mr. Sanders and also get in my colleague Aditya Raj's call here. This was the third delayed warning or the third delay in threats by Donald Trump. Mr. Sanders, does that also, and Iran, as all of us know, it was unrelenting to the last moment. Does this indicate that the threat of US military force has in fact lost its psychological edge in some way or form or manner?
In Iran, in this conflict, it's like two fighters that have thrown very hard punches at each other. The US has sent, I think, 16,000 sorties against Iran. A great deal of destruction has been done to its military, its air force, its navy. Iran, for its part, has closed the Straits of Hormuz, has resulted in this enormous increase in the price of oil. And of course, it has been able to do damage to the Gulf states, to Israel. So each has hit hard. The question is what happens next? And the U.S., of course, has global interests, not just on Iran. The international economy is affected by all this. The U.S. domestic economy is faced by all this. So it has reasons to try to reach a deal, even if it's less than a complete victory. Trump earlier was talking about Iran saying uncle, which is, slang for, unconditional surrender. And it's clearly going to be less than that. The U.S. remains, of course, a dominant military force that there is nothing really comparable to it in the Persian Gulf or really in the larger world. But there are limits to force. You can only do so much with it. We're in an era of kind of asymmetric warfare in which missiles and drones can do a great deal of damage. And that has clearly been part of the to and fro that we've seen in this conflict.
Well, just for the benefit of our viewers now tuning in, it's 6:15 in the morning, 6:19 in the morning, early here in New Delhi. The world is waking up to the news with a certain sense of hope. It's been a sudden shift from threats to what is now a pause, albeit one for 2 weeks. Donald Trump, the US president, has announced a 2-week ceasefire on Iran. He's posted this on Truth Social. That's a social media handle. He said, and I quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks, framing the move as part of a broader push towards a ceasefire." He also stated that pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a necessary step towards de-escalation. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed the ceasefire and said that, and I quote, "If attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations." So this is, in the context of this war, a huge, huge breakthrough that's been taking place. The White House is positioning this as a win, but I can tell you that Tehran is positioning it as a win as well. The White House says it's a win for President Trump, who's always said that 4 to 6 weeks of ops is what was required. The White House says we have achieved our military objectives. Iran no longer poses the same threat, and that the Strait of Hormuz will be reopened, right, without NATO's help. This has been a standing point of contention between Trump and his NATO allies who have not been a part of this process. Already, we're joined by Maha Merin from Tehran. Thank you very much for being with us. Could you give us a sense of how people in Tehran are reacting to this news? It's very early now, obviously, but do they see a real sense of hope at this stage?
Well, as you rightly mentioned, it's not yet early morning in Iran. Last night, when we were preparing ourselves for anything, basically, you could see on shopping lists of people, there were power banks and solar system batteries. We were ready to probably, as President Donald Trump said, go back to Stone Ages. And this morning, everything changes. I can tell for sure that people are very weary and tired of this situation. So basically, what I think they are aiming for is to rebuild themselves and get a sense of rest. Hopefully, internet will be connected after almost 40 days of blackout in Iran. But also, of course, a sense of victory for the regime supporters. But what you need to understand is that there are a group of people who are supporters of the regime, there are a group of people who are dissidents, and there is a huge majority of Iranians who just are tired of this situation and want to live their normal lives.
Suppose the key point over here is that for now, by and large, across large parts of Tehran and other parts of your country, electricity is still there. The larger threat of a complete demolition of infrastructure appears to have gone away for the moment. Do you believe that this is a process in which, the process of stabilizing Iran from within can begin?
Well, I'm not going to lie. It's the future doesn't seem very assuring, because what you need to understand is that when this war was about to begin, the way the international media sold it to the Iranian people, especially foreign-based Farsi language media, it was first started by this idea of what they call it R2P, or responsibility to protect, which is basically a principle in international law. and it holds that if a state fails to protect its people, then the other nations, in extreme cases, can even take military intervention to save them. So all of this started 3 months ago when people took to the streets in protest to Iranian regime policies, and then from there it all started. At that point, President Trump tweeted and said that the help is on the way, they're going to help the Iranian people, but then the rhetoric changed and they said, no, it's not for promoting democracy or nation building in Iran. They are looking only to suppress the ability of Iranian regime in its nuclear program and missile program. So not today.
I just want to bring in Daniel Block for a quick second over here. Daniel, in terms of the terms, which, and there have been several terms back and forth between some which Iran is willing to accept, some which Iran is not willing to accept. Could you just spell out for us the broad contours which appear to have been acceptable to both sides as we know it right now?
Well, I think the thing that's most acceptable to both sides is the lack of fighting. That's where I think the biggest overlap is simply that both parties do not want to be engaged in conflict right now anymore. For the United States, for Trump, he doesn't want to have rising energy prices because it's affecting his political standing in the United States. It's hurting Republicans going into the midterm, and it undermines his image in some sense of strength. For Iran, the continued fighting is damaging the country's energy infrastructure. That damage risked getting worse given Trump's threats. It was killing civilians, and it was killing senior leaders and top officials. So there was a sense of self-preservation there that I think mattered. I still think there is some overlapping interest in the long term for a deal that trades sanctions relief for restrictions on Iran's nuclear program. I think the Iranians have maybe seen, well, I don't know if they've seen, but I think one thing this war has illustrated is that Iran's nuclear program, kind of getting close to nuclear weapons threshold, getting close to the capacity to make nuclear weapons, was not offering all that much protection. And I think on the flip side, what the United States has seen was that a campaign of maximum pressure, so just piling on sanctions and threats and attacking the country, was not successful at getting Iran to back off from its various strategic programs. So I think that there is hopefully mutual interest there in recognizing that one can be traded for the other. But whether that's true or not, we'll have to see.
Another aspect in all of this, I'll bring in Aditya Rajkol on this. Pakistan has stepped in as a key mediator in the Iran crisis with back-channel diplomacy, which has helped halt a possible American strike. And Pakistan has been pushing for talks on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The US President Donald Trump stepped back from the edge and did announce a 2-week ceasefire. There was a tweet from the Pakistani Prime Minister as well. So the role that Pakistan has played with this, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and the Field Marshal Asim Munir appears to have at least resulted in a breakthrough, an important one at this stage. Whether it will hold or not, we don't know. Iran's foreign minister has thanked Pakistan's leadership, praising their efforts to end the conflict and confirming Tehran's openness to negotiations. Now, this is an important step, Aditya. It comes at a time when it appeared to be an increasingly hopeless situation. One way or the other, the Islamabad hand appears to have helped in getting us where we are today, a 14-day ceasefire.
Well, Islamabad has had a close ties with Iran for many decades, and at the same time, in the last 1 year, there has been a close bonhomie between particularly Asim Munir and US President Donald Trump. Munir has visited Pakistan quite a few times. He has gone to the White House as well. He's had that conversation in private with Trump, and there's some kind of a reliability factor as well. But at the same time, on a lighter note, there was a tweet that came out last night from the Pakistani Prime Minister with an initial draft saying that this is a tweet to be posted by the Pakistani Prime Minister, with many claiming that was this really the US guiding Pakistan what to do. Clearly, Asim Munir was also engaged with J.D. Vance. At least the Reuters put out that story without any specific quotes out there. So there were hectic parleys that were underway. Pakistan did play a role in this negotiation. But the larger question also is that while this is a fragile peace, this is a fragile ceasefire, what happens next would be very critical, because as we speak, Vishnu, there are still missiles coming across. In fact, there was just a siren that went across central Israel, where Pradeep has been reporting from, and there are also sirens going across in UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and several other countries.
Okay, Aditya, hold that thought. We're going to come back to that. That in fact is some news coming in. But just now, the White House has declared that this is a win for the President Trump. White House always said 4 to 6 weeks of operations. We achieved our military objectives. Iran no longer poses the threat. Trump has reopened Hormuz without NATO's help. I just wanted to bring in Mr. Sanders on this, sir. The assumption at this stage, I would assume, is that the Strait of Hormuz is opened immediately. Without that, it would be fairly pointless for America to accept any ceasefire. But Iran has always wanted more. They wanted relief from sanctions, and they want money to rebuild. Do you believe that those are potentially unrealistic at this juncture, looking forward?
Well, certainly in the short term, it's very difficult to imagine the United States opening a checkbook for Iran. These are step-by-step processes. If Iran wants to have a more normalized relationship with the global community, I think there would be receptivity, but we're still quite a long ways from that. For now, we have a 2-week ceasefire. Let's see if the ships actually are able to transit the Strait of Hormuz, because it's supposed to be in coordination with Iran, whatever that means. And as these things progress, perhaps there is room for broader agreements. But those things are going to take a lot of time, I think. So let's not get ahead of ourselves in expecting. Certainly, the idea that the U.S. owes Iran reparations is something that's not going to fly at all in the United States. I can't see that for a minute. But if Iran wants to make peace with its neighbors, even with Israel, there will be, I think, an open door around the world for them to walk through. But there's no proof at all yet that that's the direction they want to go.
I'm also joined by my colleague Nazir Masoodi. He's been reporting extensively from Lebanon. That is one war which isn't ending. Israel continuing its attacks into Lebanon, and that's something that we shouldn't forget at all about in all of this. Nazir, what is the present situation? Does it appear that it does appear for the last couple of days that Israel is in the process of creating a buffer zone in the north of Israel, extending into the south of Lebanon? Is that what is likely going to be the permanent position on the ground?
Well, if we see the Iran's position, that should not be the permanent position, because Iran has linked the peace and the ceasefire and larger resolution with Hezbollah to their peace plan, 10-point plan. So it is part of it, and Hezbollah has made it very clear that the resistance will continue till the time occupation is there. And they have said they would be ceasefire only when Israel actually withdraws from the areas which it has captured and it has destroyed over the last 1 month. And they have been trying to advance, which have been slowed or stopped by Hezbollah to a great extent. And as we speak about now the ceasefire announcement, there has been further more bombing in Lebanon, and one bombing happened in Saidun or Saida in the south side of Lebanon just an hour or so back, and in which several casualties have been reported. So there's huge destruction and damage there also. When we know there would be teething problems, there would be hiccups, there would be implementation problems on the ground. But achieving a ceasefire here in Lebanon would not be an easy task for Israel as well as Iran, because here Hezbollah has made it very clear there can't be a ceasefire till the time Israel actually withdraws those places. Then Israel would be looking for the guarantees that Hezbollah will not attack them. But since there is a talk about the larger resolution and larger peace in the region, it is not limited to Iran. So we have to see, because talks have to start now, maybe in the summer. That's what is indicating that
it's also important at this stage to put this somewhat into context for our viewers. less than 24 hours back, the United States, the US president, had posted a message saying that this could be the end of civilization in Iran. People were talking about whether this was a threat to use nuclear weaponry. So from that to this, a huge jump in the last couple of hours. But importantly, despite the ceasefire having been announced, there are strikes coming in. Qatar intercepting missiles which are incoming or have been incoming from Iran. These, I believe, are earlier shots. Yes, these are shots from Qatar, but earlier shots. There are reports of the United Arab Emirates responding to a missile strike as well. I think, Aditya, in as much as we talk about a ceasefire, there is a strong sense that Iran has been operating on disaggregated military units, right, across its provinces, given the fact that their central leadership has been constantly attacked. Therefore, in a situation like this, it is quite possible that not all units, right, who have ballistic and other missiles or drones with them have been told, stop it now, right? This could well be, a one-off incident. Hopefully it won't, it will all stop. But it needs to be looked at the state of the Iranian military as well.
Well, that's right, Vishnu. You're absolutely right when you say that the besieged forces as well as the IRGC, their units have been working in their own way all across Iran. And that's why we see some of the missiles and drones are still landing. Perhaps the ceasefire message is still going across. And this is perhaps a lesson from Operation Sindoor as well. While the Operation Sindoor was agreed upon that there will be a ceasefire in implementation by 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. that evening on the 10th of May, it took a while for that implementation to take place. But there are two critical things here that will suggest what happens next. One is the Iranian proxies in the region, the Houthis, Hamas and Hezbollah. What do they do? Will they also halt operations completely? And second, what Israel does in Lebanon? Because, one of the demands of the Iranian side has been that this is not just about Iran. This is not just about Strait of Hormuz. It's also about Israel's operation deep inside Lebanon, in the south of Beirut, in Dahia, and several other such locations. And that operation needs to be halted as well. Will Israel agree? Will there be a permanent peace in that area is something that is debatable. Also, the bigger chapter will now be the negotiations that take place over the next 3 weeks and what kind of a consensus emerges. As of now, it doesn't seem like that the kind of positioning that there has been from the Iranian side or from the American side, that there will be anything of consensus, but very critical that how this implementation takes place in the next few hours. It will take some time, certainly. But as of now, there are sirens going across in several parts of the Middle East and very tough positioning happening. Last point, you covered Israel very closely, Vishnu, and last year you would remember during the 12-day war, the US president announced a ceasefire, but it took a while before the implementation. There was a lot of confusion. Israel did not agree to it, and there were missiles being pounded. So we'll have to wait, and perhaps by later this afternoon, there would be a permanent ceasefire, at least for the next 3 weeks.
Mr. Sanders, I think it's important to reflect on what both sides are actually saying. The only thing we know now is that they've agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. But if you look at what Iran has been saying, they say that, yes, we will halt military operations. What we are looking at what has taken place now is a potential aberration. We certainly hope that that is the case. We all want peace over there. Iran says, however, that they will stop defensive action if attacks cease. So they're placing it squarely on America over there and Israel. Hormuz will open, and here's the critical point, however, under Iran's terms. Now, that is obviously something that America has accepted, Israel may have accepted, even from a negotiating standpoint, right? This was a huge problem earlier on, but it appears that America has accepted this for the moment as a negotiating position, which by itself is a big step forward. Mr. Arakchi, the Iranian foreign minister, has said that the Hormuz access is subject to technical limitations. We'll try and figure out what exactly that means. And talks, according to Tehran, are based on a US 15-point and an Iran 10-point plan, right? Operations will continue if talks resume. So the status, I suppose, Mr. Sanders, and here's my specific question, of the Strait of Hormuz is still entirely unclear. Does Iran own it, as they claim, or do they not?
Well, there are 300 ships, from what I read, that are bottled up in by the Straits of Hormuz. And so we will find out very soon if they start to move, what Iran plans to do with it. There may be some technical issues that require their engagement, but for the U.S. to accept the kind of a permanent Iranian veto over what has until now been an international waterway would be really contrary to the general thrust of our policy for decades. The U.S. Navy has always stressed the freedom of navigation, freedom of the seas. So this will be a tough subject for negotiation. At the same time, one can be creative. One can find ways in which perhaps Iran, gets some kind of fig leaf, so it just doesn't appear to be completely ceding on its demands. But the Straits of Hormuz are vital to international commerce. 15% of oil flows may pass through it. It can't be left with Iran having a knife at its throat that it can point from one moment to the next. So this is something we're going to have to look at very, very closely.
Point plan, which Iran has said is on the table. America's got their 15-point plan. Number one, they want sanctions to be removed. That's absolutely critical. This is something which has plagued the Iranian economy for years and years. They want an American withdrawal from the area. The issue of uranium enrichment remains a flashpoint. Tehran wants America to accept their program while stating that their goal is not to build nuclear weapons. Iran says talks don't mean that the conflict is over, so we are not quite there yet, says Iran. And that missile alerts, as we've been reporting, sort of continue across the region. Daniel Block, I think it's important to perhaps state that Iran doesn't appear to be negotiating from a position of weakness. I don't think one needs to look at who is in a weak position and who's in a strong position. We're just grateful that both the sides are talking. Would you agree?
Perceptions, the relative perceptions of strength that each party have do matter to whether or not a negotiated peace will last, or to whether they'll make certain concessions or be closed off to others. I mean, I do want to say I agree with you that the biggest thing here is that we are closer to and hopefully will soon be in a period of peace. But I do think that is an important question. And I also think that you're right that Iran doesn't view itself as negotiating from a position of weakness. Yes, that they've taken a lot of damage. Yes, they might have continued to take damage or taken even greater damage if we take Trump's threat at face value. But for Iran, the standards of victory have always been different than they are for the United States. The main standard has been the government survives. The Islamic Republic endures. It makes it through the US and Israeli bombing campaign. And I think that having made it this far, having undergone a transition of leadership, having basically proven to the United States that the United States cannot get rid of the regime through aerial operations alone, and that they have the capacity, we've talked about this throughout, to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. I think, like you said, they've already established that they've won, they've achieved their objectives, and so perhaps now they're willing to settle. And so I think that is part of why they might feel comfortable now saying, okay, we're ready to have a ceasefire. They've already proven to the world and to the United States that they can do the things they need to do, which again is survive and control the Strait of Hormuz.
In all of this, is there a very real danger that by overstressing their positions, which are both maximalist on social media, both sides can actually impact the course of the conversations? I ask this because Donald Trump clearly gets triggered by anything that Iran says, right? And Iran isn't cutting short of what exactly it wants to express. It's this narrative on social media and on the media which potentially threatens the course of these talks. This is not the way it used to be, but in the social media era, it is a factor.
Well, certainly it's a factor. In fact, you are absolutely right. The kind of statements that have come in from Iran have irritated Donald Trump, and the kind of responses that he has given, in fact, speaking about the civilization being destroyed completely, clearly was also narrative setting in many ways. He took a harsh line and then within a few hours came to the ceasefire table. But now there's a big news that is coming in, Vishnu, that I want to talk about. You're speaking about the Strait of Hormuz, and now global wires are reporting from Washington, D.C. that a 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing both Iran and Oman to charge fees on ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. The officials said that Iran would use the money it raised for reconstruction. It wasn't immediately clear what Oman would use this money for. And of course, this would be quite significant because two of the demands of Iran have been that they will clearly have the dominance at the Strait of Hormuz and they need money from America for reconstruction. So there is some kind of a bargain that has happened, and perhaps for the next 2 weeks, they will be charging a hefty amount from all the ships and vessels and oil tankers that pass through the Hormuz.
I think that's a really critical point Aditya brings up, and this is breaking news now. AP reporting this at this juncture, and I'm just going to go through their copy. The 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing both Iran and surprisingly Oman to charge fees on ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. The official said Iran would use the money it raised for reconstruction. It wasn't immediately clear what Oman would use its money for. The strait is the territorial waters of both Oman and Iran. The world has considered the passage an international waterway and never paid tolls before. Daniel, this is an interesting position, but one that from a negotiating standpoint could actually help. That look, if America doesn't want to pay or Israel doesn't want to pay for the damages which have taken place, then Iran will recover some of these costs, possibly through this toll. And yes, Oman may also be doing that. Why Oman, we don't know. But this could be a potential face saver for the United States, which obviously will not pay for damages on Iran or Israel. That this is a via media, a way out. How would you look at this?
Agree with that analysis. And before I get back to it, I just want to offer a hypothesis as to why Oman is involved in this. It's simply, I think that Oman borders the Strait of Hormuz and is part of various peace proposals that kind of Iranian insiders have put out. They've talked about having Iran and Oman work together to secure safe shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. So this might be part of a kind of Iranian attempt to suggest that it's a relatively benign or benevolent figure in West Asia, working with Oman. I think that might be part of what's happening here, but that's a speculative hypothesis. We'll wait and see what more comes out. But yes, I agree. Iran feels like it deserves compensation for the damage that was done to it during the war. The United States, as I think Richard was saying earlier, was never going to agree to pay compensation. This is a neat trick in some ways around it. The problem, of course, is that I think it violates international treaties. You're not supposed to be able to require tolls for the transit through international waterways. Now, neither the United States nor Iran have signed that operative treaty, so that law doesn't necessarily bind to them. But it certainly will be a sticking point, and I wonder how it'll play out with time. Will at some point the United States say, that's it, no more tolls, you're not allowed to do that anymore? What will the tolls be? Will China, for example, a country that I believe depends heavily on goods that transit through the Strait of Hormuz, feel comfortable paying tolls to Iran going forward? These are all unanswered questions and things we're just going to have to wait and see. But my guess is exactly what you said. This is a way to kind of thread the needle between a demand Iran had that the United States could not, or rather would not, straight up grant.
The US President J.D. Vance, we're now also learning, has been, he was brought into the conversation late on Tuesday. Again, this is another AP report that we are getting in. He was mediating between the countries and was briefed on the matter. He spoke. There are reports of very sensitive conversations where the US Vice President was actually involved. Again, for the benefit of our viewers just joining us, because we are getting into a great deal of detail, we may not be often repeating the main points. There is a ceasefire now in place. It is a 2-week ceasefire. Iran and the United States have agreed upon this. It is a very tenuous ceasefire, with both sides having claimed that it was being done on their terms, with both sides saying that there is further requirement for conversations, talks, negotiations to take place. Iran doesn't appear to be negotiating from a peace position of weakness at all, and America says that they've essentially achieved their war aim. So those are the publicly stated positions behind which, in these talks, in which Pakistan has been a key player in bringing everybody to the table, or to the phone call at least, to try and get things moving. These are the overall positions, but the specifics need to be worked out. And if these specifics are not worked out in the next 2 weeks, then I dare say we could be headed for a longer period of what has been one of the most horrific periods in recent world history. My colleague Pradeep joins us at this stage from Tel Aviv. Good morning, Pradeep. It's very early now in Tel Aviv. We have seen a couple of alerts being sounded even after there was the ceasefire announcement in the United Arab Emirates and in Qatar. What has the situation been over the last, let's say, 1 or 2 hours where you are in Tel Aviv?
See, Vishnu, just minutes after Donald Trump put it on social media that they have announced a 2-week ceasefire. Immediately after that, the siren sounds were activated here, and that means the missiles were fired from the Iranian side. And it didn't happen once, it happened thrice. And we too saw some of the ballistic missiles, the streak of light hovering over the Tel Aviv sky. And that was neutralized and intercepted by Iron Dome, the aerial defense system here. That clearly indicates that maybe right now the message has not been passed on to the commanders there on the ground. That can be one of the reasons. But what can be the stumbling block? And the only one thing that is really worrying people here is that this thing should not have happened, because I've been interacting with the people here also and some of the officials. They feel that because the only thing that can scuttle the ceasefire, because Israel is not in favor of ceasefire so far as Hezbollah is concerned, because Iran doesn't want the hostilities to end against Iran only. They want that there should be cessation of fire against Hezbollah and other proxies like Houthis also. So something that Israel is not agreeing to, because they feel that these organizations had been bleeding them for the last several decades. So they do not want this thing to happen. Already they had expressed their concern 2 days back also in a telephonic conversation with Donald Trump, because that time Benjamin Netanyahu said that they do not want that there should be a ceasefire because they have their security concern. So that time it was assured by Donald Trump that a ceasefire will be announced only when they are going to achieve their motto and the target of getting the Strait of Hormuz opened, and also seeing that there should be no nuclear proliferation, the program that they are going ahead with. So that's what actually the assurance was there. But now when they want that their hostilities against Hezbollah to end, something that is not agreeable to right now Israeli government. So let's see how things are really going to pan out. But right now all I can say is that...
Pradeep, we've got some breaking news coming in. Iran's supreme leader has instructed all military units to stop firing. This is a statement which has come in from state-run media, and there's a quote as well. This is not the end of the war, but all military branches should follow the Supreme Leader's order and cease their fire. You know, Aditya, this is what we were talking about. It is a public statement, but one where essentially Tehran is telling all the disaggregated units that stop firing now. They've been operating independently as part of an overall objective. This was built into their system with the expectation that the central leadership could be hit, right? They've been planning this sort of war for a very long period of time. Now they're being told, no, things are changing. Come back and listen to what the center is saying. And for the moment, no attacks.
Well, that's right. Immediately after the 28th Feb attacks, the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, in which Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, was killed, we did see a decentralization of IRGC and the besieged forces taking place all across Iran. They've openly given an open hand to operate against Israel and US bases all across the region. And that's why we have seen even today, even moments after the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump and the Iranian foreign minister and the National Security Council of Iran, we're now witnessing alarms going across, not just in Israel, like Pradeep was pointing out, but also in several countries in the region. So it will take a few hours for the full implementation to take place. Tehran has now told all its units, the IRGC and the besieged forces, to hold fire, to wait for further instructions, not to go ahead with further launches of drones and missiles. So, of course, one is that. And secondly will be the instructions that will perhaps go through to the Houthis, the Hamas and the Hezbollah. But that will also be dependent on what Israel does next. As of now, Israel has said that they are part of the negotiation and they are part of the agreement that has been, in fact, agreed upon between US and Iran. But will that continue over the next few weeks is the most critical aspect. 2 weeks of reprieve, 2 weeks of ceasefire, but is this a long-stated, a long-standing solution that is in sight?
All right, well, we're going to take a short break at this stage and come back with the very latest. But if you are waking up this morning, it's not even 7 a.m. in the morning here in New Delhi, in India, in fact, the news is good. It is positive. There is a ceasefire in place. Iran and the United States have agreed. The full terms are now going to be negotiated. But for now, hopefully, and let us all hope this works out, where there are no more drone and missile attacks or air attacks, by any side. But many more details, and there's a lot to discuss. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OG of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV network.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval. The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
All right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join
United States announces a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. Suspense plan strikes hours before a deadline as Iran agrees to immediately reopening the Hormuz Strait, but there are conditions. Iran lists preconditions to end the war. They demand controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz, full repayment of damages, withdrawal of US forces from the region. Reports suggest that Iran and Oman will charge Hormuz passage fees. Ships will pay to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and that the free passage through Hormuz will not be there for the moment. These funds could be used to rebuild Iran. Israel joins Trump's 2-week ceasefire with Iran, agrees to pause military action as talks begin, but adds that they will not include Lebanon in ceasefire conditions. Hezbollah remains their prime target. Pakistan steps in as key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause the American strikes and push for the reopening of Hormuz. Islamabad may be hosting US-Iran talks on the 10th of April as Shehbaz and Munir urge Trump to hold fire and back diplomacy. Brent crude prices dropped by 6% as Trump pauses strikes. Oil prices plunge below $100 per barrel. All right, the big developments at this hour. Donald Trump, the US president, has backed off the incredible threat which he'd made that he'd wipe off the civilization of Iran if there wasn't progress in talks. And it does now appear that both sides have reached a consensus for a ceasefire. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It just means that for a period of 14 days, there should be peace. So Trump backs off the threat of a strike. It's a 2-week ceasefire. A framework is emerging. The Hormuz will reopen, but under Iranian control. This is not what America wanted, but it is something that Iran appears to have pushed through. The stage will now shift potentially to Islamabad, where high-stakes talks will take place between America and Iran. Pakistan is leading the diplomatic push towards getting all sides to talk. Iran's 10-point plan on the table, is on the table over here, and we'll go through those 10-point plans very, very closely. There is a plan on what happens with uranium enrichment. Iran is absolutely clear. They will continue to enrich, but they have no desire to build nuclear weapons. The ceasefire does not mean the end of the war. And quite simply, we can tell you that these are missile alerts which have been continuing in the region, in the United Arab Emirates, in Qatar, and I believe in Israel as well. But these could be initial issues, and hopefully, because Iran is operating through disaggregated units, they will now listen to a central statement, which has in fact been posted online as well, telling everybody stop fire, do not open fire. But the key points from Iran's National Security Council statement are this: that the Prime Minister of Pakistan has informed Iran that the United States has accepted Iran's 10-point plans as a basis for negotiations. Aditya Raj called with me as well. We're going to be going through each of these points. Accordingly, it was decided at the highest level that Iran will hold negotiations with the American side in Islamabad for 2 weeks and solely on the basis of these principles. It is emphasized that this does not mean an end to the war. Iran will accept an end to the war only when, in view of Iran's acceptance of the principles of this 10-point plan, its details are also finalized in negotiations. So basically, Iran sticking to the 10 points. So what exactly are the 10 points? What exactly are they looking for? That's something that needs to be looked at. Both sides are claiming a victory in this, but these are maximalist positions, perhaps for a larger domestic and international audience. Iran is warned, for example, our hands are on the trigger, and as soon as the slightest mistake by the enemy is made, it will be responded to with full force. Some breaking news now coming in. Iran state media has released a statement from Mujtaba Khamenei, their supreme leader, who's ordered a ceasefire. And as I was mentioning a few minutes back, the military has been told to stop firing immediately. So that's what we know at this stage. We've got my colleague Pradeep Bhandari, who joins us from Tel Aviv at this stage. Pradeep Datta. Pradeep, could you give us an idea of what's happening around you? There have been missile warnings despite the announcement from Iran and America. What's been happening around you? Is that the case in Israel?
Yes, Vishnu, you're absolutely right. In fact, today morning, just minutes after Donald Trump on social platform announced ceasefire, the siren sounds were heard here in Tel Aviv, and it continued for some time, and after that the blast sound was also heard. So thrice the siren were activated. That means whenever the siren is activated, that's an indicator that missile is being fired from the Iranian side. And we saw that people following their standard operation procedures, those who were en route at that point of time, they started running towards safe shelter. But as you know, exactly the same thing had happened during Operation Sindoor also. We saw that when ceasefire was announced, it took some time. After that also there were the drone attacks from the Pakistan side. It takes some time that the message is to be passed on to the commanders there on the ground. And here in this case also, now Mujtaba Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran, he has already told the commanders there on the ground that they should cease fire. No firing or firing of ballistic missile from their side should take place. So now I think the message has been passed. I'm hopeful that now these ballistic missile firing or launching from their sides will come to an end, because this similar kind of a report also emanated from Qatar area also. They said that the missiles were fired on their side too. So it will take some time. But see, Vishnu, what is more important is that on both, they are giving publicly, they are giving the statements that it is their victory. But it appears that the ceasefire has been achieved on their terms and conditions so far as Iran is concerned, because the 10 points which they had given, earlier also they had given 10 points. The question arises, the 10 points were not that time seen workable for the United States of America. They had not agreed to it, because one of the points was that the sanctions should be lifted on them. So for 25 years there had been sanctions on Iran. So is America going to lift all those sanctions? Is this one of the points? That's also a matter of concern. The second point, which is that that they should be paid compensation, because they had always maintained that war has been thrust upon them. They always wanted peace in the region, because already the dialogue between Iran and United States of America was going on. But all of a sudden on February 28th, with the help of Israel, they started targeting them. So there had been loss of infrastructure. So money should be paid to them, compensation should be paid to them. And then again, this is a conditional. There is a conditional opening of Strait of Hormuz because management will remain in the hands of Iranian military. That means they will continue to dictate term. They will be, again, they will be...
What I thought I'd do is, before we sort of come out with the statement of Donald Trump here, and I'm going to very quickly summarize the 10 points made by Iran. Number 1, non-aggression. Number 2, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. This is not something America will ultimately accept. Acceptance of enrichment. In other words, they'll carry on with their nuclear program, but they've already stated in the past that it's not towards building a nuclear weapon. Lifting all primary sanctions. This has obviously hit Iran's economy a great deal over the last several years. Lifting all secondary sanctions. Termination of all UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors resolutions, payment of compensation to Iran, withdrawal of US combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts, including against the Islamic resistance of Lebanon. Now, this is what they've been stating for a large number of days. America had not accepted this, but they have in fact gone ahead and accepted this now. Now, what exactly has Donald Trump said? He said in a sudden shift from threats to pause, Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran on a post on his social media platform, on his Truth Social, I should say. He said, and I quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks." He's framed the move as part of a broader push towards a ceasefire. He's also stated that there's a pause. That this pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz and calling it a necessary step towards de-escalation. So this is something that Iran is willing to do, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, albeit with conditions, right? So that is a meeting point between the two sides. The Iranian foreign minister has made a couple of important points where he's confirmed the ceasefire and said that if attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations. So that's what you've got, Trump and the Iranian, their positions at this stage. Well, Aditya and I are joined by Professor David K. Johnston. He's an American journalist and author. Scott Bolden, the former chairperson of the Democratic Party. Amy Tarkanian, former Nevada Republican state chairperson and Republican strategist. And we're also joined, so we've got all of our guests with us. Let me go across to you, Amy Tarkanian, first. Both sides at this stage, Amy, appear to have taken maximalist positions. But there has also been, obviously, a fundamental belief that, look, let the fighting end for now. Is that not the biggest takeaway now, that despite their differences, there is a sense that the fighting must end?
Win for both sides at the moment. Does this mean that the war is over? Absolutely not. This is strictly just a pause. The fact that we now have a president of the United States that is known here domestically and internationally to actually put maximum amounts of pressure, not just privately behind closed doors, but publicly with very sharp rhetoric in hopes of tightening up deadlines, making sure that there's a little bit of wiggle room for potential pivots in negotiations. This is what we're seeing in real time happen. And the fact that we now have at least communication happening between both the Iranians and the Americans is extremely, it's hopeful. Historically, we have a tough time actually trusting one another, and rightfully so in a number of areas. But this was definitely a good thing, I think, across the board for now.
Do you believe that this was inevitable, that in a sense America realized that this entire war hasn't been going the way they wanted, it's impacting people around the world, and therefore it's important to get into conversations at this stage?
Yes, absolutely.
Half a second, Amy. I just wanted to take that across to Mr. Scott Bolden. Can you hear me, Mr. Bolden?
I didn't know the question was for me.
Go ahead.
Well, to my colleague, it's always a good thing once you promised genocide and then you pull back from it. That's not just strong words. That's almost a war crime, if you will, or at least you're thinking about committing a war crime. I don't think the United States or Mr. Donald Trump ever contemplated eliminating the civilization. Those are extreme terms. But what have we gotten out of this ceasefire? Are we in a better position, either side? And to me, the real issue of the ceasefire is what comes in the next couple of weeks. What are they going to be discussing? They're not going to be discussing the 10 points because several of those points are not going to be agreed to by the U.S. and vice versa. And so what can the negotiators come up with? Because there's an economic war going on as well. Oil prices are up. And then Donald Trump on his own home front, he's going to have to make a decision pretty soon, if not right now, as to whether he's going to go to the House and Senate and seek approval to continue to engage in the war on Iran with Israel. And so a lot of moving parts at the negotiation table in Islamabad, but a lot of moving parts in the U.S. in regard to whether this is going to be a popular war or whether it's going to be explained or whether it's going to continue to be an unpopular war during an election year here in the U.S.
Professor Johnson, how optimistic are you about this resulting in something permanent?
Well, I think it's more likely than not that we will not see a land invasion of Iran. And what you've seen today is that Donald Trump has gone from complete and unconditional surrender to giving in to the Iranian demands. This war is not going well for Donald. He had no plan going into it. He's appallingly ignorant about what's going on in that part of the world. We know that some of the military commanders have been warning him about war crimes, and he told journalists, "I don't care about war crimes," which is a very troubling development. And we also know from people who worked for Trump in the White House that he keeps toying with the idea of using tactical nuclear weapons, not weapons that would blow up a whole city, but much smaller nuclear weapons. And that would be a terrible line to cross, because if we do that here, then other countries are going to feel they have some freedom to use tactical nuclear weapons. So all in all, this is not a surrender by Donald Trump, but it demonstrates the fraud that he claims to be this great negotiator. And as I've documented over almost 40 years in my books and columns and articles, and from my own experience negotiating with Trump, he's a terrible negotiator. He's an utterly incompetent negotiator. It's all bluster. It's part of his con game, because he is, after all, the world's most polished con artist.
All right, Amy Tarkanian, a quick reaction from you. Is Donald Trump in the best position to negotiate?
Definitely a lot of bark, and sometimes there's a bite here and there that's taken, but this one was probably the largest that we have ever experienced with this president. The last post that he put out talking about getting rid of an entire civilization, that really took everyone aback. Whether if you are a MAGA devotee or not, that was a whole nother level. Does that mean, though, that he was follow through and create a war crime? No, absolutely not. But it definitely was a shock, I think, for the majority of folks out there that he took it that far.
All right. We've got some breaking news coming in. America laying down certain red lines. And reports are suggesting that Donald Trump, the Trump administration, has also been reaching out to Israel after the ceasefire move. America, so they are reaching out to Israel as well. They've laid down Iran red lines to Israel. The Trump administration is in touch with Israel after the ceasefire move. America has demanded an end to Iran's enrichment. That's one of the key points that's key. America believes in the talks going forward. America wants Iran's ballistic missile threat to end. That's one thing, but do they want Iran to stop their ballistic missile program? That would be completely unacceptable to Tehran. Reports suggest that America seeks a total nuclear rollback. This has been their stated position. Iran, of course, has said that we will enrich our uranium, use it for peaceful purposes. but not to make missiles, despite not to build weapons, despite which, of course, the war went ahead. Pradeep, let me quickly come back to you. America reaching out to Tel Aviv, to Israel as well, that look, we need to be on board. Do you believe that Israel will respond and accept that there is a ceasefire now?
Yes, Vishnu, because both the countries started war together. But over the period of time, we realized that it was only Americans and Israel was not on board on many of the issues. But right now, what actually United States of America is trying to do, they are trying to reach out to Tel Aviv. Basically, they are trying to convince them their security interests will be looked into. Because one main thing that is really concerning right now, Israel, is that they do not want to stop bombing Hezbollah because they feel that this proxy of Iran had been hurting them for the last so many years. All of a sudden, you can't give them a status of very legitimacy where you stop bombing them because they feel this is a terror organization and they should not be allowed to raise their ugly head. That has been the stand of Israel at this stage. So that's one of the reasons the United States of America is trying to reach out to them, trying to convince them their security interests will be looked into. But what is more important is that something that was not workable, these 10 points, because the same 10 points had been given earlier also. The question that everybody is asking here in Israel, if those 10 points were not workable just a few days back, how all of a sudden that has become workable for Donald Trump? Somewhere everybody feels that Donald Trump was looking for a window. He wanted to exit out of this conflict, so he was looking for some reason. And today, finally, he has found the reason. You look at his statement yesterday. There was a very aggressive, escalatory tone when he said that they are going to wipe out this civilization. And all of a sudden, just half an hour later, there was another statement. It was a little bit mellowed down where he was talking about negotiation. Right. Somewhere, I think that Pakistan has come to his rescue by playing a role of a negotiator. That's what actually, it's basically a win-win situation for right now Iran because it's on Iran's terms and conditions. The ceasefire has been announced.
All right. Pradeep, hold that thought for a second. I wanted to go back to Aditya. Aditya, senior Trump administration officials are now laying down particular conditions. The US will firmly demand removal of Iran's nuclear material. This is the enriched material, right? Which was close to being enriched enough to fashion a nuclear warhead. America believes, Israel believes. That's number one. No nuclear enrichment. That will not likely work because Iran needs nuclear, they believe, to continue with their industrial development for their economy. And elimination of the ballistic missile threat. And again, that's something which Iran will never give up on because that's their first and last line of defense. So on these 3 points, removal of enriched uranium, Iran desisting from enriching uranium, and number 3, ballistic missiles. How do you look at this?
Well, this is the most tricky and complicated part, Vishnu, as we have been discussing over the last 2 hours, ever since the ceasefire was actually announced by both Iran and US. The posturing diplomatically as well, in terms of the statements that have been given and the conditions that have been put by both DC as well as Tehran, are very, very complicated, unacceptable completely to both sides. But there are 2 things to it. One is a public posturing of the demands that are there, and second, some kind of an acceptability factor, just like the Strait of Hormuz has been now made available for the common ships out there. So there's no American or the European or the Israeli ships that will not be allowed in there, but there's a condition of Iran putting a toll tax, perhaps, which will be used for reconstruction for the damages that have been done all across. So the road ahead won't be easy. It will be a very difficult task for the negotiators and the mediators to convince both sides and build in a consensus. And if there is a consensus, how long will it last at a time when Israel continues to pose a threat to Iran, and Iran continues to back the proxies against Israel as well?
Mr. Bolden, just going through Donald Trump's post on Truth Social, I think here's the key point, and perhaps you want to reflect on it. He says, and I quote, "We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate." This is a huge concession because this same 10-point proposal isn't entirely new. It's been doing the rounds for the last couple of days. Right. But with Trump here saying that, no, we'll talk on this, I think that is the key concession from America for the moment. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's his way out. You talked about the Pakistani prime minister, but the second part of the way out is that, okay, we're not going to agree or disagree with your 10 points. We'll talk about those 10 points. You open up the Strait of Hormuz. we'll negotiate with the countries can negotiate with your army and let's get to the table and see if we can cut a deal in 2 weeks. The problem with these negotiations is when two sides are so far apart, whether it's litigation, or whether it's war, is that a deal is only going to be cut through concessions. Who's going to concede more? When the parties are so far apart and they have fear of one another, U.S. fears Iran getting the nuclear weapon and being able to extend it beyond their borders. Iran fears a regime change. They certainly have had several of their leaders killed. They fear a land invasion, and their best leverage point is controlling the Straits of Hormuz. Who's going to concede more? Who fears more the most? And I got to tell you, that's what's going to be on the table at the negotiation stage. I'm glad they're going to be at the table, but it's going to take more than 2 weeks to resolve this issue. We're going to have to learn how to live with one another. In the end, it may not be a happy place for both countries, but somehow out of that negotiation, both sides are going to have to come to an agreement, concessions or not, on how we're going to live with one another and how we're going to safely live with one another.
So what are those 10 points? I'll just quickly go through them. Number 1, non-aggression. Number 2, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Number 3, acceptance of enrichment. Number 4, lifting of all primary sanctions. We really must talk about this. Lifting of all secondary sanctions as well. Termination of all UN Security Council resolutions. Termination of all International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors resolutions. Payment of compensation to Iran. Withdrawal of US combat forces. Cessation of war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Amy, and America has accepted to talk on this. But just hold on for half a second. We've got some breaking news coming in. The White House has mulled in-person talks with Iran. The US has considered a direct meet. All right, so this is important. It is a development. This was all happening through a third-party Pakistan, phone calls all around. But they are now talking about meeting face-to-face. No final call yet on face-to-face talks. Look, it has to be that at some stage or the other. But there is a possibility of this actually taking place in Pakistan on Friday. Washington keeping open the prospect of a dialogue with Iran face-to-face. Amy Tarkanian, your first thoughts on this? America saying it is open to meeting the Iranians face-to-face. This by itself is a big step forward, I would suggest.
So let's also be careful of the verbiage. It says that they consider. So, yes, that's great news, but they are considering it. So it'll be interesting to find out exactly who these individuals are that they are possibly going to be speaking with. Once again, it's still, I think, moving in the right direction if this is the case. However, when you laid out those 10 points, and you also pointed out, rightfully so, that these 10 points have not changed overnight. I don't see how even points number 2 and 3, you don't even have to get very far down that list, where America is going to say yes to those. Dealing with uranium, that's not going to happen. Dealing with nuclear weapons, it's not going to happen. And so it's going to be extremely interesting what they actually come to agreement, if anything, by the end of these talks.
Professor Johnston, here's what, I think Amy's absolutely right when she says that America is not going to accept anything when it comes to Iran and nuclear. But, it's one thing for Iran to be enriching to a stage where they can then potentially build a nuclear weapon, but there's something completely different about having nuclear facilities, to run their energy requirements. Do you believe that that somehow or the other, America will need to accept that Iran will have nuclear power plants and give up on any potential nuclear, weapons plans? In fact, they've already said that they don't have any desire to do that. America doesn't believe that. That's another point. But do you believe that, how do you see this actually going, talks on the nuclear issue?
In their view, nuclear weapons, which are defensive, not offensive weapons, are unholy. And at the end of the day, we're going to see that the Iranians are going to be able to build more nuclear electric generating stations. They own one that was built for them by the Russians. But they're going to have to agree to international inspections, which one of their 10 points appears to object to. in order for that to work. But most importantly here, the Iranians are very much outsmarting Donald Trump. And one of the things they're doing now is they've created a source of revenue for themselves, a toll gate at the Strait of Hormuz. They're taking in about $14 billion in oil because Donald lifted sanctions on some of their oil, which is 10 times the amount of the Iranians' own money that Obama gave back to the Iranians. The Republicans keep mischaracterizing as a gift for American taxpayers. And under the terms that are being offered to European nations of non-cooperation with the U.S., they're undermining NATO, which certainly will please Vladimir Putin, and they're undermining the dollar as the world's reserve currency. And if the Iranians manage to come out of this having replaced the dollar with the euro or reduced the stature of the dollar versus the euro, possibly the yuan from China, though I doubt that part, they will have achieved a great victory here simply because Donald Trump painted himself into a corner, did not have a long-term strategy because he is a seat-of-the-pants kind of guy, and he is unbelievably, appallingly ignorant about history, culture, economics, name a subject, it's all a bluff.
Scott Bolden, what really changed in the last 24 hours? Less than 24 hours ago, America was threatening to destroy the civilization of Iran. People started talking about whether this implied the potential use of nuclear weapons, to now where there is a ceasefire agreement. I ask this because, as we've been discussing, the 10 points stated by Iran have been doing the rounds for the last couple of days. So what really has changed?
Other than Donald Trump continues to have or lack credibility whenever he speaks about any issue, whether it's internal, whether it's domestic, or whether it's on the international front. The rhetoric is all bluster more than anything. And so it's clear that when you look at all the factors as to why U.S. chose this to go to war with Iran with no exit strategy and also with no explanation to the American people or to the House and Senate. And my colleague who's written a book or knows Donald Trump much better than I do has said it's all by the seat of his pants. And war and international diplomatic relations, it takes a lot of preparation. It's not a real estate deal. It's not beating your chest and then saying, okay, let's do a deal. It's not that at all. His ignorance about the history of Persia, Iran, the history of relations between Iran and the U.S., and while his advisors may or may not be telling him that, he is the president of the United States. He needs an off-ramp. Gas prices are at $5 a gallon now. We have elections coming up in about 6 or 7 months. Gas prices, inflation, you name it. On the economic side, we're losing. The world is losing on the economic side, and we chose to go to war. Iran has always been a threat. I'm not convinced it was an imminent threat. And if it was an imminent threat, nobody's explained it. And so in the next 2 weeks, as I said before, he'll be at the table negotiating with Iran, but he's got a lot of negotiations going on domestically here with the House and Senate, the Democrats and the Republicans, because no one has a taste for this war and where we are, let alone an exit strategy that may put us in a worse position than we were before we chose to go to war with Iran.
Professor Johnston, Trump has now said that the United States has received a quote-unquote workable 10-point proposal from Iran, right? How is this workable today and unworkable over the last few days? It's just, he's just spun it, he's flipped it, right? It was unworkable 2 days ago or 3 days ago. The Iranians have just stayed put and they've just repeated the same set of points because they're actually okay with the points that they've stressed. And America has accepted this now, which really raises the question about what has changed. And I would suggest that there has been some sort of a realization, right, and perhaps to the US president as well, that look, you need to be realistic about where this war is going.
Donald has basically surrendered to the points the Iranians have been putting out there for some time. There's no change on their side. What he's done here is damaged the world economy, strengthened the position of some dictators. And has no fundamental plan to get out of this war because he doesn't understand why he got into it and what the goal is going to be. Absolute unconditional surrender, well, we can see that's off the table. And at the same time, let's not forget that Donald Trump desperately needs to make sure we aren't talking about the Epstein files and aren't asking the question, well, if you're completely innocent and it's a hoax, why are you fighting so hard to hide the evidence in the Epstein files case? And the only logical answer to that is he is, in fact, a serial child rapist. So going forward, Donald's going to have to find some way to save face, to try and limit the damage that the Republicans are likely to face. And the Democrats need to be very careful here that they, and I'm neither a Republican nor a Democrat, that the Democrats need to be careful here that they don't overstep. The Democrats in America have a long history of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They could have done many things to have a rapprochement with the Tehran regime. And why do we have that regime? Because the U.S. government under President Eisenhower threw out a democratically elected President Mossadegh more than 70 years ago in alliance with the British and the French, which led to the Shah and his vicious government, which led to the Ayatollahs and their vicious government. And by the way, their government is no more vicious than the Saudi government, the Bahraini government. And after all, in Saudi Arabia, which Donald praises all the time, they literally beheaded 39 imams for the horrible crime of praying for a better government. So Trump has to find a way out of this that saves face for him. That's what the Iranians thought they had done on the last day of February. They gave him a deal that, according to Oman's foreign minister, who was the mediator in the talks, would allow Trump to go out and say, hey, I got a better deal from Iran than Barack Obama did. And instead, a few hours later, we started bombing them. There's one other element in this, Vishnu, and that is the Israeli military is stretched really thin. They've got 3 wars. There are only 10 million people in Israel. They need to get out of this one, at least for the time being, so they can pursue Hezbollah and they can continue their efforts to eradicate the Palestinian people in Gaza.
You know, I mean, we've just seen such extreme statements from both sides. And Amy, you want to come in on this? Pete Hexet's tweet, back to the Stone Age. Trump saying that we'll wipe out this civilization. Statements from the Iranians and their missions all across the world mocking Donald Trump. At one level, it's unbelievably childish what we've seen from both sides and the way this is being projected to people on social media. This is the way, evidently, a factor in which modern wars get sorted out through crazy messages that both sides send each other and seek to sort of get opinion in their side. Could you tell us your views on this narrative game by both sides?
And it's pretty disgusting and sad. And you're right. It's extremely immature on both sides. I mean, you have on the opposing side, doing a Lego movie version of President Trump being equal to President Business. And then on our side, you had a bowling alley reenactment of us knocking out bowling pins, which was supposed to be, our enemies. It's disturbing. And it's out of line. And Pete Hegseth, obviously, he was in the entertainment industry and the news industry prior to his new position. And I think, unfortunately, some of that has carried over into his verbiage and into the way he presents. And it doesn't mesh well. It's not professional. And it doesn't bode well for America overall on our representation. We would like to present ourselves more mature and better than our enemies, of course. But unfortunately, I think we've kind of gone down into the dirt, if you will. And also too, just to piggyback off of what my colleague was stating about the fact that the American people, we were never addressed. Historically, what happens when we go into war, a president doesn't ask the American people, if it's okay to go to war, but they do address and they give us some buy-in. They tell us why we're going to war, what the end game is. What is our part in the situation? And none of that happened. And so we did wake up in shock. And we do have midterm elections coming up. We're going to be doing early voting here in the state of Nevada in roughly 4 to 5 weeks from now. So yes, he is looking for a quick exit at this point because he's getting massive pressure from people in his own party saying, you're hurting our reelection.
Yep.
This is not boding well. And I think that's why we're seeing such a quick change in his verbiage.
No, Amy, I think it's important what you're saying, and thank you very much for being candid as a Republican strategist yourself. Is Donald Trump losing support within a large, perhaps the majority of Republican leaders who increasingly see this war and his goals as being unachievable?
He is, and to some extent, because we want to know what does the off-ramp look like? When does this end? Is there an actual ending goal? Because we don't want to have another Iraq. We don't want to have another Afghanistan. We don't want to go and pitch a tent and send ground troops. We want to make sure that our men and women come home unscathed. We want to make sure that the Iranian people, of course, we wish nothing but the best for them. We want them to live free democratic lives like they once did 47 plus years ago. But is this the correct way to go about it? And the fact that he did not address the nation until it was like roughly 30 days into this war, it was a little too late in that address. And so people were already shaking their heads in disgust, saying, you actually campaigned heavily on the fact that you promised to not get us into any more wars. And here we are. When is this going to end? You have not given us any information, and we're all just kind of in shock.
Yeah. Scott Bolden, there are some among Democrats who now are asking for a process to begin to remove the U.S. president. Could you tell us how that's working out?
Well, politically, it's not going to work out. There's a lot of chatter between the House and the Senate members, given that last tweet that talked about essentially eliminating the civilization or genocide, and whether the president has come off and is unhinged at this point. There have been calls for the 25th Amendment, which under our Constitution would allow for the cabinet members to take certain actions that would begin the process of removing the president as president of the United States. As long as the House and Senate are run by Republicans, and there's a Republican administration with heads of agencies who are loyal to Donald Trump, that's not going to happen. But it's worth the discussion and the debate because of how erratic this president's, not only how verbally erratic he is, but his actions as well. The erraticism of the tariffs worldwide, which is essentially economic terrorism on our friends, as well as those countries that don't support us, these broad-based tariffs that the American people are paying for. He promised to improve the economy. The economy, at best, is getting worse, if you will. The wars that my colleague, Ms. Tarkanian, talked about, he's gotten us into several wars while wanting a peace prize for apparently stopping some wars around the country. And it's just very, very sad. America is having buyer's remorse with this president. And it's almost, because it's his second term, he doesn't really care about the polling. He doesn't care about the Republicans that he's leading. He doesn't care about Americans. And when you talk about where he is, he's in the mid-30s as far as popularity is concerned. And his biggest losses are not just with the Republicans, although they're still 60, 70% behind him when it comes to the economy and the war, but he's really losing with the independents.
All right, Mr. Bolden, hold that thought for just 1 second. Pradeep, you're moving around. Is something happening in Tel Aviv? Have there been more warnings which have sounded in the last little while? Go ahead, Pradeep.
No, nothing, Vishnu. Everything is fine right now. Why I'm moving out? Because it has started raining. So I had been sitting out in open, so I thought that let me move towards the other side. But yes, as you had been discussing certain things, because what has, if somebody asks what really Donald Trump has achieved during these 40 days of war, he has not achieved anything. He has only strengthened the regime and given a legitimacy to the terror organization like Hezbollah. That's what actually the people here are thinking, because they thought that when he started a war. That time the people had been against the regime. They used to come out and protest. But after the war, what they have realized that no, people had been supporting, they galvanized Iran and they had been further supporting him. And we saw that when US was planning to target Iran and target its power plant, many people wanted to act as a human shield. They wanted to form a kind of a human chain to protect their power plant. So that is what actually the Donald Trump seemed to have achieved, because instead of trying to cripple their economy or weaken Iran, he has further strengthened this regime. That has been the only achievement where the people feel that Donald Trump has failed totally them. And he has not achieved any of its objective, whether it was a military objective, whether it was a political objective. Political objective was he wanted a regime change, which he did not succeed. And the military objective was that he wanted to ensure that their navy was completely wiped out, their ballistic missile capability was wiped out. But we saw that even after 40 days, they retained the power to retaliate, and they had been continuously doing so. They were not only targeting Israel, but also many of the Gulf countries. So these are the questions which everybody here is asking, and that is really going to make things difficult. Though on by giving certain statements, he will try to prove that they have really succeeded and achieved the mission, but the reality on the ground is something really different, which people will not agree to. And he has got the mandate, because when he came and when he got elected as a president of the country, and he had got the mandate on the basis that they will not be fighting somebody else's war. But what really happened on ground was that he was indulging in the same thing, so he was losing support back home. And finally, he had to do a U-turn, and that somewhere led to the change in heart. That's something that was not.
Pradeep, hold that thought for a moment. I'd like to thank our panelists very much for being with us. There's lots of new developments which are expected in the last little while. We're just going through that, and we'll bring that to our viewers. But Aditya, with me, let's just go back to what the big news is. As the US President Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire, the focus has now shifted to the Strait of Hormuz. The question is, the Hormuz crisis, is it really ending? The US President, in his Truth Social post, has said that the ceasefire was subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. While the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi has said that for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Meanwhile, reports suggest that the 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing both Iran and Oman to charge fees to ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. This is intriguing. Aditya, come in on this. Apparently, Iran would use those funds to help rebuild, and it's probably a way around the earlier demand that America fund, reconstructing Iran, which would obviously not be acceptable to Washington. It's an interesting, and I would suggest a pragmatic proposal which has been raised.
Very pragmatic, but we have to go through what happened in the last 40 days, Vishnu. Both the United States and Iran are claiming victory for their domestic audiences and perhaps international messaging as well. But the war began when US President Donald Trump said that his intention is to free the people of Iran from this Islamic regime. That's how the war began. That's what he's been stating over the last many weeks and months. But the war ended with almost a surrender at the Strait of Hormuz. Now remember, Trump had said that he will not surrender. Iran will have to agree to the demands of US. First, what happened? The NATO did not support Trump. The NATO said that this is not their war. The NATO countries and allies of Donald Trump said that they will not enter a war that has been initiated by the United States, and it's not their war. Then came the threats from US President that he will not care for those NATO countries, and they are left for themselves at the Strait of Hormuz and otherwise. And then now, after hectic parleys, the US President essentially has given a free run to Iran and Oman to now charge a toll tax at the Strait of Hormuz, and that certainly by many foreign policy wonks will be seen as a surrender in many ways. Now, what happens in the next phase of the negotiations will have to be seen rapidly, but clearly this is something that was not expected by many Americans. They would have expected some kind of a victory. The White House spokesperson has just put out a statement claiming that this is a huge US victory and the objectives have been achieved. But there would be others who would act as devil's advocate and ask that what were your objectives and what has been achieved, because Iran continued to fire missiles, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles and drones at US bases all across and Israel. That didn't stop, but it's the debate that has shifted entirely from the war, the objectives, to the Strait of Hormuz, and that clearly remains a bone of contention.
Breaking news coming in. China has apparently helped Iran agree to a ceasefire. Some reports suggesting that. Reports say that Chinese leaders spoke to Iran's leaders to get them on board this at a time when Iran didn't appear willing to talk at all. Reports suggest that China encouraged Iran to find a path to a deal. China has been working with Pakistan, Turkey and Egypt as well. Now, in all of this, there's another important development coming in reflecting the American position. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary of the White House press secretary, has said this is a victory for the United States and President Trump, and our incredible military made it happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump estimated this would be a 4 to 6 week operation. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of our warriors, we've achieved and exceeded our core military objectives in 38 days, says Ms. Leavitt. More on that tomorrow morning from the Secretary of War. Pete Hegseth is going to be addressing the media at some stage, and Chairman Kane, the chairperson of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The success of our military created maximum leverage, allowing President Trump and the team to engage in tough negotiations that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution and for long-term peace. Additionally, President Trump got the Strait of Hormuz reopened. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. All right, so that is important. America now stating, and this is their official position, that they won this, right? Despite the fact that if you look at it objectively, all of Iran's 10 points, Aditya, are up for negotiation. Now, obviously, Iran is not going to get all of those 10 points. But the fact that they've agreed to actually talk, and America has agreed to accept those as the basis for talks, is a big step forward, right?
Well, certainly it's a big step forward. In fact, it's a sigh of relief for many countries in the Middle East that did not join the war, that had not provoked a conflict, but had to bear the brunt of this entire relentless war over the last 40 days. Coming to what we are breaking right now on China convincing Iran to come on the dialogue table and agree to a ceasefire, well, it's been an open secret, Vishnu, hasn't it been, that China and Iran have worked in coordination very, very closely. There have been apprehensions also raised in Washington, D.C. that whether China has been helping Iran with satellite imagery during the course of this 40-day war. Also, at the Strait of Hormuz, one of the demands of Tehran was to charge the toll tax in yuan, in the Chinese currency. That clearly is also reflective of the fact of how the global trading has been happening and how Iran and China have worked very, very closely.
All right, Aditya, we're going to be taking a short break at this stage, coming back with all of these new developments. Big day. There's a ceasefire in West Asia. 14 days. Will this result in a permanent peace? Too early, but we'll give you the details. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly, people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shivarur, NDTV.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team, ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
talk about anxiety.
औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices
To make India.
big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mojtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mojtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade making all the decisions.
They are fighting an asymmetric battle. Does this, in a sense, force Israel and the United States to think about an off-ramp?
The Iranian regime has been using asymmetric warfare against Israel for the last 3 decades. We have to make sure that their capability to do so diminishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, for speaking to us. We've heard of how Iran was planning to assassinate President Donald Trump.
Iran has tried to assassinate Donald Trump. They've tried to assassinate me too because of the successful strike against Qasem Soleimani, then the head of the Quds Force.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा.
जय मां दुर्गा! Are you knowing?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC
যাবে বিজেপি আসবে
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OT of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground.
The US announces a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, suspends planned strikes hours before a deadline, with Iran agreeing to immediate reopening of the Strait, but with conditions. Iran lists preconditions to end the war, demands a controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz, full repayment for damages, and the withdrawal of US forces from the region. The White House mulls in-person talks with Iran. Reports suggest that Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner will lead talks in Pakistan. Washington keeps options open. Reports suggest that Iran and Oman will charge a Hormuz passage fee. Ships must pay to cross the Strait of Hormuz as free passage through Hormuz officially per Iran comes to an end. Israel joins Trump's 2-week ceasefire with Iran, agrees to pause military action as talks begin, but adds that they will not include Lebanon in ceasefire conditions as Hezbollah remains their prime target. Pakistan steps in as key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause US strikes and push for a reopening of Hormuz, a deal there. Islamabad may host US-Iran talks on the 10th of April as Shahbaz Sharif and General Munir urged Donald Trump to hold fire and back diplomacy for now. Brent crude prices dropped by 6% as Trump pauses strikes. Oil prices plunge below 100, hoping that the situation stabilizes. All right, the big new development, the White House is now mulling in-person talks with Iran. The US considering a direct diplomatic meet. There is no final call as yet on face-to-face talks. These US-Iran talks could take place as early as Friday in Pakistan. Washington is keeping its options open on dialogue with Iran. Reports suggest that J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff will lead talks in Pakistan. Remember, this comes at a time when there is a ceasefire which should now be in effect for 14 days between Iran and the United States. It's a ceasefire, not a final agreement. We need to restate over and over. And this all began with a sudden shift from threats to pause. Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire on the war on Iran just a couple of hours back. Yesterday, in fact, he'd said that the civilization of Iran could be wiped out, prompting many to ask whether he was threatening the use of nuclear weapons. In his Truth Social post, Trump said, and I quote, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks," framing the move as being part of a broader push towards a ceasefire. He also stated that the pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a necessary step towards de-escalation. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed the ceasefire and said, and I quote, that if attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations. Meanwhile, celebrations have begun in Iran and Iraq after the announcement of the ceasefire. All right, so that is the big development right now. In all of this, remember, Iran has once again re-forwarded their 10 conditions, and what is taking place now is America primarily accepting those 10 conditions. I'm going to go through what those 10 conditions actually are, which Iran has stated, and reflect on how America is now willing to talk on these, something which they had disagreed on just a couple of days back. Number one, non-aggression. Number two, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Number three, acceptance of enrichment. Lifting of all primary sanctions. Lifting of all secondary sanctions. Remember, sanctions have really impacted the Iranian economy for years and years. Termination of all UN Security Council resolutions. Termination of all International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors resolutions. Payment of compensation to Iran, withdrawal of US combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts, including against the Islamic resistance of Lebanon. Joining us now, James Bowden, author and Middle East expert, also Sierra Claire, foreign policy expert. Mr. Bowden, thanks very much for being with us. A small step forward. Are you optimistic that we will see talks in Islamabad finally face to face?
Well, we may see talks. I mean, that's a very likely occurrence. How those will go is still very much up in the air. I mean, we are dealing with two very well-known quantities, unfortunately, very bad quantities here in these talks. Number one, we have Donald Trump, who has attacked in the middle of negotiations, and we also have the Iranians who have drug negotiations on through hemming and hawing over some of the smallest details, where to meet, how the tables should be set up, all of these kinds of things, taking us back to the days of the Soviets. And so, yes, I think that we will get to those discussions, but whether they are ultimately productive or not is still yet to be seen. And I really do have a deep concern about the region and some areas of that part of the world being out there celebrating this and getting all excited as though it's the end of the conflict. And we still have a very long path to walk here.
Yeah, no, I agree. And therefore, in as much as oil prices have plunged to underneath $100, which is great news, this is just the start of what one hopes is a process. Aditya Rajkol joins us for more on this. Aditya, Iran, what has changed in the last 24 hours? Because this Iranian proposal has been on the table for a period of time.
Well, certainly this has been discussed ad nauseum over the last 48 to 72 hours. I think negotiations were underway and some kind of a plan of action was being decided with the mediator being kept, continuously engaged as well. So what has essentially happened is that they've decided to agree to a ceasefire with Strait of Hormuz being kept open with a minor term of Iran that they will have kind of the final control over it for now, at least for the next 2 weeks. And certainly all kind of hostilities will end during this period of a ceasefire in the next 2 weeks. Israel has also come on board in this direction. The implementation, as we have discussed, will take time. It's been more than 3 hours since this announcement, but there are still missiles going all around. So we'll have to wait for the next few hours for the full implementation to take place. But the bigger question, Vishnu, really is that how long will it take for a permanent kind of a ceasefire, and also to build in some kind of a consensus that gives security guarantees to both sides so that a further escalation or a war scenario does not develop. Will that happen? Will that not happen? Is anybody's guess. With the strong diplomatic positioning that both sides have taken, the 15-point plan of US and the 10-point agenda of Tehran certainly are unacceptable to both the sides. So we'll have to see how this consensus is built. But both sides are very much adamant that they are going to stick around with their demand. So the next 2 weeks will be very crucial when that Islamabad meeting takes place, most likely on Friday. And will Islamabad be able to broker that final consensus? Because that means whatever happens in Islamabad and whatever happens in the next 2 weeks, Vishnu, will have larger ramifications on the Middle East, on several countries that have borne the brunt of this crisis over the last 40 days. So both sides...
All right, Aditya, hold on. Some breaking news coming in. Reports suggest that the FBI had warned American leaders of a persistent Iran threat on American soil. The report says that the FBI warned of this threat on American soil as the White House downplayed this threat. The FBI warned of an elevated threat to U.S. targets. They had raised the Iran threat to U.S. government personnel. The FBI had raised an Iran threat to U.S. government buildings as well. Aditya, come in on this particular point. As I understand it, this is something which was made a couple of weeks back, that, look, Iran might be striking targets on American soil. The FBI said this, the White House sought to downplay this, but these are reports now emerging of an enhanced Iranian threat to American soil.
Well, that's right. There was an enhanced threat. The FBI and some intelligence agencies had warned the White House of this. Several vital installations, there was enhanced security as well. What we are picking up now from global wires as well, Vishnu, here on NDTV this morning, is that in the March 20th report, the FBI and other federal intelligence agencies cautioned that the Iranian government poses a persistent threat to the US military and government personnel and buildings, Jewish and Israeli institutions, and Iranian dissidents in the US. Now, despite these warnings, the FBI and National Counterterrorism Center had not identified broad threats to the American public, the report has said. The FBI and the NCTC did not immediately respond to requests for a comment, but the report has highlighted the potential for elevated physical threats to targets in the US by the Iranian government following the start of the conflict. Now, the larger question with these revelations, Vishnu, also is that what stops possibly in future an attack on American soil as well, because there's a lot of emotion, a lot of anger in Iran with the common people, also a lot of killings that have happened place, a lot of destruction as well. But this is very, very critical that during the last 40 days, in a special March 20th report, the intelligence agencies in US and the FBI had warned of imminent threat of an Iranian attack on American soil. That has been perhaps neutralized or thwarted for now, but clearly there could be a possibility in future as well. Back to you, Vishnu.
All right, some more news coming in. President Trump has told the AFP that he believes that China played a role in bringing Iran to the negotiating table as diplomatic efforts intensify to secure a ceasefire deal. So this is an important development. I'm joined by Professor Sierra Claire with us right now. Professor Claire, thanks very much for being with us. We don't talk very much about the China factor, but Donald Trump now seems to indicate that China actually persuaded Iran to come to the table. How important a factor is China in all of this?
Yeah, I think China's certainly a factor. I think that, the credibility of President Trump's threats was a major factor, but also China coming into play. We've seen China's approach to, trying to wield their global influence is to kind of be the one who talks a lot about peace. We know they also support these proxy wars in various ways, but they like to be seen on the global stage as a peacemaker. So I'm sure they played a role here.
Professor Claire, among the terms which have been spelled out by the Iranians, what do you believe are no-go areas as far as the United States are concerned?
Well, I think the number one factor is the enriched uranium. We need to see Iran give that up either over to the IAEA or to the US. And so that's going to be a major factor in deciding, how far these talks progress.
Apart from that, Iran has also lifted many other points. Lifting of all primary sanctions, lifting of all secondary sanctions. Do you believe that this is something that America will ultimately accept?
Well, President Trump is a businessman at heart, so I think that he is, very willing to negotiate, especially over the economy for Iran, because, he knows as well as anybody that they're going to need financing to, rebuild some of their country. And certainly the U.S., we've done that in the past where we've provided financing, but I don't think we're in a position to do that right now. So I would definitely yeah, I think the American people as well would support providing Iran, mechanisms for financing rebuilding.
What's interesting, Professor Claire, is that both sides appear to have declared victory. Now, obviously, narrative building is a key part of war, but would you like to sort of talk a little bit about how Iran claims victory over here and America does so as well?
Well, I think it's very clear that President Trump did not falter. He did not concede. He waited until Iran said they would unconditionally open the Strait of Hormuz. That was his demand. They met it. That signals to President Trump that these are reasonable people. These aren't the hardline regime people that we were dealing with when the first negotiations fell apart. So that gesture of goodwill was very important. And I think it also is clear that the U.S. maintains quite a bit of leverage over Iran.
It appears that agreement on Hormuz has come with conditions. We're now hearing that Iran will be imposing a toll on ships going through along with Oman, and that the funds that it collects could be used towards redevelopment or rebuilding of Iran. Obviously, America wasn't going to be paying for rebuilding. That's been an Iranian demand. But do you believe that this is an interesting solution, that Iran continues to earn from the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, as you said, the Americans, we don't want to pay for rebuilding Iran. And so I think President Trump, being a businessman who understands economics, is open to those type of things, in the spirit that Iran is not going to hold the world hostage with the Strait. Raising money to pay for the rebuilding of Iran is totally different than trying to hold the world hostage, saying we want to have nuclear weapons or you can't go through the Strait. So I wouldn't say that was, a total departure from the American position. But it's certainly an interesting development.
All right, Sierra, thanks very much. James Bowden, do come in over here. Let's talk a little bit about the China factor over here. China has very close relations with Iran. They have very close relations with Pakistan. Talks may be held in Islamabad on Friday. Do you believe it is China actually persuading Iran to come on board with these talks? And I ask this because earlier Iran had said that they were not willing to talk with the United States on the terms which the US had suggested.
Oh, definitely. And, this conflict has been getting to the point where many countries, many small countries are running out of fuel, they're getting close to running out of fuel. And the larger nations had to consider how are they going to meet their own needs and also supply those of the smaller countries around them and that are dependent on them. And they, as we have seen, are now moving in and trying to put their thumb on the scale, as we would say, and try to move this in a concerted direction because they've got their own concerns. China has been trying to keep its economy afloat and going strong. And it's been facing some financial headwinds. And now with this situation coming in, that was going to increase. And so definitely, I think China was a very key player in putting additional pressure because we had seen, we've been, 5 weeks in this conflict and not seeing any positive movement towards the two sides reconciling or even opening talks. And so I think it was finally time that the Chinese said, yeah, we need to push this towards negotiations.
Okay. Errol Moorcock, a Republican strategist and spokesperson for Republicans overseas, joins us. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. How do you actually see these developments in the last couple of hours? The U.S. wasn't accepting any of the terms made by Iran earlier on. Yesterday, the U.S. president had said that the civilization of Iran would be wiped out. And today, here we are in a ceasefire with America willing to talk on these terms. What's changed?
Well, what's changed, I think, has been the Iranian perspective. They for the first time, dealt with the type of rhetoric that they usually are the ones implementing, which is we're going to wipe you off the face of the map. This is going to be the end of America or Israel as a civilization. And after Donald Trump's decisive military victory on almost every scale, whether that be the complete naval destruction, the 13,000 targets hit inside of Iran, the fact that Iran couldn't even get a U.S. downed pilot in its own interior. When you look at the scope and the factor of it all, you realize that Donald Trump brought them to the table through the only language they speak, and that language is the threat of implied violence. And while that was a extreme measure and something that usually isn't seen, it was what was needed to bring this 47-year conflict closer to an end. Does that mean that I believe that this ceasefire will hold? Absolutely, or that these talks will work immediately? No. Obviously, Iran is asking for things the U.S. won't concede to. But right here, just as your other guest had mentioned about how, we need economic cooperation to bring Iran back in. So if unlocking the Strait of Hormuz is just through charging shipping fees or something like that, I can see Donald Trump finding some ways, but Iran is going to have to concede a lot. And if they aren't willing to do that, if they think that they can just buy 2 weeks of time, in 2 weeks, Donald Trump is going to pummel them even harder if this is a stalling tactic. And I think they know that. So I think what's changed is timeline, and the timeline is in Donald Trump's leverage. And Donald Trump has shown a willingness to use that leverage, and that I think has resulted in this complete 180 of where we were discussing the potential Armageddon scenario 24 hours ago to where we are today.
The counter-argument, of course, to that is that Iran also has the ability of hitting Israel and all of the GCC nations, which they've been doing even today. And therefore, it's not a one-way sort of fight or battle.
Well, it's true. They're not a completely toothless neighbor. However, their capacities have been degraded severely, and there's been a lot of restraint from the GCC, including, by the way, Turkey, which is a NATO country that had ballistic missile shot at, not a GCC country, but there's been restraint by everybody to not get involved in this thing and make it a world against Iran. So Iran also has some interest in participating in the world economy, and continually shooting missiles at your so-called brothers or neighbors isn't going to be a long-lasting solution. So yes, while they're degraded, any single Iranian missile that could hit a tanker turns that into a bomb. So it's a formidable country by geographical default. But as that degradation continues, we're only in day 34, and this has been an incredible tactical failure for the IRGC. So if they want to continue and drag this out for 60 or 90 days, I think their leverage and negotiation foot would only get worse than they have right now. So let's see if they can come to the table and bring some terms that we're willing to work with.
Shiv Arur also here with me at this stage. I'm going to come to Shiv in a moment. We're going to run through some of the key points at this hour. The top developments, Donald Trump backing off a strike threat at the last minute. Remember, he had given a deadline and he appears to have backed off at the last minute. The US is holding fire just hours before the deadline. It is a 2-week ceasefire that we have. We can all breathe a little better right now, but again, it's not the end of the war. It's the beginning of a ceasefire, which hopefully will result in something larger. So a framework is emerging for the talks. They may be held in Pakistan. We'll have to wait and see. Could be as early as Friday. Iran has agreed conditionally if there are attacks which, these are all conditional agreements as far as Iran is concerned. Hormuz will reopen under Iranian control is what they're saying. Global oil is looking at this very closely. Brent prices have gone below $100. That's great news. There is a shift now with talks moving to Islamabad potentially on Friday. If this happens, this would be the first face-to-face talks between Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and possibly J.D. Vance himself. Negotiations from the 10th of April. Pakistan leading this diplomatic push. Shiv, it's a good day after a month. We'll take the small benefits, right? The small
any
positives.
ceasefire is good news, Vishnu. You and I have reported from these war zones. Anything that brings hostilities to an end, no matter what the reasons, let's get it right out of the door, is good news. We understand, Vishnu, as you've been reporting, that there are still drones and missiles in the air. They've been landing in certain places, but this is the nature of warfare, because remember that this may have happened very abruptly overnight. All
right, Shiv, hold on for half a second. We've got some breaking news coming in. The first statement on the ceasefire from the Israeli Prime Minister. He says he supports President Trump's decision. This is a huge statement because there was a real concern that Israel would continue attacking by itself. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he supports President Trump's decision. Israel says on Tuesday it supports the decision to suspend strikes against Iran for 2 weeks, provided Tehran immediately reopens the Strait of Hormuz and halts attacks in the US on Israel and other countries in the region. And here's a quote: Israel also supports the US effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear missile and terror threat to America, Israel, and Iran's Arab neighbors and the world, is what the Prime Minister Netanyahu said in a statement. The United States has told Israel that it's committed to achieving these goals shared by the US, Israel, and Israel's regional allies in upcoming negotiations. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Shiv, your thoughts?
This is, for a war that has largely been seen as a war that Israel wanted, not so much the United States. We're already hearing, squeaks of protest within the Trump administration saying they didn't really support the war when it was proposed to them. Even the CIA is talking about not having fully supported it. I think this is a brave face being put up by Israel. An abrupt end to hostilities is not something that Israel wanted. It's not something we should also note that at least two big Gulf states wanted. That's the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So there are going to be some misgivings there. But I'm not surprised by the statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu because he doesn't really have a choice. What's he going to do? Is he going to go on air and say, I don't agree with this ceasefire? Obviously, he can't do that. So he's going to have to go along, say the right things, put in the placeholder words, and just hope that something changes over the next couple of weeks. Because let's be very clear, because on NDTV, our analysis is going to be completely factual. Israel has not been on board with a cessation of hostilities until at least three things have been cleared. One, the nuclear capability of Iran, the enriched uranium that continues to remain inside Iran. B, a much more significant and demonstrable degradation of its military capability. And C, its long-range strike capability that has been continuously fed with intelligence from Russia and China. All of those things remain. All of those things remain, and regime change. You're right.
And regime change. It's failed in a sense. I mean, yes, the Khamenei has been eliminated. The top leadership, upwards of 70 or 80 people in the top leadership have been eliminated, but the regime remains. That's not something Israel or America have been able to achieve. But Aditya, I think another key point in this is that Israel will continue to fight in Lebanon against Hezbollah. If you look at the final clause of what Iran has stated, that this is something that must end, that's obviously not something that Israel is going to accept at all. Whether this buffer zone in the south of Lebanon is going to be permanent or not, Israel is fully engaged in the fight there. And we don't talk enough about it, but it has been incredibly intense over the last couple of weeks.
Well, that's right, Vishnu. And this statement by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu changes everything. Essentially, he's saying that the operation in Lebanon, in South Beirut, essentially will continue. There's been relentless fighting out there. There are some casualties that the Israeli Defense Forces have faced there as well. And now the Israeli Prime Minister saying that, yes, we agree to the ceasefire for the next 2 weeks. We are standing with the United States on this. But the 2-week ceasefire does not include the operations in Lebanon. Now, remember, Iran, as you rightly pointed out, Vishnu, has stated that it's not just a ceasefire when it comes to Iran or the operations that have been underway. It also includes other fronts, and that includes majorly Lebanon. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold on that front, because there is still implementation of the ceasefire that is taking place right now. There are several missiles that are still being applied. In Iran itself, the IRGC and of course the Basij forces have been asked to stop firing, not fire missiles and drones anymore. But with this statement of the Israeli Prime Minister, a lot is changing. We know that he wanted to create a buffer zone just like he did in Gaza, in Lebanon also, and that might take time because Hezbollah is still going very strong in that entire area. It is a very significant statement coming in, Vishnu, that will have huge ramifications. Iran certainly would be responding to it, perhaps in the next couple of hours.
So you've got both Iran and the United States that are projecting this as a win for their own side. Now, this is very normal when a ceasefire is announced, when the details are a little unclear, because remember, both the United States and Iran have to sell this ceasefire to their domestic audiences. So many claims are going to be, put out there. Vishnu is going to read you now what Iran's demands are. Now remember that many of these things remain unclear right now. We don't know precisely what the modalities of this ceasefire are. Vishnu, take it away. Iran's demands.
All right, Iran's demands. Number one, controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Establish safe transit protocols in the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that ships with gas and oil are able to actually go through. That's a primary requirement at this stage. I would suggest that is the reason America has decided to get into a ceasefire situation. Number two, Iran's dominance in the Strait of Hormuz is something that Tehran believes is absolutely critical. So these are Iran's demands. Number one, as I mentioned, controlled passage through Hormuz. They will establish a safe transit protocol, but they want guarantees of Iran's dominance in the Strait of Hormuz. They want full payment of Iran's damages. They want a lifting of primary and secondary sanctions. They want a release of Iran's assets and properties which have been seized abroad. They want an end to the war against all axes of resistance. So they don't want a piecemeal solution. They want peace. They want withdrawal of all American combat forces from all bases in the region. They want a ratification of all issues at the United Nations Security Council, a termination of all International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors resolutions in the past. So that is their maximum position, but that's something that America has accepted for talks. They were not willing to do that even 24 hours earlier. That's the big development. So has this war ended on Iran's terms? For starters, the war has not ended. The ceasefire has begun. After 14 days, we'll be in a better position to tell you whether indeed this war has ended. So we can breathe a little better now. The war may not have ended, but it is a halt, and I think that word is absolutely clear. So number one, the regime is still calling the shots. So this is an overall picture on where things stand. The regime is still calling the shots in Iran, despite new leaders and despite the eliminations of their leaders in the past couple of weeks. Number two, Hormuz is still in Iranian control. Number three, nuclear material, which is significantly enriched, remains in Iran. America wants it out of Iran. This is that 400 odd kilograms of enriched uranium, which America believes could be used to fashion nuclear bombs. They want that out, but it's still in Iran. Where is it? Is it underground? Who's going to get it out? Number four, the military capacity of Iran has not been erased. They retain the ability of firing drones and ballistic missiles. Tehran has showed no rush to end the war. In fact, they have rejected everything that America has said so far. But fortunately, now that America has accepted their 10 points, they are willing to talk. Washington has looked eager for a ceasefire. That is one sort of analysis that we can put out over there. Iran has been diffident, but now, as I mentioned, both sides coming closer to talks. The US and Israel war aims are no longer split. All right, it's split only to a certain extent in that Israel will continue their attacks on Lebanon. But the statement by Benjamin Netanyahu is important, where he says that, all right, open the Strait of Hormuz and let's get on with the ceasefire. US air defense stockpiles have drained. This is a critical point over here. How many surface-to-air missiles actually remain, not just for Israel and America, but for all the GCC nations? The American assets in the Gulf have taken a heavy hit. This is a fact. Not many details are emerging, just some satellite images that indicate that American bases in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, along with their military assets on the ground, such as aircraft, have been destroyed. Now, Israel has set terms for a ceasefire as well. And now, what are the terms that Israel has said? Now, remember, broadly, they've agreed to go ahead with this ceasefire, but they say that a Gaza truce is now possible, but Lebanon may be excluded. So Gaza coming into the conversation here. The Lebanon front may not be included, as we mentioned. Hezbollah remains the primary target, and a conflict seen as one theater. So they're seeing the entire area, and this is their traditional position as being one big theater. Shiv?
I want to bring Aditya back in because the next thing to look forward to right now, viewers, because you've got the ceasefire. Vishnu's just spelt out these modalities. Aditya is with me. Aditya, we've just heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel as well. The next sort of tangible event in this timeline is going to be those talks in Islamabad. that potentially begin as early as this Friday. That's 3 days from now. Now, we know that Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, J.D. Vance will be the faces from the United States. We can only presume who's going to represent Iran. There will be mediators, obviously, and these will be the Islamabad talks. How is this going to go, given, you know, I don't want to I don't want to harp too much on this, but the fact that it's pretty clear that this was almost taco by proxy, Aditya. Let's be very clear. You know, Trump ordered Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif to tweet saying that, you know, let's have this ceasefire, and then it gave him that opportunity to off-ramp that. But just before that, Aditya, before I come to you for an answer on that, there's a quick little bit of a news break where Trump has issued a new statement, a new remark after the ceasefire, where he has said this is a provisional ceasefire with Iran. It's his new comment on the ceasefire for 2 weeks, where he says it's a provisional ceasefire with Iran is a total and complete victory. He says the issue of uranium would be perfectly taken care of. No details on how, but Donald Trump has claimed the provisional ceasefire with Iran is a total and complete victory, and says the issue of uranium would be perfectly taken care of. This was in a phone interview to AFP, which is a French news agency, shortly after the announcement of the truce. He says it will be totally taken care of. Very typically, no specific details. Trump also says that the issue of Iran's enriched uranium stockpile would be perfectly taken care of under this deal, or I wouldn't have settled. He seems to suggest or indicate, Aditya, that under the terms of this ceasefire, Iran has somehow agreed to manage its uranium stockpile. Now, I'm a little skeptical about this. What do you think?
Well, this is classic Donald Trump.
Yeah.
On one hand, he says this is provisional ceasefire. On the other, he says that this is total and complete victory. So, you know, he's contradicting himself.
Yeah.
But the question here is that he's also saying that on the uranium front, perfectly, he'll perfectly take care of it. We'll have to wait and watch whether that happens or not. You know, in the last 1 year, we've crossed several stages, crossed a lot of rivers in this course, but not much has happened. You know, I said that, you know, the war began, Shiv, with Donald Trump saying that he wants to free the Iranian people from the Iranian regime. And now the war is ending, or perhaps the ceasefire for 2 weeks has been achieved on a completely different debate on Strait of Hormuz, where there was a blockade, and now Iran has been given that on a platter to tax, to take a toll, and then use that for reconstruction for the damages that the US airstrikes have led to in the entire country. So a lot happening out there, but the question right now is, when both sides meet in Islamabad on Friday, will it be beginning of a larger peace deal, or whether there will be a consensus at all? You're absolutely right that Donald Trump has been in fact ordering Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif what to do. And strategically, I think it would be going on their favor if Islamabad is the place where they discuss these things. We know how things unfolded last time in 2021 when the Doha peace talks happened between US and Pakistan, of course, mediating in that as well. One could assume a similar situation here, but I think Asim Munir has been himself desperate to, find some relevance of a mediation in this exercise. It is certainly a big shot in their arm that they are being chosen as a mediator between US and Iran.
No doubt.
But will this certainly help out for a larger peace plan in the next 2 weeks? One will have to really wait and watch.
You know what Shiv, I cannot figure out is, how does Washington or anybody expect that uranium to actually exit Iran? If the Iranian regime accepts that 400 kilos approximately of highly enriched uranium, which presumably is underground, will be handed over to America, I don't think it's going to be as easy as that. Remember, the Iranians were the side who were consistently saying rubbish, nothing, we aren't talking at all. We will continue to fight this existential battle. It's only because their 10 points have been accepted that they are willing to talk at this stage. But if the expectation is that 400 kilos of this highly enriched uranium is going to be taken away, I would suggest that's Trump's expectation, but the Iranians would be thinking something completely different.
And also, let's remember that this ceasefire, ends in a war where Iran has never been more convinced that only the possession of a nuclear weapon can deter or guarantee that aggression of this kind will not happen again. and this is even beyond all the messaging that has happened as far as the ceasefire is concerned. Welcoming on to our coverage this morning, James Bowden, author and Middle East expert. Sierra Claire is a foreign policy expert and adjunct professor with the San Bernardino Valley College in California. Thanks very much to the both of you for joining us. James, to you quickly first. It's a 2-week ceasefire. That's not very long, but that's almost half the duration of the war so far, which is good news. It's going to be a difficult negotiation. What do you think those talks in Islamabad are going to look like once they begin as early as this Friday, given that both sides have pretty entrenched positions at this point of time, which is understandable, but these are very, very contradictory. Both sides are seeing this as their own victory.
Yes, that's very true. And to look ahead and define how those negotiations are going to look like is something that can only be guessed at really at this point. As you pointed out, they are in their maximalist positions right now, and neither side has earned a good reputation for compromise. And usually both or one of the sides has broken before the other. And so it's going to take a lot of sustained effort. It's going to take a lot of sustained pressure. And I think that there's going to have to be a lot of political will exercised from a number of different parties to ensure that they stay in this process. And I want to say something very strongly, and that I really think that India has missed its moment. This was the moment that India had to be playing the part that Pakistan is playing. And I think that there was a great chance for India to bring people to New Delhi and to really promote its work in West Asia and in the Middle East. And I think that right now, maybe it can take a leading role in continuing to exert that political pressure to make sure that the two sides remain in these negotiations, because that room is going to be very tense. They're going to be arguing back and forth. They've got to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And let me say, freedom of navigation is a bedrock fundamental principle that the United States basically created its entire Navy to establish and promote in the early 1800s. And so to even contemplate the idea that the Trump administration would allow 250 years of naval tradition and freedom of navigation to be ended here in this conflict, I think is totally unacceptable.
Sure.
And I think, again, that's one of those parts that Americans would find completely unacceptable and would reject. And so we're going to have to get through this process. And honestly, I think that Trump's somewhat engaging in a Taco Tuesday in this situation was very bad. But again,
bring in Sierra Claire for a moment over here. Sierra, how much of Trump's decision do you believe is linked to handling the Epstein files, crisis back home, forthcoming midterm polls, and the fact that even among Republicans there isn't very much support for this war?
I don't think that President Trump or the advisors, the military and, State Department and intelligence advisors who advised him on this war and this operation were taking into account the Epstein files or the midterms. I think that President Trump, he has faced some unpopular, kind of pushback about the war from certain segments of the MAGA coalition who are more isolationist. But every president deals with this when it comes to national security. That is the role of the president. It's not part of the democracy. We vote the president and then he makes the national security decisions. We don't get to weigh in halfway through the term and say, oh, well, we want to now vote on a national security decision. So I think every president deals with that. And President Trump has actually, come out of this with a lot of his popularity still intact.
What I'm going to do right now is talk a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz, which is at the center, obviously, of all conversations. America wants the Strait of Hormuz open, as does every other country. Remember, oil flows and gas flows go across that. As the US president announces, or did announce, the 2-week ceasefire, the focus is now on Hormuz. The question is this the beginning of the end of that crisis? The ceasefire was subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, is what the US actually said, while the Iranian foreign minister said for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. So there is a big divergence between what America is saying. America is saying, you know, it's been opened and it's done, it's a done deal. Iran says that, no, that's not quite the case. We'll open it, but you need to be talking with us, and that there are certain technical limitations as well. The 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing both Iran and Oman to charge fees for ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. And that is absolutely critical, because this is Iran up top over here. This is Oman. This is the narrow 33-kilometer stretch of the Hormuz Strait. Iran claims that it controls this, but with Oman now coming in as well, it's interesting that both sides would jointly be getting revenue, at least for the interim period. Why would this be happening? I would suggest because it is an interesting via media for the United States. America has, for Iran, Iran has actually said that, look, somebody needs to be paying to rebuild Iran. America quite clearly is not going to do that. So if they are getting currency as a result of ships crossing the Gulf of Hormuz, if Oman gets something as well, then that's important, and America doesn't end up paying. It's a solution to a crisis, as these talks are set to begin on Friday. Shiv, I think that's a pretty pragmatic way forward. Shiv?
Very pragmatic, but I think the starting point for these negotiations on this ceasefire, I'll bring James and Sarah in on this, is that the Strait of Hormuz control has been a key factor of leverage that has allowed Iran to demonstrate a semblance of control in where this war is actually headed, and may have played an outsized, a disproportionate role in actually bringing this ceasefire about. Remember that the Strait of Hormuz is the one area where Trump and the United States were unable to exercise any control whatsoever. There was this looming shadow of a possible ground attack, including on Karg Island yesterday, but it didn't finally work out because Iran, despite 40 days of bombing, was able to demonstrate control over the Strait of Hormuz, and this essentially internationalized the war beyond just the Gulf. James, would you agree that it was the Strait of Hormuz that became the kind of, the touchstone around which these negotiations finally reached a point where a ceasefire could be announced? It was the one place where things simply didn't move.
Yes, I would agree that it has become actually the central issue of the war. Regime change has bypassed us. The ballistic missile issue has gone away. The Strait of Hormuz, and the interesting thing is that it wasn't really even technically shut down. I mean, there was the ability for ships to get through. It was only very minorly mined, if at all. This was largely a situation that was created by insurance company panic and fear over moving these ships through. And the United States could have avoided this entire issue if it had planned in advance to have its naval forces available to escort tankers through the passage and making sure that there was still the free flow. And so the U.S. actually helped create and make it an issue. And now it's having to clean up after the fact. And I think that that's a very unfortunate status because, as I said, we could have avoided this, but the war was rushed. I mean, we're just a few months away from this entire naval fleet was in the Caribbean, anchored around Venezuela, and then it was suddenly shifted to the Persian Gulf region, and it didn't have time to get all of the nuts and bolts in place to ensure that this didn't result.
That is correct. Yeah, we've got some breaking news coming in, Vishnu, right now. More details. You know, the thing about a ceasefire of this kind is, with each passing minute, Vishnu, we're going to see more layers and more details about the conversations that happened. So we're hearing now that President Trump spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and General Asim Munir of Pakistan, not Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, but Asim Munir of Pakistan, before the ceasefire was actually announced. So that's an interesting piece of detail, because it was Shehbaz Sharif who put out that tweet, copy pasting that instruction from the White House as well.
Who's
Bit of a
decided who's in charge?
He's decided who's in charge. So the Pakistan Prime Minister has put out the tweet, forgot to erase that little White House instruction on top, which in things like this, I'm going to be accused of paying too much attention to that. And I think James made a good point about this being a missed opportunity. In some ways, it's a debatable point, and we'll get into it later. But this is, this is finally going to be Pakistan where these ceasefire discussions are going to take place. But it is Asim Munir who he's spoken to. Vishnu, what do you think about that?
No, I think it is important. And, can I just go and can I just suggest that this is not the time for us here in New Delhi to be looking at missed opportunities and what this implies for Indian foreign policy, or how this is a step up for Pakistani foreign policy. I think Mr. Bowden's point is very valid, but I just hope that anybody at this stage who brings an end to this war is welcome. And I think one needs to be pragmatic about this. There are billions across the world who are suffering. The economic consequences are absolutely enormous. We'll look at the situation on Iran, the humanitarian suffering across Gulf states. Refineries have been hit, military facilities hit. The world economy in a terrible situation, oil going above or touching about $120 a barrel. This nightmare has to come to an end. And if these talks are taking place in Pakistan, so be it. That's my sense of this. I think the larger question, of course, is whether these talks will be successful, because the positions of both sides are pretty divergent at this stage. James Bowden, would you like to come in on that? That yes, both sides have taken a pause, but their positions are absolutely different. And the Iranians thus far have been quite willing to walk away from any talks.
Yes, they have been willing to walk away, and also the United States has been willing to walk away. So, like I said earlier, we just need to make sure that there's maximal pressure applied to both sides, and that they don't even have that luxury. And I think that, again, just reinforcing this is an opportunity for the Indian government to apply that pressure and to say we have a huge vital stake in this, because there's still a lot of energy concerns for India involved in this. And we're looking at a period where even if the war did end tomorrow, we would still see a lot of harsh economic consequences come down the pike. And so I don't think that we're at an irrecoverable point for any country to get involved and contribute positively to the outcome.
Sierra Claire, would you like to come in on this? The fact that the Pakistani general, their top boss, who in a sense runs Pakistan, is the point of contact for the US president, seems to indicate the power structure that Trump is most comfortable talking with in Islamabad. But how confident are you of there being some sort of a lasting sort of solution to this? Or do you believe that this is a tactical pause by both sides?
Well, I don't think President Trump would agree to an Iranian tactical pause. So I think he has to believe that there's some hope for this. That's certainly not a guarantee, but I think in a comment earlier to an American news station, he said he was cautiously optimistic. So I think that's the assessment. In terms of, him dealing with Pakistan, he's built a relationship with Pakistan over the past year. And so, this happened to be where the talks could take place in a neutral territory. I've said that I think some other influential powers are going to come in as these talks progress, because it does involve so many countries, and especially the Gulf countries. And, Pakistan's relationships are good, are okay, but they're just not as influential as some other places.
All right. Well, we're going to be taking a short break in a few moments, but just as a reminder to our viewers, the big developing news now is that Donald Trump has spoken to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel is on board as far as the Strait of Hormuz and the attacks on Iran are concerned. However, they've said that they will continue fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon, which lies to their north. There is a peace process which is now underway, and perhaps direct talks for the first time between the United States and Iran, which will be held in Pakistan, possibly as early as Friday. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and J.D. Vance himself, the U.S. Vice President, may be involved in this process. So in case you've just tuned in, that's the big story. Possible talks in Pakistan on Friday, a 14-day ceasefire. And if you were worried about what today might have brought, with Trump threatening to end a civilization, it has for the moment, and let's hold our breath on this for just a bit. It is peace. We'll take what we are getting, but will it last is the question.
And I just want to say that, unlike most other media which had been talking about some kind of an apocalypse or, a terrifying ground situation headed towards Iran overnight, it was NDTV that said that these were pressure tactics that actually overwhelmingly indicated that it was possible that there was going to be a ceasefire afoot. So once again, not to trumpet our network's accuracy, but we got it right. Aditya, we were talking about this last night, and we were clear that this was muscle flexing that was indicative of a possible ceasefire afoot.
Well, pushing a certain narrative, and aren't we used to it, Shiv? We've been watching Trump very closely, and the White House communication team that has been trying to set a narrative for the last 1 year on Operation Sindoor and how ceasefire was achieved in that. Trump more than 70 times mentioning about the jets falling and how US was the one bringing in that ceasefire. And in this time also there are close to 24 US jets and radars that have been completely wiped out. But wonder if Trump will speak about that in due course. But top priority for them certainly is to bring peace and have some kind of an exit strategy right now. 2 weeks of ceasefire, but we have maintained since last night when Trump said that this is the end of the civilization and perhaps there will be much more destruction. He was perhaps trying to set a narrative that this is the extent with which US can go ahead with if it comes to their national security. But now a ceasefire in place, a sigh of relief for several countries.
Okay, Aditya, sorry interrupting you now, just because as you know, Aditya, there is commercial time, and that commercial time is just now. We'll come back to Aditya and all our correspondents. Shiv and I will be continuing our broadcast. Do stay tuned, lots more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval. The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter prime minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj call. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
All right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
What seems settled for me is unfinished.
Welcome to our coverage here on NDTV. It's a big day, a big morning. It's day one of a 2-week ceasefire that's just been announced by President Trump and the Iranian regime. Those talks are going to be taking place in Pakistan. Some details are in, and as NDTV told you first, it was very likely that this was going to be the outcome overnight. Thanks very much for being with us. Vishnu and I continue our coverage. Let's get you straight to the headlines.
Well, the US has announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. They've suspended planned strikes hours before the deadline as Iran agrees to immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but with conditions. In fact, Iran has listed preconditions to end the war. They've demanded a controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
The White House is mulling in-person talks with Iran. Reports suggest that Vice President Vance, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to lead talks in Pakistan. Washington is keeping its options open.
Reports suggest that Iran and Oman will charge a Hormuz passage fee. Ships must pay to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude prices, one way or the other, see all of this as good news. The fact that the war is temporarily at least put on hold. Crude prices have dropped by 6% as Trump pauses strikes. Oil prices plunge to below $100 per barrel.
Israel, meanwhile, joins Trump's 2-week ceasefire with Iran, agrees to pause military action as talks begin, but adds that they will not include Lebanon in ceasefire conditions as the Hezbollah, an Iranian proxy, remains a prime target.
Pakistan steps in as a key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause US strikes and push for a Hormuz reopening deal. Islamabad may host US-Iran talks on the 10th of April as Shehbaz and Munir urged Trump to hold fire and back diplomacy.
Gautam Adani seeks dismissal of lawsuit by US markets regulator, cites overreach, argues that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying neither had sufficient contacts with the US or direct involvement in the bond offering. Okay, we've got some breaking news coming in. Remember, this is just hours after the ceasefire was announced. Israel has attacked southern Lebanon again. Israel has shelled a town in South Lebanon. This is the latest and the first reported attack since the ceasefire was announced, though remember that Israel has said that Lebanon is not involved in the ceasefire conditions. This is the town of Barachit in South Lebanon, south of the capital of Beirut. The attack comes just minutes after Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that the regional truce between the US and Iran does not specifically include Lebanon. And that is actually one of the most aggressive exchanges that's taking place at this time, Vishnu, so not surprising.
No, absolutely. In fact, Pradeep Datta joins us now. He is in Tel Aviv. This is important. Renewed attacks taking place from Israel onto South Lebanon, a town of Barachit being hit right now. As far as Israel is concerned, the war on Lebanon continues. What are the details that you're picking up? Pradeep, go ahead.
Yes, Vishnu, you are absolutely right. This was bound to happen because we have already seen that Israel had already expressed its security concerns so far as this ceasefire was concerned, because they never ever wanted that legitimacy to be given to this terror organization Hezbollah. They thought that once they are made stakeholders, they will not only get encouraged and emboldened, but it's also going to give them legitimacy. So they were not in favor of this kind of a ceasefire. That's one of the reasons they said that Lebanon is to be kept out of ceasefire. And we have seen that already. The pounding of that Lebanon Hezbollah has started, because they said they will continue to fire on them, they will continue to target them, because for the last several decades they have suffered because of this Iran's proxy. Because we have seen that it was not only 2023, but before that also there had been several terror-related incidents where Hezbollah had been involved in targeting Israel. So they had felt that unless and until they will keep on targeting them, they have to keep their ugly head down. So for that they have to keep on targeting them. So they can't make them a stakeholder and make them sit on the talking table and give the legitimacy to them. So right now you can see that attack is continuing in the Lebanon area, where they are targeting the southern side of Lebanon. The Hezbollah is being targeted. Now it's to be seen how the Iran is really going to agree to it, because Iran really wanted their 10-point proposal. This was one of the main points, that all the hostilities against these proxies, they also need to end, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Hamas, or whether it's Houthi. Because we have seen that during the last few days of war, Houthis had been targeting southern side of Israel, while as Hezbollah had been targeting northern side of Israel. So it seems that once again, the Israel had its say, so they will not be definitely agreeing on it. That's what actually they had already conveyed it to Donald Trump also. 2 days back, there was a telephonic conversation between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. In with that conversation also, Benjamin Netanyahu had made it clear that there are security concerns before announcing any kind of a ceasefire.
Just hold that thought for half a second.
There was, in fact,
hold that thought for half a second, just for the benefit of our viewers who have joined in now. The big news is that Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire on the war in Iran. Shiv?
Yeah, that's right. In his Truth Social post, which came around 4 in the morning India time, Trump said, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack on Iran for a period of 2 weeks," framing the move as part of a broader push towards a ceasefire that can sustain beyond 2 weeks. He also stated that a pause is conditional on Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a necessary step towards de-escalation. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also confirmed the ceasefire and said that if attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations.
In fact, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that they support the American decision of a ceasefire, but that Lebanon will not be included in the package, in the deal. Meanwhile, celebrations, and this is interesting, Shiv, have begun in Iran and Iraq, particularly Iran, including in Tehran, after the announcement of the ceasefire. And I think this is key. In as much as both governments might be calling it a victory, it is significant that people in Iran, which has faced the bulk of the bombing right? I mean, their air force has been decimated. They don't really have one to speak of, but their areas have been hit. People out in the streets welcoming the announcement of a ceasefire. This is absolutely huge.
A country under siege, a country that's been that's had 17,000 targets at last estimate, Vishnu, bombed over 40 days. There can be nothing other than a national welcome for the end of hostilities, because nobody wanted this to actually continue, barring some of the combatants. But I think the people of Iran, I'm not surprised at all. There are going to be celebrations, but there are very important and difficult roadblocks to cross and questions to answer. Very key to all of this, of course, is the negotiations and whether the ceasefire can go beyond just the 2 weeks in front of us in Pakistan, but also beyond that, the rebuilding and revival of damaged parts of Iran, which are going to be extensive. Iran has already indicated that it plans to use a toll that it levies on passage inside Hormuz to pay for the damage and to pay for the reconstruction inside Iran. The United States has not commented on that just yet. We were talking about, the story we broke just now that's on our screen right now, Vishnu, about Israel continuing to shell in South Lebanon. Remember, that is an explosive issue. That is something that has the potential to derail this entire situation, because one of Iran's conditions in this ceasefire is that all regional conflict end, which means no hostilities with the Houthis, no hostilities with Lebanon and the Hezbollah. So if that's going to continue, that potentially remains a spark that could reignite this entire
No, in fact, I just think that that's that one term that Israel will never accept. Yeah. As far as Israel is concerned, remember, we keep talking about Iran facing the existential threat from Israel and America. For Israel, it is an existential threat from Hezbollah, from Hamas to the south, potentially from the Houthis, and certainly from Iran. And what we have seen, and this has not been a part of the war which has been covered as extensively just because of the situation in Iran, for no other reason. We've had excellent correspondents on the ground, such as Nazir Masoodi in Lebanon. The fact of the matter is that Iran is absolutely clear that they are likely to create a buffer zone in the south of Lebanon, which lies to the north of Israel. They've had ground troops on the ground over there as well. Pradeep, very briefly, could you tell us about how controlling the situation, fighting against Hezbollah is a primary objective of Iran, irrespective of what happens primary objective of Israel, irrespective of what happens in Iran?
See, for so far as Israel is concerned, reason is that they are saying that for the last several decades they have suffered because of these proxies, because Iran had always been using these proxies whom they had been funding, aiding and abetting, and using them against Israel for the last several decades. So they will not allow these to become a partners in a dialogue. So that it will only give them a legitimacy, and it is only going to encourage and embolden them. So that's one of the reasons that they have said that this truce was not, in fact, something that was in their favor. So they had already expressed this concern to the Donald Trump also. Now they have started targeting. As Shiv rightly said, this is one thing that is going to scuttle the whole ceasefire, because right now we are very optimistic about that something good has happened, but this is not going to last long, because obviously Iran is going to object to it, because Iran had been promoting, aiding, abetting and funding these organizations for the last several years, and they had been using them against Israel. So all of a sudden Iran cannot leave them and say that, okay, fine, you can continue targeting them and we'll go ahead with the ceasefire. Yeah. It's to be seen once they will be meeting in Islamabad on April 10th, what actually they will be coming out with, because right now they have to decide the modalities. 10-point program that was not workable just a few days back has already started becoming workable for Donald Trump. It appeared that somewhere he was looking for the exit window, and now this window has been provided by none other than Pakistan.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you, Pradeep, that this is a potential flashpoint in Lebanon. In fact, Nazir also joins us from South Lebanon, in fact, and I'm going to go across to him. I just want to quickly say that I agree completely with Vishnu that, the skeptical questions we are asking about the modalities are hugely important, but I think the overriding sentiment today is going to be one of welcoming the fact that hostilities have ceased, even if temporarily, giving all sides a little bit of breathing space to talk this out and hopefully establish a more sustained and lasting ceasefire. Nazir is in South Lebanon. Nazir, first big attack since the ceasefire announcement has happened not far from where you are.
Well, Shiv, I am at the attack site.
Yeah.
It is 70 kilometers from Beirut. And it is Saidon area. And this is the cafe which was targeted minutes after Donald Trump announced ceasefire. And here, several people have been killed. We are waiting for the official confirmation. There are different reports, 8 to 17, but several people have been killed. Many people have been injured. This is the cafe that was attacked. Many people were here. Look at the amount of damage and destruction which this attack has caused when world was saying, look, ceasefire has been announced. And this was the thing which happened here in Lebanon.
No, but Nazir, just for the benefit of our viewers, when did this attack exactly take place? How many casualties were there at this particular site?
Well, as I said, there are reports between 8 and 17, but we are waiting for the official confirmation from the Lebanon's public health ministry, and then we'll tell you the exact number, but it is high, and many people have been injured. And this attack has happened minutes after Donald Trump's announcement. And remember, Lebanon is such an unfortunate place. There was a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel in November 2024, but attacks never stopped, and many people, Hezbollah says 500 people were killed even during the ceasefire time. Look at these visuals. Look, the damage, destruction to vehicles, and here is the, this cafe. It is signage, and this has been completely ravaged.
This is, these are very familiar sites in Lebanon that Nazir has been bringing us. And let me just say that Nazir Masoodi, our senior colleague, has been reporting from all of the targeted sites. Yes, just keep going, Nazir. We're looking at what you're showing us. Let's go full frame with Nazir.
Yeah. So this is look at these. These are the destroyed and burnt vehicles completely. People were here in the cars also, what I'm told here is this is the cafe, completely destroyed and damaged. And let me tell you, Shu, NDTV is the only news channel which is here at this attack site reporting from here. The most destroyed and the first attack, major attack, which has actually caused death and destruction here. Look at these coffee making machines. And this is at least, here it is. Everything completely gone here, but it is the people who have suffered, who have been killed, while Israel always talks about targeting Hezbollah, killing them. But what I have seen all these days on the ground, it is the innocent people, civilian facilities, like cafe shops like this, which bear the brunt of this attack. And these, look at, let me show this from this side. Here it is. Here it is. So look at this.
And Nazir, again, just a point of clarification. This is in the heart of Beirut, right, where this has taken place?
70 kilometers from Beirut is what Nazir said.
Well, this place is 70 kilometers from Beirut, and it's called Saidon.
Okay.
So it has been targeted. I'm not showing you. Actually, some people are very, very concerned. They don't want to come on camera. They don't want me to show them. But that is the kind of fear here. It is 70 kilometers from Beirut. It is in south side of Lebanon. And from here, we reach Tyre and the village, which have been captured by Israel. And they have classified them as enemies' locations and are destroying them. But this is something which has happened. Most devastating side of this attack here, you can see here.
All right, and attacks like this, as you've been reporting, have been taking place constantly through the day, right, and through the night, across the area where you're reporting from. Could you describe what you've been seeing over the last few days?
Well, I have been seen to roads which have been completely bombed, bridges which have been bombed, schools, health workers, ambulances, and there are 53 health workers, doctors and paramedics who have been killed during this war. There are 125 children, there are women, there are journalists. So nothing is, several journalists have been killed. And There have been demand for a probe and all that, but who cares?
Nazir, continue to send us this report. We're just going to dip in. We're getting some breaking news coming in right now. We're going to come back. Nazir, in the place where the first attack since the ceasefire was announced has taken place in Barachit in southern Lebanon. NDTV, the only network, as you can see, reporting from there. That report will come up. I want to go across now to the markets. NDTV Profit is reporting on a rock and roll opening. Not surprising whatsoever. To the good news this morning.
Come in here. Frankly, it's just an all-green screen. Pointless to point out individual names, but you can see some trends. The ones which are beaten down the most and some of the crude sensitives are the ones which are bouncing or correcting respectively.
You know, I wonder, just an extension of what we're seeing in Indigo, the entire Gulf region and the depression of the economy there, the real estate there, the fears of what's happening there, that also opens up, because Indigo's biggest pain point, apart from crude prices, was the fact that all of those flights were disrupted. So we have to see if that works out as well. Broader markets also showing, and he's right, I am camouflaging on the screen today and not worrying about that at all. But the broader markets is something that we should see as well. 3.5% of the Nifty up on the Nifty mid cap, Nifty index, the Nifty small cap up about 3% as well. The advanced decline ratio looking beautiful this morning. The VIX completely depressed, so the bears have retreated entirely, 18% down on the VIX. I mean, you know, memes sometimes get very pinpointed and funny, and there was a response to the Trump post yesterday saying end of a civilization. Someone replying saying, is it the bears? At least this morning. But that's on a lighter note. You're at 20 points on the India VIX. I want to pull up the sectoral heat map, and you'll probably see an all green screen there as well. Yes, there you have it. The CPSE just slightly borderline really, but it is an all green screen. 5.5% for Nifty Realty. This is important because look at the conversations in the last couple of days saying March sales have fallen down. Two agencies, Anurok and Knight Frank, who track the space, saying March sales are getting muted. That is obviously reversing because the business updates weren't that bad. Autos, once again, components was a problem, crude was a problem, all of the crude derivatives you need to create these products was a problem. That's rebounding. PSU banks looking fantastic. Everything between 3 and 4% up. Bank Nifty at 4.5% up, and that's really the important. Nifty CPSE also coming into a fully green screen. I think gainers and losers on the NSE 500 is what we can look at next, and you'll find maybe 2 or 3 on the losing side, because the last I checked there were just 3 out of 500. Okay, there are quite a few coming in. Let's talk about those that are not really participating today, and it's an obvious one that Oil India and ONGC won't, because higher crude prices is good for them, and you've seen this big push down on crude prices today. Coal India was actually benefiting from the scarcity premium that you were seeing, and which is why it's cooling off as well. But on the gaining side, Indigo the big winner, Chola Finance, HPCL, AB Realty among them. Some of the financials coming in there as well. So overall, no point really going into too many individual stocks today, Alex, because it's all about a huge collective sigh of relief that the market is taking. That's what you're seeing reflecting on the screen right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it, Tamanna. And in fact, it is required to revisit some of the calls that were taken before the market started, right? And I do want to go first to Kush Bora, because of the 3 stocks that he picked, Lassen was one of them, and he was talking about targets that are below.
So it's really, really nice after 40 days to see so much green on that screen, Vishnu. It was all red. You know, oil has plunged. The stocks are soaring. We'll have a more well-rounded report coming up in just about 10 minutes from now, where we're going to tell you a little bit more about how the markets had actually anticipated this in big ways. But I want to talk more about the ceasefire, because this is the most important thing at this point of time. Remember that there are analysts in the United States at this point of time who have a contradictory view as to who really benefits from this ceasefire. There is one point of view that this war has ended on Iran's terms. Now, Iran, of course, is doing a great deal of chest thumping and saying that this is a strategic victory. But let's look at the facts. Just 10 facts let me put before you. Number 1, the regime is still calling the shots. 2, Hormuz is still in Iran's control. 3, nuclear material is still in Iran. It hasn't moved away. 4, military capacity has not been erased. I apologize for the error in those graphics. We fired the wrong one. I think, okay, there you go. Hormuz is still in Iran's control. Nuclear materials still in Iran. 4, military capacity has not been erased. They're still firing missiles. Tehran has showed no rush to end the war. Washington looked more eager about this ceasefire than Iran actually did. Iran said, we will only enter into it on our terms. We're in no hurry to end the war. They said that repeatedly. The US and Israel appear split. Even though they're saying all the right things, there is clearly a divergence, not just in terms of war aims, but even simply in terms of, calling a ceasefire on hostilities. US air defense stockpiles, as Vishnu and NDTV have been reporting consistently, have significantly drained. They've been depleted as a result of Iran's use of drones and missiles. And US assets in the Gulf, from bases to aircraft to radars, etc., have taken a heavy hit. So a large financial loss, a large asset loss to the United States has also taken place. All of this suggesting that at least partially this war has ended on Iran's terms. Okay, this is the same graphic that I've been brought up. Will the ceasefire actually hold? Let's just tell you. March 23rd, 5-day pause. Trump's claim of productive talks. What followed? 379 attacks in 20 provinces and civilian areas were hit. March 26th, 10-day extension. Trump's claim, talks going very well. What followed? Top IRGC commander was killed. There were strikes on industry and nuclear sites as well. March 30th, the claim was, there was a progress claim then as well. Trump's claim was a deal was coming soon. What followed was strikes on Tehran energy sites, the first use of B-52 bombers over Iran. On the 7th of April, 48-hour ultimatum, Trump's claim, whole civilization will die tonight and never be allowed to return. Iran will be removed in a single night. What followed now is the breaking news this morning. 2-week ceasefire announced. Strikes on Iran have been halted. Strikes from Iran have petered down as well. Between Israel and Lebanon, they continue. But overall, the ceasefire for the first few hours appears to be holding. Vishnu, that's the situation at this point of time. But in the central issue right now is going to be the first comments that have come out from President Trump on this ceasefire. He's talked about how the nuclear issue is not a worry and that's going to be taken care of in total, in full. And given the words, Vishnu, that President Trump has used so far, that's going to be one of the biggest questions on my mind, because we've seen how the war aims and war objectives have morphed and twisted and turned. Regime change went out the window pretty quickly in Iran. It became in this last few days about the nuclear material. There's no word about where that nuclear material is, Vishnu. You've been reporting quite extensively on that. But now you've got Trump saying, oh, we've got that covered.
No, and that actually makes very little sense. And I think it's a great point that you're bringing up right now. 400 kilos approximately of highly enriched uranium. Where exactly is that? Is it underground? If so, how does America assume that it's just going to be handed over by Iran to the United States? That remains a cause of big concern. But as we actually continue doing this, I think the big point is this. Iran has stated a bunch of grounds. They were willing to walk away from talks. America seems to have accepted that. But I don't think it's enough to, for a moment, assume that all of the points mentioned by Iran will be accepted. So the big story, of course, is the ceasefire. That is welcome news. It's 14 days. Israel is on board, other than Lebanon, as we've been sort of stating. The talks will take place in Pakistan. Trump has said, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. He's also stated that the pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz. He's called it a necessary step towards de-escalation. How is Iran seeing all of this? The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has confirmed the ceasefire and said, if attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that they support the US decision of ceasefire, but Lebanon will not be included in this. So for our viewers, the big story is this. Yesterday, the US President Donald Trump had said that there would be a civilizational threat to Iran. Today, he's talking about a ceasefire that appears to be already in place. Shiv?
Pradeep continues to be with us from Tel Aviv this morning because Israel is a key factor in how this ceasefire has come about. Pradeep, the last few days have been defined by Israel's increasing sort of discomfort over the possibility of precisely what has been announced this morning, a ceasefire. It is very clear that even though Benjamin Netanyahu has been making all the right noises, saying that we are partners with the United States, we will go along with what they do. They are the lead operator in this entire conflict, this operation. Israel didn't want this conflict to come to an end. They wanted a much more decisive end that didn't lead to a sort of negotiatory phase. That's going to be a defining feature of what comes next, even though Benjamin Netanyahu has said we welcome the ceasefire, etc., Pradeep.
See, Shiv, you're absolutely right. The similar kind of a sentiment we had seen after Operation Sindoor also when ceasefire was announced. The people in India wanted that at least the Pakistan need to be taught lesson and they should have taken one more day to attack Pakistan. That's what actually was the sentiment there. And similar kind of a sentiment we have been getting here also in Israel. I've been talking to people not to talk of the government. They are saying that this issue should have been sorted once for all because for the last several decades they had been suffering at the hands of Iran and its regime. So this was the time they should have been taught lesson and these proxies should have been finished once for all. That would have been the best thing. So far as the government is concerned, you rightly said they had already expressed their discomfort over the issue. 2 days back, there was a telephonic conversation between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. And that time also, they had expressed that this is not going to be a good thing for them. And he had expressed his security concerns so that Donald Trump had tried to convince them. And today also, they try to reach out to Benjamin Netanyahu, trying to tell them what actually the ceasefire is all about. Now, what actually they are going to do is that they are going to discuss all these things on the talking table. Modalities will be decided. But so far as Israel is concerned, one thing they have made it clear that no way they will allow the Hezbollah to become a stakeholder because they feel Hezbollah is a terror organization, the organization that has got hands soaked in blood. So how come they will be rubbing shoulders with them, making them a stakeholder, all of a sudden giving them a legitimacy? And that will not be acceptable to them. That's one of the reasons that you must have seen that my colleague Nazir Masoodi is already reporting about that how that area has been targeted because they will keep on pounding shells, they will keep on pounding missile in that area because they do not want them to raise their ugly head because they feel once the Hezbollah is able to get time, they will once again assemble and then they will become once again a force and they will try to target them. That is not acceptable at all to Israel. But so far as the question arises, what actually the United States of America has achieved? Neither the political objective has been achieved nor the military objective has been achieved because they started the war saying that they are going to change regime. What has happened at the end of the day is that they have further strengthened regime. Yeah. There were people who were against the regime. Now today they seem to be galvanized and united and unified. We saw that yesterday people were trying to form a human chain outside those.
No, the point you make is a very important one, Pradeep. And I just want to say that these are very early hours inside Iran, and I guarantee you that in the next half an hour, 45 minutes, NDTV will have its reporter up in Tehran, and Vishnu will have those first pictures from inside Tehran. I can't wait, for instance, to see what's happening inside Iran right now. People's celebrations in the streets of Tehran and Qom and in other places, Karaj, where that bridge was hit. We're hearing that there are large crowds out in the streets. But remember that the entire fulcrum of this conflict, ever since the beginning and ever since Iran realized that its biggest leverage was going to be the Strait of Hormuz, has been its control over this crucial strait through which 20% of the world's energy passes. The question is, the Hormuz crisis, is the Hormuz crisis really ending, or is this just a temporary kind of pause? Because Trump says in his ceasefire announcement that it was subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete and immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi says that for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the strait will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces. So they are asserting complete control, Vishnu, with consideration for technical limitations.
No, I think that's critical. And, Trump says that open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says, yeah, we have. But there are conditions, and one of the conditions, as we've been reporting separately, is that Iran and Oman are going to be earning toll from the movement of ships. Now, that could be a condition, a precondition. For the moment, it appears that America is okay with that. Now, the 2-week ceasefire plan includes allowing both Iran and Oman, as I was mentioning, to charge fees to ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. This is an interesting development. It's not safe passage. It's not open passage, as was the case earlier on. It is passage, albeit with payments. Look, countries around the world will take that because they desperately need to ensure that gas and oil moves through. We're joined now by Ambassador Prabhu Dayal, former ambassador. He's been in Iran and the United States in the past. Also, Chris Osborne, president and editor-in-chief of the Center for Military Modernization. Mr. Osborne, is this U.S. move to get into talks with Iran premised somewhat on the fact that militarily this was not having the impact on Iran that America would have expected by this stage?
Well, you raised an important point, and I think both of you identified it with precise accuracy, which is this: both sides, at least from what we're learning thus far, available reporting, seem pretty far apart still, and it all pertains to that thrust of what you talked about, the Strait of Hormuz. And will that be opened without conditions, or will Iran retain some measure of control? What inspired this move forward on the part of the administration to accept and look at this roadmap for negotiations? There are several variables to consider. One of them is purely political in terms of domestic political pressure from inside the U.S. Many remember Iraq and Afghanistan. Americans don't have the appetite, the interest in some long-term or protracted military conflict, especially something that's on the ground. There's also the military complexity of what would have to happen, even if it were a short-lived precision military operation to open the strait. Militarily, that's a very complicated prospect. Now, it's not impossible. It does seem realistic. And I think the whole strategy was to have that hang as a contingency or a prospect, almost the paradoxical thread of this is going to happen if you don't. But the actual act of doing a short-lived, extremely lethal, very precise kind of military operation to forcibly open the strait is extremely complicated for a number of reasons. Any approaching force would be vulnerable to Iranian drones and ballistic missiles. It's not clear if all the small boats have been destroyed from the air. It's not clear how many mines there may be. It's not clear how much of an arsenal Iran still retains that's underground, that's being deliberately saved for specific moments.
Yep.
However, the U.S. Navy has layered ship defenses. Amphibious assault ships have a wider range of capabilities, longer range sensors. There's an increased use of unmanned systems. So the ranges and the sensing could be much more disaggregated, which would favor a possible successful operation if there was organic or built-in drone and ballistic missile defenses. But I think the whole question of whether that's realistic or not is on hold right now. But it also seems very precarious because both sides still seem very far apart.
That's correct. This is going to be key to those negotiations that begin as early as this Friday. Ambassador Dayal, welcome to you as well. What would you say stands out to you where things stand right now before these ceasefire discussions begin, sir?
Well, first of all, let me state that the ceasefire agreement needs to be welcomed.
Yeah.
Because it serves to pause the conflict, which has already gone on for about 6 weeks. The ceasefire is significant in many respects. Firstly, it prevents further escalation because the agreement stops imminent, massive U.S. strikes that were planned to target the Iranian infrastructure, and therefore it prevents the loss of life. Secondly, of course, there is the reopening of the energy supply routes because Iran has agreed to lift the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And this comes as a sign of great relief to the rest of the world. Then, of course, there is the diplomatic pathway which could open up because the pause allows for negotiations to move forward on the 10-point peace plan presented by Iran. And discussions are expected to take place. Then, of course, as you pointed out, there is immediate financial relief because the announcement resulted in a drop in oil prices. Nonetheless, let me state, as the previous panelist pointed out, that this ceasefire is provisional in nature because both sides have acknowledged that this is not a final.
Ambassador Dayal, apologies for interrupting you. I just want to update you and our viewers that there's a new statement from President Trump that's just come in, and I want to read it out. It's his first full formal statement after the ceasefire post. President Trump says, and I quote, "A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else.
The United States of America will be helping with the traffic build-up in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the US, this could be the golden age of the Middle East.
Are we reading the right thing over here? Because this was the same president who less than 24 hours ago had threatened to wipe out the civilization of Iran. And he's now talking about, we are just hanging about, and this is going to be the golden age of the Middle East. Signed President Donald J. Trump. Let's just get my colleague Gauri Dwivedi on this. Gauri, can you perhaps reflect on the dichotomy on what Trump said yesterday and what he's talking about now, from wiping out a civilization to the golden era of the Middle East, of that part of the world?
And in just 24 hours.
Less than that.
This is what this war has been all about, where you had different positions being taken, you had conflicting positions being taken, all of it ensuring that finally some sort of negotiation take place. And as we speak, the fact that Strait of Hormuz has been one of the biggest sticking points as far as this entire war is concerned has been a key factor to this entire deadlock that happened. And now as things stand, before the war, there were about 130 odd ships that were passing the Strait of Hormuz. That stopped and fell to as many as 3 or 4 at the peak of this entire conflict. And if that actually starts again, you're talking about anywhere between 150 million barrels of oil in the vicinity of Strait of Hormuz that will pass that entire region, which is why, of course, you see the kind of cheer that has come in with regard to energy markets. Having said that, the fact that Donald Trump has said that US Navy, will be patrolling that entire region, because that's what he says, that we'll be around, we'll be hanging around. What does that mean? That will they continue to have a large presence? Will they patrol all the ships that are there in the region? As I said, it was 130 ships on a daily basis. About 200 million barrels of oil is around in that region, in those containers. Who will actually supervise it? Will it be the Iranians? Will it be the Americans? How that actually pans out is going to take about 24 hours. But yes, going by Donald Trump, we've actually swung from end of civilization to golden age of peace in less than 24 hours.
We'll be loading supplies, helping load supplies and hanging around. This can be dismissed as a Trumpism. But Vishnu, when we're talking about the specifics about who controls the Strait of Hormuz, which has been such a pain point in this war, a guiding factor that has possibly led to this ceasefire, for the United States to say, we're going to make big money, we're going to be hanging around, we're going to be helping traffic through, basically suggests that those ships are not going to move, we're going to be there, and they want a piece of the action as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. How else to interpret this, Vishnu?
No, it's unbelievable. A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. Like, they've had enough. Okay, fair statement. I'm sure Iran wants the war to end. Likewise, so has everyone else. So America, he says, is that we've had enough. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic build-up in the Strait of Hormuz, I suppose, just sort of enabling the movement of ships. There'll be a lot of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. That's a huge statement. That is an absolutely huge statement. Yeah. If there is big money to be made, and if we were to discuss what we were saying earlier, a toll tax by Oman and Iran, a part of which, or the entire amount of which, will go to Iran to rebuild, then that's positive for Iran. Trump refers to that over here. Big money will be made. Iran can start reconstruction. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds, just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Trump says he's confident, just like we are experiencing in the US. This could be the golden age of the Middle East. So a golden age of the Middle East after Iran struck refineries, gas facilities, infrastructure, threatened the economy of the entire region, took control of the Strait of Hormuz, and got into this massive military fight where they remain on the ground and fighting more than a month after. Now Trump says this will be the golden age of the Middle East. Fair enough. Let's hope it is the golden age of the world. We want this war to end.
You know, golden age of the Middle East sounds tantalizing. And if it wasn't Trump saying it, I would say, you know, this is really, really something to look forward to. But, you know, as we bring you news about this hoped for golden age of the Middle East, there are missiles landing in southern Lebanon right now. So the golden age of the Middle East is a very, very far cry. Let's make no mistake about this. There are a huge number of loose ends to tie up before a meaningful ceasefire of any kind can go through. But Ambassador Dayal, first impressions of this statement from Trump. We're going to be hanging around, you know, reconstruction can begin in Iran, and we wanted this to end.
Well, first of all, thanks for updating me with President Trump's latest statement.
Yeah.
But I think that the indications are that negotiations on the final details are going to be very challenging. And the US is not likely to accept the 10-point plan which Iran has set, which Iran has offered. And although President Trump has described it as a workable basis on which to negotiate, I think there are huge differences between the positions of Iran and the United States. Let me just mention a few key friction points. Firstly, you know, there is this issue of lifting all sanctions, because Iran demands the removal of all primary and secondary sanctions. And again, there is this issue of military withdrawal, because the plan calls for the withdrawal of all US combat forces from the region. Now, is the US going to agree to this? I don't think so. Then, you know, Iran demands reparations for war damages. And the Trump administration has already said that this is far-fetched. They're not likely to agree to this. Of course, the Strait of Hormuz control is very important, because Iran wants continued military coordination and control over the strait. And it has said that it will be charging approximately $2 million per ship. Now, this is a matter which has to be negotiated, because I think it will affect a lot of countries, including, of course, India. Then, you know, let me mention, last of all, there is this issue of nuclear enrichment, because Tehran demands the acceptance of its uranium enrichment program, which has historically been a major point of contention for the US. So in this background, while there would be the likelihood of talks starting on April 10th, the future of these talks remains to be seen, because, as I said, there are huge differences between the positions of the United States and Iran.
Chris, I want to bring you in, your first impressions on this new statement from President Trump.
The key question here about timing and the idea of short versus long-term peace and threat. In the short term, this is a welcome development, of course. Anytime there's a ceasefire, anytime there's an opportunity to spare lives, is a positive development. At the same time, there is a long-term risk. Will there be hardliners in charge of the IRGC who will harbor a long-term resentment? And if they remain in power, will the long-term threat ultimately be removed? Will this be a sea change, a paradigm shifting geopolitical shift in a way that changes the culture and the geopolitical reality of the Middle East? I don't know.
But Chris, just to jump in for half a second, there is no regime change in Iran. One set of leaders have gone, another set of leaders are in, for right or for wrong, and they're going to remain over there. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. They continue to fight this asymmetric battle. They appear to have far more drones than surface-to-air missiles of the GCC nations, Israel or America. Without getting into, look, I won or he lost, isn't it time to perhaps accept that Iran is there, it remains a serious factor, and that America had no choice but to do this?
Well, that's an important and fair question, and I think the reality may be how much weaponry is remaining with the Iranian regime. Certainly Iran's military capacity, their conventional force, their Navy, their Air Force, and to some extent, their ability to sponsor and support terrorism throughout the region has been massively, massively decreased and decimated to a very large degree. The other thing this does is protect and help the other Gulf allied states that are also under threat and subject to attacks from Iran. The UAE, the Saudi Arabia, these are all very important elements of the Middle East to create a future stable situation. And I think the idea of a long-term threat is very much a realistic factor, depending on how quickly the Iranian regime could reconstitute additional military capacity. But as you point out, there was multiple public reports in the U.S. that it does appear, assessments are, that Iran has retained a measure of lethal ballistic missiles.
All right, Chris, hold on to that thought. We've got breaking news now coming in. Israel has shelled a town in South Lebanon. 8 people are dead. This is news just coming in. The first images there on your screen. Our colleague Nazir Masoodi was also reporting from parts of South Lebanon. We'll have him up with us in just a little while from now. And in case you are confused, well, then Israel, let me explain. Israel has made it clear that as far as they are concerned, they will continue to attack the south of Lebanon. They will continue to take out Hezbollah targets. So what is taking place here is separate from the deal which is being arrived at with Iran and Hormuz. Nazir Masoodi with us at this stage. Nazir, we've got the first images of this attack which have taken place. Now, you've been to this area in Sidon, right? Could you tell us what you saw?
Well, the visual you are showing this fire is exactly where we were broadcasting a while back. And I moved from there, and it is the same area where 8 people now officially are killed. As I was mentioning earlier, that even the many unofficial sources are saying the number of deaths are much more. So it is a cafe which was targeted. There were a number of vehicles outside. Number of people were inside the cafe when it was hit by a missile. So many people have been injured. You can see death and destruction everywhere here. So, but this is not the isolated place. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has clearly said that ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon. So the attacks on Lebanon continue. And there are reports of one ambulance have also been targeted. Always whenever Israel carries out an attack, they say these are Hezbollah targets. And even they say ambulances are being used by Hezbollah. Whether it is a congested neighborhood, they say these were the Hezbollah targets and they were precision attacks.
Right.
But more often than not, we have seen innocent people getting killed. For example, when we talk about the casualties, of more than 1,500 people have been killed. Over 125 of them are little children, young children. And there are paramedics, 53 or 55 paramedics who have been, medical workers who have been killed, journalists, even the UN peacekeeping personnel. So it is a very, very brutal war, and both sides are violating. For example, Hezbollah is also attacking in the north Israel, where civilians are getting hurt and they are here also are getting hit. And here Israel is also launching, massive bombardment, hundreds of strikes every day from Beirut to South Lebanon. South Lebanon village, many villages have already been flattened. So to make them as a security buffer zone, and Israel has already classified those villages as enemy locations and bombing them, detonating them.
All right,
So
Nazir, hold that thought. We need to take a short break. We'll come back to you and our other colleagues in just a little while from now. A huge ceasefire is in place in West Asia. Is this the beginning of a genuine peace? A lot more on that. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team
ready and raring to go?
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval. The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj call. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV. Well, Pakistan has emerged as a key mediator in the Iran crisis, with back-channel diplomacy helping avert a major US strike and opening a window for talks on the Strait of Hormuz. US President Donald Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire at about 4 a.m. India time today with Iran, saying the decision followed conversations with Pakistan's leadership that urged restraint ahead of the planned strikes. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi praised Pakistan's leadership for their efforts to end the conflict, confirming Iran's openness to negotiations.
Mr. Sharif said that the ceasefire extends across the region. He's invited American and Iranian delegations to Islamabad for talks on the 10th of April, that's this Friday. The White House is considering in-person talks. The modalities are yet to be finalized. There are reports of the US Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, who will be in the US team to lead talks in Pakistan. Think about it, face-to-face talks for the first time, potentially absolutely huge if it takes place. Thus far, they've been talking through mediators, whether Pakistani, Turkish, or Egyptian by and large. Meanwhile, there is controversy over an edited social media post by Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister, raising questions over Pakistan's messaging, even as it positions itself at the center of high-stakes diplomacy. There was a part of this message which said that, what? Post this, please.
Yeah, this was this very clearly showed that the post that was put up by the Pakistani Prime Minister was very likely under the instructions of the White House, because why would Pakistan call Shehbaz Sharif Pakistan's Prime Minister? They would call him the Prime Minister, right? So by copy-pasting what the White House presumably sent them, it's very clear that Pakistan was instructed to provide this post from the Pakistan Prime Minister's office, and a few hours later, you had President Trump announcing the ceasefire. Detractors are calling it taco by proxy. I'm just going to say that this is the one little detail that has perhaps kept Pakistan away from calling this a complete masterstroke. But I don't want to dwell on that, because finally, Vishnu, on the 10th of this month, there will be talks, like you said, for the first time face-to-face.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I think Shiv makes a point, but it's a limited point. And, at the end of the day, this war has to end. It's been nightmarish. In as much as we have reserves right now of gas and oil, that's not going to remain forever. India needs that Hormuz Strait situation to be sorted out. Aviation companies flying all over the world, basic things like that, that needs to take place. We don't want any shortage. And there are certain countries in the world which are far worse placed than we are. We are relatively comfortable. Other countries are not. So this nightmare has to end. One word of caution, in as much as we hope that the war comes to an end, and assuming it does, it will take years for damage in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates of the refineries which have been struck to take place. So it's not going to be 100% open up the tap and everything is back to normal. That won't be. That's going to take some time. The system has to sort itself out. Insurance companies, Lloyd's in London, for example, who actually insure the gigantic ships, the oil tankers and gas tankers, they need to be willing to actually return with insurance cover. The de jure clauses which oil companies across the region have given, saying that, look, we cannot live up to our oil commitments, that needs to go away for this all to work into the system. That will take time. We'll come back to that in Shiv in just a few moments. Need to take this short break. Lots more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team, ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
All right, team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide, and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma, and I am your Automate.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So
Good morning and welcome. We continue to track non-stop the developments coming out of Tehran and Washington. There is a ceasefire in place, peace talks perhaps from Friday onwards. Donald Trump has now tweeted saying that this could be the golden age for the Middle East. This comes less than 24 hours after a statement that the civilization of Iran could be wiped out.
Let's go straight to the headlines right now. It's rapidly developing. The US has announced that 2-week ceasefire with Iran has suspended planned strikes hours before the deadline, as Iran has agreed to the immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but with conditions. Iran lists preconditions to end the war, demands controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
The US president's big hint on the Iran and its nuclear stockpile, Trump says, will help in easing the Hormuz Strait. He claims that the US will help in loading up supplies that are hanging around Hormuz. All right, so that's what he's talking about at this stage in his latest message.
White House mulls in-person talks with Iran. Reports suggest that J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will lead talks in Pakistan as early as this Friday. Washington is keeping its options open.
Israel supports President Trump's 2-week ceasefire decision, but they continue to shell South Lebanon after Prime Minister Netanyahu says the Iran truce excludes Lebanon.
Pakistan steps in as a key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause US strikes and push for Hormuz reopening deal. Islamabad may host US-Iran talks on April the 10th as Shehbaz and General Munir urge Trump to hold fire and back diplomacy.
Gautam Adani seeks the dismissal of the lawsuit by the US markets regulator and citing overreach, argues that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying neither had sufficient contacts with US or direct involvement in the bond offering.
And it is the latest statement coming in from President Trump on the big ceasefire. It's a big day for world peace. Iran wants peace. They've had enough, says President Trump. Big money is going to be made. Will help clear Hormuz traffic. Iran can now start rebuilding. We'll be loading up supplies, all kinds, lots of positive action coming in. Just going to hang around and keep things stable. These are not random words being chosen by President Trump. He is, dropping hints of what the modalities of this ceasefire are going to look like. And these are crucial because the Strait of Hormuz, Vishnu, has been central, I would say absolutely key to perhaps this war not winding on beyond the 40-day mark. But here is the United States President saying, we're going to be hanging around, we're not going anywhere. We're going to keep things stable. We're going to help traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't seen Iran's response to this just yet. That's going to be interesting.
But he's also said, Shiv, and this is interesting, just like we are experiencing in the US, this could be the golden age of the Middle East. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. And let's hope that that is the case. But let's put it in perspective. Less than 24 hours ago, right, Trump seemed to want to nuke Iran. He didn't use those words. He said that the civilization of Iran might be wiped out. And today he's talking about a golden age of the Middle East. In all of this, let's not forget about Israel. Pradeep Datta, our colleague, joins us from Tel Aviv, and Aditya Rajkol as well. Let me go first across to Aditya. It's the duality of the statement, Aditya, what Trump was saying yesterday versus what he's saying today. It seems to indicate there's been some massive breakthrough. The other way of looking at it is that Iran has just reiterated their points and America has now accepted it. How would you analyze what Trump said yesterday versus what he's saying today?
One for sure that Trump has been, changing his goalposts from the very beginning of the war, Vishnu and Shiv. And we have been reporting on that relentlessly in the last 40 days of the war. And now that we have a ceasefire, Trump may claim victory on one hand, but this is merely a ceasefire for 2 weeks. And one would ask Trump and the Trump administration, what are the objectives that you have achieved? He does say in his latest social media post that has been put out, a big day for the world peace. And then he ends by saying that this could be the golden age of the Middle East. But this is the Middle East that had not chosen a war that they had to face the brunt of. Imagine what UAE, Saudi, Kuwait and Bahrain have gone through. Even as I'm speaking about the implementation of this ceasefire that has been achieved now, there are still sirens going across, not just in Israel, but also in Kuwait and Bahrain. There are Iranian missiles and drones that are coming in. It does seem like that there was decentralization of power in Iran. The IRGC and the Basij forces haven't yet been communicated at all that they don't have to fire missiles anymore. The bigger question, however, will be, Vishnu and Shiv, that now that there's a ceasefire for 2 weeks, will this be a ceasefire which will be permanent? And what about the demands, the 15 points on the US side and the 10 points of the Iranian side? Will that be acceptable at all? Because people have been asking that the war began with the objective of saving the Iranian people from the regime. And now it is ending, or the ceasefire has been achieved at a point of Strait of Hormuz being given and handed over in a platter to Iran to in fact toll the ships and the vessels $2 million for passing through and use that money for reconstruction. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold, because this is still very much complicated. There would be systematic dialogue that will lead to some result-oriented permanent ceasefire, but we are really far from that.
We're far from that, and the after effects, even though the oil prices have crashed, the stock markets are up and the markets are cheering all across the world. You're right, Aditya. It's going to take a while for things to actually stabilize. There are insurance companies like Vishnu was mentioning just a moment ago, and all the other certainty factors, as they call it, that will need to fall into place before energy security really hits its rhythm once again. It's going to take a long time. Some people say it could take even a year. Pradeep is in Israel, and at this point of time, that is one of the escalatory variables, because we've just seen Nazir, our colleague's report from southern Lebanon, where a fresh attack has been taking place there. Israel has been very clear that Lebanon is not included in the terms of this ceasefire. That exchange between Israel and the Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy in Lebanon, Pradeep, is clearly going to continue. I don't know what comfort that's going to provide in the context of this ceasefire, but in one realistic way to look at it is that has been an ongoing sort of exchange separate from what's happening between the United States and Iran. So there is little chance that that has the capacity to derail these ceasefire negotiations.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That's what actually, Shiv, we had been discussing since morning, that this thing is definitely going to scuttle peace process, because Iran is not going to leave its proxy midway and say that fine, okay, you can stop hostilities against that and you can continue bombing Hezbollah, because throughout these decades we have seen that Hezbollah had always been with Iran, and the moment they got to know about the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, immediately after that they opened the fire and they started targeting Israel. That clearly shows the kind of sentiments and emotions that are attached with Iran and how Iran had been funding them. But you can see what is really problematic is that if you look at the statement by President Donald Trump, it has been contradictory, it has been confusing, and at the end of the day, he's losing his credibility too. If you look at his statement initially, it was a genocidal statement where he was trying to be escalatory and aggressive in his tone, and then all of a sudden now he's going to script that golden era here in Middle East. So people are getting confused. Nobody will take him seriously in such a situation, because already when there is a trust deficit, if you have to come on a talking table, you have to at least maintain some kind of a credibility. Only then people will take you seriously. So far as Donald Trump is concerned, nobody is taking him seriously. Reason being that sometimes he will say something, other day he will say something else. But what is more important is that if you look at the Israel point of view, Israel had been very consistent in its approach, and its consistency was that if you keep on pounding Iran, we'll keep on targeting Hezbollah, and because we have to end our enemies, we can't allow them to spill blood here on the streets of Israel by continuously targeting us. So their one-point agenda has been that they have to finish off these three proxies, Houthis, Hamas and Hezbollah. Already they have dealt with the Hamas. They had been continuously targeting Gaza, and that's one of the reasons that initially Iran was not ready to sign ceasefire deal, because they felt that ceasefire in Gaza was only on paper. The words were not translated into action. They thought that maybe the similar thing can happen. This is what actually apprehension still Iran is having, that thing can happen. But finally they were convinced by the Pakistan and other countries also, no, this time it's not going to happen. This will be totally different what happened in Gaza. So that's one of the reasons that agreed to come on the talking table. Now it's to be seen once they're on the talking table what really is going to happen, because definitely Israel is going to put forward his foot and to try to tell them this is not acceptable to us.
Chris, what would you say are the... Chris Osborne continues to be with us. Chris, bringing you in, before these negotiations begin in Islamabad, what would you say are the possible pitfalls for things getting derailed? Because things are still very sensitive. I'm sure that there is pressure to maintain the ceasefire, but things have been, on a hair trigger for a long time now. There is a trust deficit between both sides. I'm sure there are modalities to ensure that things don't sort of go sideways. But what would you say are the pitfalls before these negotiations begin?
Yes, indeed. I would say it's a very precarious situation, and there's certainly an opportunity for miscalculation, which would result in unintended conflict. One of the things that is a risk factor is that Iran seems to be implementing a guerrilla-style kind of hit-and-run kind of forward position stage of attacks. where decision making is empowered at the tactical edge. It does not seem as though a lot of command and control has remained intact. That's the whole intent of a strategic effects bombing campaign, is to render an enemy unable to coordinate, unable to communicate. So if there isn't command and control or any kind of centralized communication, it's possible that a small group could make a decision to fire a weapon. And that, of course, as you point out, could explode this very, very delicate balance, particularly in the Strait. If a commercial ship or a military ship was in any way going through there, and also Iran's proxies, they could very well, on their own accord, make a decision to launch a weapon of some kind. So I think I think you said it accurately. It's extremely delicate, and the slightest thing could go wrong. The biggest risk factor is this guerrilla-style approach, this decentralized attack that the Iranians have embraced for the purpose of sustaining their military capability, because I don't think there's a lot of large-scale or centralized command and control. That increases the risk.
Yeah. Aditya, I want to bring you in because you spent about a month in Israel during this war, and the question is, Israel is obviously going to go along with this ceasefire plan, but we do know that in the run-up to this ceasefire, as you reported, Israel was also not very comfortable with the idea of an abrupt end to hostilities before a decisive outcome. It didn't want things to end up in a negotiating phase. It wanted a military outcome to what happens in Israel, which was demonstrable. There was talk of a coalition within the Gulf that included Israel and where the United States was allowed to actually pull out. What happens to all of that? Will Israel go along with this, given it didn't really want things to end up this way?
There'll be several ramifications militarily and diplomatically that will happen. I foresee a lot of normalization of ties that Israel will have with several countries in the Middle East. There's already back channel that's underway. Israel is helping out many countries to deal with the security threat. That includes UAE, of course, and there is a normalization there. But I'm talking about Saudi Arabia. That could possibly happen. But you raise a very pertinent question, Shiv, and that is about the real objectives of the war. When US and Israel began this Operation Epic Fury and Operation Roaring Lion, the main objective in their mind was a regime change. They wanted to change the Ayatollah and completely replace him with some kind of a democratic government. That clearly hasn't been achieved. And increasingly, there's been a realization in the past 5 weeks that this is simply not possible. Those protesters who had come down on the streets protesting, and many of them in thousands had died as well, numbers ranging from 10,000 to 40,000, haven't come out. Not just in fear, but perhaps this wasn't the right time for them, and there wasn't a democratic substitute to lead them into some kind of an uprising or some kind of a democratic revolution. On the other hand, we've seen, the security guarantees that Israel is looking for. One, the 7th October terror attack, and the entire scenario is being looked from the beginning of the terror attack that happened on 7th October 2023. At that time, they had in mind that they had to eliminate the top Hamas, Hezbollah, and other proxies of Iran. They did achieve quite a bit in Gaza, even though they were hostages. There was a buffer zone that was created in Gaza. You've reported from there, as have I. And now they're looking for a similar buffer zone towards the north of Israel, and that is south of Beirut. At that area, there is a ground offensive that they envisage and they plan out there to create a buffer zone that will be very permanent. But with this ceasefire, Israel may not be on the same page with the US, but we'll have to watch whether the war really will be over as far as Israel is concerned, because they continue to pound Lebanon even as we speak right now.
No, that's a great point. I think, we're still waiting for many of the details to fall into place and to lock into place when those negotiations begin. There are many questions around the Strait of Hormuz as well. That deadlock, which has been the kind of epicenter of this entire war, not just for the escalation, but also probably bringing it to this ceasefire table, is the Strait of Hormuz. That deadlock has tentatively ended from both sides. Safe passage for 2 weeks will happen now through the Strait of Hormuz, which was otherwise blocked, and only conditional access was allowed to countries like China and India. Reports say that a Hormuz toll is now part of the ceasefire deal. In fact, President Trump has confirmed it in his latest statement, saying big money will be made. Iran is going to levy a tax on ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and that money will go towards reconstruction efforts inside Iran. Reports say Iran and Oman will charge passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, so they will levy a fee. Trump has demanded complete and immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. The President of the United States has also interestingly mentioned that we'll just be hanging around to make sure that things are stable. So there is a trust deficit even as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, and that's going to be crucial to see how that plays out. Ships will start moving through. Energy security will hopefully hit its rhythm, though it will take a while. The markets and oil prices have already reacted to this very, very good news. From brink to breakthrough. How did it happen? Yesterday you had Trump say a whole civilization will die tonight. Today he says it's going to be the golden age for the Middle East. Well, a bigger war has been averted for sure. For now, the US has halted all offensive operations and has stepped back from any immediate escalation. So no ground attack, no more air attacks at this time. Those have stopped completely with immediate effect. It's a 2-week window that's critical now because it allows Iran and the United States to enter a phase of diplomatic contact. It gets a narrow but very decisive timeline because 2 weeks is by no means a long period of time. It's a very short period of time within which they've got to hammer out the modalities after 40 days of a very, very intense and aggressive war. A ceasefire is now taking shape. It is double-sided. There are pause signals from both the United States and Iran and what appears to be a mutual de-escalation intent. That's the reason why it was made possible. Iran has a 10-point plan on the table, a framework for a possible long-term deal that could emerge beyond this temporary 2-week ceasefire and will be under discussion when those diplomatic talks happen in Islamabad later this week. Hormuz, absolutely no doubt about it. It remains the key lever for Iran, and that's the reason why Iran will be negotiating from a position of strength. The reopening of the strait is central to any agreement, but as Iran has said in its statement that there will be technical limitations and the passage through the strait will see a fee being levied, and it has to happen with the permission of the Iranian military forces. This is going to be very, very crucial and central to what we actually see. Okay, Pradeep continues to be with us live from Israel, and I want to go across to him. Pradeep, at this point of time, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, will be making preparations to head to Pakistan for the first dialogue that will take place as part of the ceasefire discussions. I imagine that there will be, given that Trump is the kind of president who likes to show and tell, he will also be part of the of the visual aspect of this Middle East peace accord. I imagine that Trump will also do some traveling, as will Prime Minister Netanyahu. Nothing decided yet, but that's very much to be expected.
Yes, you're absolutely right, because they will not be having the negotiation through third party, because find that Pakistan acted as a messenger. They were sharing messages through Pakistan, but now it is going to be face-to-face negotiation where the people from the United States of America, Israel and Iran will be sitting together in Islamabad on April 10. Yes, the good news is that the clouds of war that had been hovering over the West Asian sky, that have been lifted for time being. But what really is a matter of concern is that if you look at the wording from both the sides, Iran is saying it's a conditional ceasefire. So the safe passage they are providing will be again with the condition that it will be under their control and they are going to manage the Strait of Hormuz right from Iran up to Oman. So it will be only after the consent from their side that the ships can move. And the second thing is that when the war started, Americans wanted the Iranians to come out on knees, come under pressure, surrender. But what now appears after 40 days of war is that it is the Americans who have surrendered before Iran. So that is actually the worrying thing for the people here in Israel. They never wanted the things to move that way. So I had been interacting with the people and some of those retired diplomats also. They are saying that this is not what they were expecting, because they wanted that there should be military outcome, that once a lesson was taught to the Iran, that they will not again be supporting those proxies. Otherwise, in near future, again, the problem will remain there. It will continue lingering on and they will continue to suffer because they think that it is not, the wound is yet to be healed. They wanted that it should have been healed and all sorts of preventive measures to be taken. taken. So now when they are negotiating, let's see how they are going to move forward in this area and how the things are really going to move from here. But for the people here in Israel are not really very optimistic, because they also wanted that there should be permanent peace, permanent resolution to the problem, because how long they will continue to suffer at the hands of the proxies. That's what they had been saying. They are saying that we are surrounded by the enemies on all the sides.
Okay, stay with me, Pradeep. We've got some breaking news coming in right now. This was to be expected as we await, more images coming in from Tehran and other parts of Iran. Anti-America slogans are being heard in some parts, only some parts of Tehran. There's a video that's just come in where protesters are chanting "Death to America." I want to provide a disclaimer here that this is not the full picture. There are celebrations happening as well, but protesters chanting "Death to compromisers," US and Israeli flags being burnt in Tehran. Take a look at these pictures. Let's put the sound up.
من میام پایین، من میام پهنه حرف زدن من و شما رو
همیشه میرن چاپلوسی آمریکایی‌ها رو میکنن.
Okay, so that's one protest you're seeing in Tehran early this morning, right after the ceasefire was announced. Chris, not surprising. This was to be expected, but I think it talks to the suggestion that the war so far had in some ways galvanized a section of Israeli society which may have been anti-regime into being sort of anti-aggression, anti-outsider, saying death to America and Israel, and saying that they have compromised and Iran has prevailed and sort of brought them to the ceasefire table. It's not surprising to see voices like this right now.
Well, what you point to is a well-known and kind of significant phenomenon, which is one of nationalism. And regardless of the extent to which large portions of the population do want regime change, anytime a group is attacked, there's going to have a psychological and political impact to a large degree that could inspire a response, a trauma response, you might even suggest. At the same time, that is, as you point out, a portion of the Iranian population, whereas there were thousands and thousands and thousands. The president's speech said as many as 45,000 Iranians hoping for a better future, hoping for a voice, hoping for less repressive government, hoping for less violence against their own people, hoping for all of those things, were gunned down in the streets. So there's a huge percentage of Iranians who are hoping to see a different kind of Iran for the future. And that's really the question now, is will the leadership have a long-term interest and an inspiration to maintain stability and peace, or will we see terrorist proxy attacks from the Houthis in the Red Sea a month from now? And I think that's really the ambiguity that's sort of lingering in a mist, a haze of uncertainty, is what will this mean beyond the next several weeks? If this does hold, it's likely to be extremely tenuous, because as we talked about, without any central decision-making authority or communication infrastructure, a certain sole actor could choose to launch an attack from one point or another unprompted. And so it's very, 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 very tenuous. And I think what you see is a response, a nationalistic response among a portion of the population, but it's also, I don't want to say misleading, but it's disproportionate, because if the assessments are accurate, more than half of the Iranian public were very, very concerned about the repressive, violent measures and the terrorist inclinations of the regime, and they wanted something different for the future of Iran. And I can't believe that's really true, but were 45,000 of them shot in the streets. That's absolutely horrible to think about. And so they're obviously incentivized to stay home. They're not going to come to the streets right now because so many of them by the thousands got killed.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a homogeneous response inside Iran, though I do imagine there are many layers and many moving parts to what we're seeing from inside Tehran. So I caution all of our viewers as we continue to report these live images from inside Tehran. You're going to see many different things, so don't jump to any conclusions. This is a shape-shifting issue. There are people with different sides, different alliances, different allegiances who will be reacting and protesting in the streets. But the ceasefire that's going to happen will happen. Those discussions will take place. I'm going to take a very quick break on these pictures and come right back. Ambassador Dilip Sinha will be joining us after this break as we continue to analyze the journey towards what could possibly be a more lasting ceasefire after 40 days of war. Come right back to NDTV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kabal.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
For a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to...
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी टॉक अबाउट एंजाइटी औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
change the game because
this war. Do note that this is a 2-week temporary ceasefire for now. Japan, though, saying they are glad that the situation has de-escalated for now and that they hope that there will be an early final agreement, with Australia now coming out and saying they want a complete resolution to the war. Listen in to the crucial political reactions we've lined up for you this morning.
This is positive news. We've been calling for a de-escalation for some time. We want to see a resolution of the conflict. The potential of damage to civilian infrastructure in Iran was an extraordinary statement to make. And then also the impact that would have arisen from an escalation within Iranian response would have led to greater global economic damage. We're already seeing a substantial impact of a war which is on the other side of the world but is having an impact on Australians here, like it is on citizens throughout the world.
今般の米国、イラン、双方の発表、これを前向きな動きとして歓迎をしております。最も重要なことは、今後ホルムズ海峡の航行の安全確保を含む事態の沈静化が実際に図られるということであり、外交を通じて最終的な合意に早期に至ることを期待をしております。 我が国の領域や排他的経済水域へのミサイルの飛来は確認されておらず、また関係機関から被害に関する報告はありません。
So a temporary 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran has been agreed upon just before that deadline for escalation. Only after that announcement did Donald Trump shift his tone, calling it a big day for world peace and suggesting Iran has had enough. He also said he was quite optimistic about it now being a golden age, which is quite the stark shift from his earlier tone of actually taking Iran back to the Stone Age. Until hours before the ceasefire, the messaging from Washington was sharply different. And now that ceasefire has been declared, Iraq has responded, so has Egypt. Iraq has in fact said Baghdad hopes the truce will de-escalate tensions. They're also hoping that the truce leads to strengthening stability in the region. Further, Iraq has said that they assert support for dialogue and diplomacy. That's as far as Iraq is concerned. Egypt has also reacted to this current situation with cautious optimism, saying they welcome the US-Iran ceasefire and it's an important opportunity to make room for negotiations. Egypt further adding that the truce must be built upon with full commitment and they will continue efforts to promote stability in the region, echoing what Iraq has said. Many are questioning if both Washington and Tehran currently are claiming victory after this ceasefire. Is Iran's biggest win simply survival against a superior military force? Well, these are the questions that are swirling around at the moment as this ceasefire has now come into effect. Meanwhile, Pakistan emerged as a key mediator in this crisis, with back-channel diplomacy helping avert a major US strike and opening a window for talks regarding the Strait of Hormuz. The US President Donald Trump announced that 2-week ceasefire with Iran, saying the decision followed conversations with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and their army chief Asim Munir, who urged restraint ahead of planned strikes. Iran's foreign minister, on the other hand, Abbas Araghchi, praised Pakistan's leadership for their efforts to end this escalating crisis, confirming Iran's openness to negotiations. You must note that Mr. Sharif said the ceasefire extends across the region and has invited US and Iranian delegations to Islamabad for talks on the 10th of this month. And the White House is said to be considering in-person talks, though the modalities are yet to be finalized, with reports of US Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to lead. They are expected to lead the talks as far as Islamabad is concerned. Now, the controversy over an edited social media post by the Pakistan Prime Minister cannot be ignored while we discuss this, because initially he seemed to have copy-pasted a message which was later edited, and the history on X actually reflects that. This has now blown into a controversy and raised questions over Pakistan's messaging, even as it positions itself at the center of this high-stakes diplomatic effort. Aditya Rajkol joins us with all the details we need to know. Aditya, take us through Pakistan's role at the moment. Pakistan is being hailed as a mediator, and many analysts are now highlighting that New Delhi should actually not be so concerned because this is in favor of global stability.
Well, Parmeshwar, this war began with American president, US president telling the world that, this war is because he wants to free the Iranian people from the Iranian regime. These were the words of Donald Trump. And now, after 40 days of relentless war, bloodshed, and complete chaos across the Middle East, the war has a ceasefire. And that ceasefire has been achieved on a very different issue, and that is giving Iran Strait of Hormuz on a platter. Now, Iran and Oman will be charging, in fact, a joint kind of attacks there. But now, the American president has also given Pakistan, a terror state, the stature of a mediator. Now, not just that, what happened yesterday has in fact rung alarm bells all across. Exactly 10 hours ago, Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister, posted on X about the entire ceasefire process and how he's appealing to both Iran and America to come on the dialogue table and have complete end of hostilities. While he tweeted that, I noticed that he had edited the post. And I checked the history, and then came the shocker. He had, in fact, taken and copy-pasted the entire message, which said that this was a draft for Pakistani Prime Minister to post on X. That begs the question, was America driving the entire agenda all this while? Is Pakistan merely a mediator or, in fact, a puppet of the American foreign policy and the American diktats when it comes to the war against Iran? That is the big question, really. When Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and perhaps J.D. Vance as well travel to Pakistan in Islamabad, when they meet the Iranian side on Friday, the question on the mind of the Iranians would be also that is Pakistan batting for America in this entire exercise of negotiation? So there's a global embarrassment coming in the term of the Pakistani Prime Minister tweet. This is certainly a shot in the arm of Pakistan also as far as narrative is concerned as a mediator. But the big question really, that while the ceasefire has been achieved for 2 weeks, will this last? And the kind of proposals that both America and Iran have given each other certainly do not meet the eye. So clearly, how will a consensus emerge, and will Israel really be part of that consensus?
Aditya, also many are curious at this point about Pakistan's role as a mediator. If we just delve deeper for a moment, can you tell us what does Shehbaz Sharif actually bring to the table that others could not?
The only strategic point that goes in favor of Shehbaz Sharif or his master Asim Munir running the country from Rawalpindi is the fact that they're close to America. They're close to Donald Trump. Ever since the Pahalgam dastardly terror attack that was in fact the conspiracy of Asim Munir and the Pakistan Army and the ISI, we've had Operation Sindoor and then a ceasefire. The American president went on in media and in public statements more than 75 times claiming that it was America that brought in that ceasefire. And since then, he became close to Asim Munir, hosted him inside the White House for a meal. And in fact, there were strategic ties that were discussed, great minerals and energy being offered by Pakistan to America as well. And that is the best case scenario right now for America as well. Pakistan geographically is placed right next to China, Afghanistan, and Iran as well. And that's why it is, strategically very important for America. And if Asim Munir and Shehbaz Sharif agree to the diktats and the policy of the American president, then certainly things can go well for America and for the Trump policy when it comes to Iran. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold really post the dialogue on Friday. But road ahead clearly isn't safe for Pakistan, the deep state, and certainly achieving a consensus would be a Herculean task.
As always, Aditya, thanks so much. We'll, of course, track all the finer developments with you. The mood seems to be cautious optimism as we speak this morning. On that note, let's turn our attention to home ground and breaking news coming in at the moment. The Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, is heading now to file her nomination. She's expected to file a nomination in Bhabanipur. Ritik Mondal is live with us at the moment. Ritik, what details can you disclose currently?
Well, definitely let me cut across to this visual, a huge gathering over here, and Mamata Banerjee just a while from now, kickstart her journey towards the Survey Building to file her nomination. Remember, it's a very historic day as Bengal politics is concerned as the election approaches. And what we can see, Mamata Banerjee, the three-time Chief Minister who is contesting for another round of elections, Bhabanipur seat, is going to file her nomination. And the spectators and her followers, as you can see, they are enthusiastic. They have gathered in large number. They are also marching towards the Survey Building. And this time, like previous years also, there is no change. Mamata Banerjee chose to walk down the streets over here in Bhabanipur. It's barely few meters away from her residence in Kalighat, which is at a stone's throw distance from her residence. But she chose to walk down the streets, and along with her party leaders and supporters, her leaders keep cheering for her. And we would like to go across to Mamata Banerjee. Here are the glimpses that, as you can see, that Mamata Banerjee is walking along. Didi, Didi. So it's a big fight for Bhabanipur. We tried to reach across, to go across Mamata Banerjee to get her pulse, to get her sense about this big fight. Because remember, like 2021.
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And and unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster. Because Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OG of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV Network.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV Network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj.
A very good morning. Iran issues a 10-point ceasefire condition, and that is Trump there saying that the plan is workable. Iran's Mujtaba is ordering a military, asking the military to stop firing, but warns that this is not the end of the war. Trump there calling it a big day for world peace, saying Iran wants it to happen and they've had enough, and so has everyone else. We're going to get you details of how that ceasefire for the next 15 days has been reached upon, but first, the headlines. US announces a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, suspends a planned strikes hours before the deadline as Iran agrees to immediately reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran there listing its preconditions to end the war, demands of controlling the passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and that is the key demand that's being made by Iran. As the US President Donald Trump's big hint on the Iran nuclear stockpile, Trump says will help in easing the strait. Claims that the United States will help in loading up the supplies that are hanging around the Strait of Hormuz. And White House mulls in-person talks with Iran, and reports are suggesting that the key people who could be part of the conversation that's going to be taking place most likely in Islamabad in Pakistan would include J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, Steve Witkoff, as well as the son-in-law Kushner of Donald Trump, who will be leading the talks in Pakistan, is what Washington is saying. Washington keeping its options open. And Israel supports Trump. This is the 2-week ceasefire decision shells a South Lebanon town, and this is after Netanyahu says Iran's truce excludes Lebanon. So fresh strikes have been reported in Lebanon early this morning, minutes within the announcement of what Donald Trump had to say. And Pakistan steps in as a key mediator. Bilateral talks help pause the strikes, and that is the United States there pushing for the reopening deal of the Strait of Hormuz, and Islamabad may be hosting these talks that are going to be taking place between the US and Iran, and as early as Friday, the 10th of April, 2 days time from now. And it is, the Prime Minister as well as Asim Munir urging Donald Trump to hold fire and back a diplomacy. And a US court accepts Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani's plea to dismiss a lawsuit brought by its Securities and Exchange Commission. This is Adani's arguing that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying that neither has sufficient contacts with the US or direct involvement in the bond offering. Let's begin this 11 o'clock this morning of breaking news coming in, and these are reports which are the behind-the-scenes push that led to the truce with Iran. Reports are suggesting that Mujtaba Khamenei gave the green light for the ceasefire. Mujtaba used runners and notes to negotiate, while reports are also suggesting that sources said without Khamenei there would have been no deal. Do remember, this is after coming very close on the heels of Mujtaba Khamenei reports coming up that he is unconscious, he is incapacitated, he's not fit to be taking decisions. But this is something that has happened because of Mujtaba Khamenei, is what reports are suggesting. That's Mujtaba Khamenei who urged negotiators towards the deal. Reports are suggesting that it had the blessings of Mujtaba to cut that deal with the United States. Just when the deadline was coming to that finish line is when this deal was worked upon, a 2-day ceasefire between both sides, and that is with talks in person that perhaps could be taking place in Islamabad. Who all will be there from Iran side is the big question, but we do know from the US side, 3 people will be representing the White House and Donald Trump's administration, including his son-in-law. Nazir, my colleague, joining us in order to get us the latest of what's happening on the ground. Nazir, we do know there have been strikes that have been reported in Lebanon despite that deal that's been reached, but here we have, reports suggesting that without Mujtaba, this deal would have never, they would have never reached this deal because they needed the green signal from their leader. They needed his blessings.
Well, when Mr. Araghchi, Iran's foreign minister, made that statement, it was very clear that it is on behalf of the government and people of Iran. So clearly, it can't happen without his blessings, without Ayatollah Mujtaba's blessings. Yesterday, all the Western media talking about he is completely in coma, and we reported in our reports. We clearly said that it's not possible somebody would be so grievously injured and would be in coma. They would make him as Ayatollah, as a spiritual leader, supreme leader. So having said that, clearly it is a collective decision of the government and leadership of Iran to back this ceasefire, and they know what they are doing. They have been clearly saying this ceasefire is not only limited to Iran. It is not workable. It has to be a holistic ceasefire and lasting peace in the region, and also guarantees that Iraq would not be attacked again. And they have shown their resolve. It was from government to the people. When they said, America said, we are going to bomb your railways, your bridge, your roads, your critical infrastructure. People were not scared. They rather came out on the roads and formed a human chain on the same roads and bridges, which US was threatened to bomb. So that shows the kind of resilience and the commitment of people of Iran and its government, and that's why they could withstood all this bombing and massive military might of combined military might of US and Iran. Having said that, Israel is making it clear that they are not going to abide by ceasefire when it comes to Lebanon. They say Lebanon doesn't include in the ceasefire. I'm here in the South Lebanon. Let me show you.
Right, Nazir, reporting from the front lines and getting us details of the ceasefire, deal that has been reached upon between both sides. And let's also talk about this is a sudden shift from threats to pause. Donald Trump there announcing that 2-week ceasefire on the war on Iran in his Truth social media post. That is understood. This is as far as the Truth social post is concerned. Trump has gone ahead and said, I agree to suspend the bombing and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks, framing the move as part of a broader push towards a ceasefire. He also stated that the pause is conditional on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and that needs to be reopened by Iran, calling it an absolutely unnecessary step forward in the de-escalation. Now, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed that the ceasefire had said that if attacks against Iran are halted, then Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations as well. While we have the Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, he has, however, said that they support the decision of the US of the ceasefire, but Lebanon will not be included in this deal, and which is why we've had attacks and strikes that have been reported from early this morning, in fact, very close to after that announcement that was made by the President of the United States, talking about that ceasefire. Meanwhile, celebrations have begun, whether it's in Iran or in Iraq, after the announcement of that 2-week ceasefire deal that has been reached upon. How's the world reacting? Let's get you some of the reactions coming in from world leaders.
This is positive news. We've been calling for a de-escalation for some time. We want to see a resolution of the conflict. The potential of damage to civilian infrastructure in Iran was an extraordinary statement to make, and then also the impact that would have arisen from an escalation within Iranian response would have led to greater global economic damage. We're already seeing a substantial impact of a war which is on the other side of the world but is having an impact on Australians here, like it is on citizens throughout the world.
Is this a relief? 今般の米国、イラン、双方の発表、これを前向きな動きとして歓迎をしております。最も重要なことは、今後ホルムズ海峡の航行の安全確保を含む事態の沈静化が実際に図られるということであり、外交を通じて最終的な合意に早期に至ることを期待をしております。我が国の領域や排他的経済水域へのミサイルの飛来は確認されておらず、また関係機関から被害に関する報告はありません。
Right. Meanwhile, world leaders have hailed that 2-week halt on the war and have welcomed the decision made by the leaders of the US and Iran, like we just listened to the reactions coming about. But has the war ended on Iran's terms? That is the big question, because we do know the regime still is calling the shots to begin with. The Strait is still in the control of Iran, the chokehold, and that has been the flashpoint as far as this conflict that's raged on for 40 days now. The nuclear material is still with Iran, and the military capacity is not erased, as the claims that have been made time and again by Donald Trump and the US administration. We also have Tehran has showed no rush to end the war. That is what we know. And of course, Washington looking more eager for the ceasefire than the authorities in Iran. Now, we have that US-Israel war that is aimed, basically we do see there seems to be a split when it comes to the aim of what US wants and what Israel wants from this conflict that started on the 28th of February. And then we have US air defense stockpiles that are completely drained. We have the US assets in the Gulf who have taken heavy hits as well, in the GCC countries, whether it's UAE, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, and so many other countries that have taken the hit for the United States. Now, when we talk about the world back from the brink, let's talk about that pause button that's been hit by Iran and by the US. But when we talk about Iran pausing their military operations, we have Israel that is agreeing to the ceasefire. But Israel is making it very clear that Lebanon is not part of this ceasefire. Pakistan is playing the role of the mediator to host these talks, and these talks could take place as early as Friday, 2 days' time from now, on the 10th in Islamabad, as was being proposed earlier as well. Now we have Lebanon that's still in the crossfires, and that is in the crosshairs. With Israel, they're saying that strikes are going to continue, and that has been reported early this morning. Within minutes of Donald Trump making that announcement, there was a strike in Lebanon, and that will continue as far as Hezbollah is concerned. There have been strikes in the UAE that have been reported after the ceasefire. Even in Qatar, strikes have been reported after the ceasefire. Bahrain on its side is welcoming that 14-day pause window as far as the conflict is concerned. So is Iraq. Iraq celebrating as well, as we could see celebrations playing out on the streets of Iraq and Iran for that 14-day war pause. Kuwait then has also again said there have been strikes that have been reported, even though that announcement was made by Donald Trump on his social media post, which said that there is a deal that's been reached upon with Iran to pause the hostilities and to pause and reach that ceasefire agreement at least for 2 weeks' time, 14 days from now. So that is what we have seen. And of course, after announcing that 2-week ceasefire, we are seeing what will really happen as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. Do remember that the control is still with Iran. Iran could perhaps be now charging a toll. And that is what we're hearing, is that Iran and Oman will perhaps be charging a toll for vessels that are going to be passing from there. Now, let's talk about, Donald Trump there signaling that post-war reset after Washington will assist in managing the traffic through that strait while Iran begins reconstruction. That is what Trump is calling a big day for world peace, and that is how Donald Trump is describing it, claiming that Iran has had enough and is ready to move forward. He added that economic opportunities will follow, with the US preparing to supply materials for rebuilding efforts. Do remember, Iran has said that they need to be compensated for all the damages that have been incurred over the last 40 days. Trump also hinted at a continued American presence in the region, something that Iran did not want, said that, they wanted all the US assets out of the Gulf countries, saying that the US will be hanging around to ensure stability. The move signals Washington's intent to closely monitor the Strait of Hormuz, even as tensions ease and the broader nuclear standoff remains far from over. Nazir, my colleague, joining us from Lebanon in order to get us the latest, even though we've had Donald Trump, say that we are hitting that pause button, Israel on its side is saying this excludes Lebanon. And that is why we've seen there have been strikes that have been reported from Lebanon, but not just Lebanon, other countries, whether it's the UAE and so many other Gulf countries saying that there have been strikes this morning, even though that ceasefire agreement has been reached upon. Nasir.
Well, implementation takes time, so one can't, rule that out. Even during the Operation Sindoor time, even after India and Pakistan announced ceasefire, there were some teething problems in implementation. But having said that, they have to see the intent. Intents are two. One, Iran has said they will go for the ceasefire, and these are the things which are going to happen. They want a comprehensive ceasefire. But what Israel has said, they said, yes, they will abide by the ceasefire when it comes to Iran. But when it comes to Lebanon, Lebanon is not included in this ceasefire. So clearly there's an intent behind the attack. Otherwise, when you see the other attacks which may happen, it may be because the Iranian formations are working independently for the last 40 days. And now they have been asked to stop. There should be no attack. A ceasefire should be followed in letter and spirit. And it's expected that the ceasefire will be followed. But there's a larger thing now, the details of the ceasefire. Number two, what would be the negotiations which will start from 2 days from now on Friday in Pakistan, Islamabad. There are, demands from Iran. There are demands from US. And also then there would be one of the demand of the Iran is that there has to be a holistic ceasefire. We have seen all the three statements, whether it is US, Iran or Pakistan, both talking about larger peace, not only in Iran, but also in Middle East, which also includes Lebanon. So, but Israel is clearly not inclined to accept that. Remember, there has been a very famous quote of former Israeli defense minister, Moshe Dayan. He had said that they take advice, United States offer them money, they offer them arms, they offer them advice. They take money, they take weapons, but they decline advice. So whether Israel will listen to USA when it comes to larger ceasefire, including ceasefire in Lebanon, because they have captured several areas. Will they agree to actually withdraw from those areas? And also, will Hezbollah ever agree so long Israel is capturing their areas? So right. It is a difficult thing to actually do a ceasefire here in Lebanon. But when, as they say, when there's a will, there's a way.
Absolutely, Nazir. Hold on. We also are talking about that strait. After announcing that 2-week ceasefire, Trump has made that big claim of opening as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned. He stated that the US will be helping with the traffic buildup when it comes to the strait. He further said that, Iran can start the reconstruction process as well. This comes after Trump had mentioned about ceasefire being subjected to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete and immediate safe and open. This is the safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. And while the Iranian Foreign Minister Proxy has said that for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through that strait will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. That is what has been said. So this is a deadlock, and that is the Hormuz deadlock that is coming to an end, at least temporarily so, for the next 14 days. There's going to be a safe passage for the next 2 weeks, and reports are suggesting that there will be a toll that will be a part of the ceasefire deal, and that is what is being said according to reports. Now, who all are going to be part of that? Of course, Iran is part of that, and so is Oman. Oman will also be charging that toll and be part of that ceasefire deal. Now, reports are suggesting that they will charge a toll, a fee, in order for the vessels to cross that strait that's been a chokehold and the flashpoint of this conflict that's raged on for the last 40 days. So Iran and Oman there to charge that fee. Now, we also have Trump there demanding a complete, immediate and safe opening, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. To know more on this, we have Aditya Raj Kaul and we have Nazir back with us as well. Aditya, over to you first. Talking about the strait, which has been the flashpoint of this conflict, now that it will be reopened, at least for now, is what we are hearing, but there will be a fee that we charge. Is this in order to compensate for the destruction that Iran has incurred in this conflict that's raged on for 40 days? Because one of their key demands has been compensation in order to reconstruct whatever's been damaged. Is this going to go towards that?
Well, that's right, Divya. This is going to be certainly some kind of a toll tax or a fee for a safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. But let's begin from the beginning of the war. The initial assessment of US President Donald Trump was to, in fact, begin the war to free the Iranian people, in his own words, from the so-called Iranian regime. But the end of the ceasefire, after 40 days of relentless firing, has led to a ceasefire only because of a Strait of Hormuz consensus, and that has been offered on a platter to Iran. Now, what will happen now over the next 2 weeks is that Iran and Oman together will be charging a fee for each and every vessel, each and every oil tanker or a ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz to the tune of 2 million. And that will be divided between Iran and Oman. Iran would be using that for reconstruction of the damages that have happened all across Iran in the 40 days of war. But this begs a big question, and that is that what were the objectives of US President Donald Trump for entering the war? Was it to, in fact, completely eradicate the regime out there in Iran? Or was it to, in fact, have a safe passage at the Strait of Hormuz? Because there would be a lot of criticism. While Trump may say that there's been a huge victory for the American side here, but Iran has strongly retaliated, and whatever objectives Trump had in mind haven't really been achieved even after 40 days of relentless fighting and involving and engulfing the entire Middle East in this crisis. The crisis isn't over. It's just merely 2 weeks of ceasefire, and now the challenge remains that this ceasefire of 2 weeks, can this be a permanent ceasefire after the dialogue process now begins? So the next 2 weeks will be very, very crucial, beginning with perhaps the first stage of dialogue in Islamabad on Friday, where not just Strait of Hormuz, but several other conditions would be discussed as well. Till now, Divya, very strong approach, aggressive posturing as per diplomacy of the 15 points proposed by US and the 10 points by Iran, certainly not acceptable to both sides.
Right. Let's also get in Nazir, who's joining us from Lebanon, getting us details of what's happening on the ground there. Nazir, all really depends on the talks that are now going to be taking place in Pakistan. Pakistan playing the role of a mediator. And if all goes as planned, then these conversations are going to take place in Islamabad, and that too on Friday, the 10th of April.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing to watch for. That is the Islamabad talks, Islamabad Peace Accord. If it materializes, but clearly both the sides have shown willingness to discuss each other's concerns or the demands, which Donald Trump clearly said that Iran's demands are workable and they can be discussed. And they're also looking for a holistic peace, as Aditya was talking about, Strait of Hormuz. And isn't it ironic that the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war? So it was closed because of the war, not it is being opened because of them. So that's one. Second thing is that Iran always said it would be open for all of them except US and its allies. And third thing is that may have been a tactical success for the US and Israel in this war. But there's a clear-cut political victory of Iran. They are achieving everything. They are asking guarantees that they would not be attacked again. They are saying they don't want this temporary ceasefire because it has happened before and it has not guaranteed attack. And they are also now including the larger areas, their proxies or their allies, be it Hezbollah or Houthis. They are saying there has to be a comprehensive peace agreement. It can't be in an isolation, then it will again break. Benjamin Netanyahu says no. Lebanon is not part of this ceasefire, so they have been bombing this area. I am in South Lebanon. Several areas have been bombed. Areas continue to remain in Israel's control, which have been captured over the last 1 month. So it is a complex problem, but clearly when it is such a whole world is involved in it, stakes are very high for everybody, including India also, because our energy are coming through the same route, not only energy, but also our fertilizers, they have been impacted, everything. So it is something which everybody was waiting for. We'll have to see how talks will go on. But on the ground, I can tell you, while this ceasefire will be implemented, both the sides, Iran and Israel and US, when it comes to Iran, but there's no ceasefire on the ground here in Lebanon, and it is being continuously bombed by Israel, and Hezbollah is hitting back.
Right. Let's just get in Aditya as well. Aditya, Israel has decided to abide by the decision of the US as far as the ceasefire is concerned, but not doing this willingly, very reluctantly so.
Israel does say that they have joined the ceasefire for 2 weeks, but at the same time, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has maintained that the ceasefire does not include Lebanon. But Iran on the other side has said that this entire ceasefire isn't only about US and Iran, it is also about Israel, and mainly it's also about other fronts, for instance, Lebanon. Now, over the last 3 to 4 weeks, there has been continuous operation that's underway in Lebanon, where my friend Nazir has been relentlessly reporting for, and such excellent reportage over the last few days, where, common people, their survival and their story is being spoken about. But the reality of the matter is that Israel is looking for their own safety and security guarantees. So they're trying to create a buffer zone just like they created one during the conflict with Hamas in Gaza. And now they're looking to create a similar situation in Lebanon. And that's not over yet. Perhaps it will take a few more weeks for Israel to completely annihilate Hezbollah from Lebanon and then create that security buffer zone. And realistically, they're looking at a situation where they will make not just Iran, but also their proxies incapable of launching any other attack, be it a terror attack or a military conflict in the years from now. But will this ceasefire really be acceptable for a long period of time to all the parties involved? There were at least 2 countries in the Middle East that wanted the war to continue because of the continuous attacks that they have faced. So while the ceasefire is a good news for across the world, but clearly all isn't over. And the next phase of the negotiation will only, make us realize what will happen next.
Right, Aditya and Nazir, thank you so much for getting us details. Aditya has been reporting on the war ever since it started. He was there for a month in Tel Aviv, and now, of course, Nazir there reporting from Lebanon. Let's talk about the impact that we've seen as far as global markets are concerned and how they've reacted instantly to the ceasefire between the US and Iran. Now, the oil prices have plunged while the US stock futures have surged as US and Iran agreed to the 2-week ceasefire. Indian shares have also surged as far as this morning is concerned, tracking a global rally as crude oil prices fell sharply after the US president agreed to that ceasefire with Iran. The Nifty rose 3.39% and the Sensex gained 3.57% when markets opened today. Other Asian markets climbed 4.8% while crude prices have slipped to $95 a barrel after Trump said that the US would suspend bombings and attacks on Iran for at least 2 weeks, and that talks were progressing towards a long-term peace agreement. Let's listen in to what the RBI has to say.
Going forward, elevated energy and other commodity prices, as also shocks to availability of inputs due to disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, are likely to impact growth this year. The government has, however, been proactive in ensuring supply of inputs across critical sectors to minimize the impact of supply chain disruptions. After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged under the liquidity facility at 5.25%. Consequently, the STF rate remains at 5% and the MSF rate and the bank rate at 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with the neutral stance.
Right, let's get you this 2-week ceasefire impact that it's having on the markets this morning. We're talking about the Sensex that is up by 3.7%. South Korea is also up by 6%. We have Japan that's up by 4.5%. Taiwan up as well, and Taiwan's up by 4% this morning. And then we are seeing the Hong Kong markets also trading in the green, up as well. And that is what we're seeing as far as the markets are concerned. So the Asian markets in the green this morning, particularly when it comes to the Indian markets and the impact that we've seen. Himanshu joining us. Himanshu, we've seen a sharp fall in the oil pricing as far as the oil that was close to about $120 a barrel fallen to less than $100 this morning. And then we also have the markets in the green, and a very good news coming our way as far as the markets are concerned, not just here in India, but the Asian markets opening in the green all across.
That's right. Market has in fact welcomed the ceasefire, but I think at the moment there is cautious optimism in the market. If we go to what the RBI governor has said, it clearly shows that there is cautious optimism, but at the same time the risks remain elevated. And I think after a couple of weeks of crude oil prices being above $100, we now see a big fall, around 14-15% decline in Brent oil futures price. It is now trading around $93 to $94 per barrel. And this is largely because the ceasefire, 2-week-long ceasefire, perhaps some people say could be the beginning of the end of this war. But then a lot will depend on what happens in next 15 days. But of course, US and Iran have given peace a chance, and that is exactly what is now being reflected across the global markets. You have mentioned the Asian markets, South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, India. Major markets have, of course, very cautiously reacted, but there is optimism. Optimism largely because there are hundreds and hundreds of ships which are still stranded in Strait of Hormuz. How early they can be allowed to move on, how early the factories, the gas production units, the oil production units which have been hit by Iran and US and also Israel, right, how soon they can start resuming production. These are very, very complex.
Right. Thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us a check on the markets this morning. But also, let's get you a check on more breaking news coming in. And this is in regard to India there, issuing fresh advisories when it comes to the Indian population, the Indian nationals in Iran. They've been advised to exit Iran. Indian nationals must not approach any international border, is what the Ministry of External Affairs has put out in its advisory. In order to know more on this, Aditya Rajkal, my colleague, joining us to get us the latest. Aditya, first and foremost, how many Indians are in Iran? Take us through those numbers and, what is being done as far as the ministry is concerned, because they are saying that the Indians should not be going to any borders. So what is the way out of Iran if Indians want to travel back home?
Well, that's right, Divya. It's a very critical and important advisory by the Indian embassy in Tehran. This comes just hours after the ceasefire was announced by the US President Donald Trump and the Iranian Foreign Minister Argachi. The advisory states that in continuation of the advisory of the 7th April 2026 and in light of the recent developments, Indian nationals still in Iran are strongly advised to expeditiously exit Iran in coordination with the embassy and using the routes suggested by the embassy. It is again reiterated that there should be no attempt to approach any international land border without the prior consultation and coordination with the embassy. And the agency's contact numbers have been publicly given on X and across the social media platforms. Largely, it's Indian students medical students as well as pilgrims from India, the Shia pilgrims who are stranded there, and they want to return as soon as possible. Now, what the advisory clearly states, yesterday the advisory had said that please stay put in shelter, do not leave the shelter, avoid high-story, multi-story buildings. And today, 24 hours later, the advisory says that you can leave the country, but only in coordination with the Indian embassy. That means do not independently reach the exit. It's only through the Indian embassy that you should plan your exit, either through a land border or otherwise. So, Indian embassy taking opportunity of the ceasefire, now asking Indians who are stranded in Tehran and other parts of Iran to in fact leave, but only as per the advisory and instructions of the Indian embassy. It will be a sigh of relief for many of those students. Their families back home in India have been worried all through these 40 days of the war, and now they can meet their loved ones once the stranded Indians return back. Most of them, as I said, are students mainly from India's Jammu and Kashmir, but clearly now within the next 24 to 48 hours they could return.
Right, Aditya, you did mention 48 hours ago the Ministry of External Affairs had said stay put, do not move from wherever you are. Now they're saying you can leave, but is there a way that's been chalked out by the Ministry of External Affairs for those Indians to come out of Iran?
That's right, Divya. It's a very important question, and the answer is that yes, there are SOPs in place, there are standard operating procedures in place. Every time there is such kind of an eventuality and emergency, the Indian diplomats, in coordination with Indian embassy down on ground, has a chalked out plan how to extract Indians from that location. In this particular case, the border with Armenia is being used, and a lot of Indians have already returned through Armenia in the past few weeks, but there is a sizable population that's still stranded and want to return. And now that a ceasefire has been implemented and will be fully operational in the next few hours, Indians can use the land border from Armenia in coordination with the Indian embassy in Tehran and leave Iran and return back to India.
Right, there have been many flights that have been cancelled, as we do know. 10,000 international flights that were meant to carry Indians out of Iran were cancelled multiple times over. So, if there is no way out, if one can't fly out of Iran, what is the option? Considering that international borders are out of question as far as the Indian nationals are concerned, is at least what the MEA is saying.
Well, that's right. The airport in Tehran is completely shut. Airports across Iran have been shut since the beginning of the war, and that means for the last 40 days, all the international flights and airports have been completely shut in Iran. And that's why normal passengers, tourists, pilgrims, and mostly students haven't been able to return back. And now the Indian government advisory issued by the Indian embassy in Tehran indicates now that people can move to the border with Armenia and return to India, but this will be done in a phased manner by the Indian embassy. Perhaps buses and vehicles will be provided to them, and they need to give their credentials and details to the Indian embassy on the emergency numbers, and then their exit from Tehran to Armenia, and then a return flight to India could be planned.
Right, given the fact that the relationship that Iran shares with India, the exit of Indians should rather be peaceful and safe is what we are hopeful towards. As far as the MEA is concerned, they're putting out that advisory asking the Indian nationals to take precautions and not go towards the international borders, but there is a way that's being chalked out, and that is the way out for those ones who will be exiting now Iran. Do remember that the Indian government had put out that advisory that Indians need to stay put, they cannot move, and that was the advisory that was put out just 2 days ago. Aditya, share the details of what the Indian embassy had said back then, and now the Indian embassy is now chalking out that plan to get the Indians out of Iran. A number perhaps that you have, the number of Indians that are there in Iran.
Well, it is at least a few thousand Indians who are currently in Iran. Many don't want to return. They want to continue their studies, etc. Even though many of the areas are completely shut, they want to stay put. Many Indians had come to Tehran, and then the embassy had taken them to a safe shelter outside Tehran. And while the war was over 2 days ago, there was an advisory issued by the Indian embassy in Tehran asking people to, in fact, stay put, stay in shelter, avoid multi-story buildings, avoid electric strategic locations of power grids and also military installations all across Iran, and be in safety areas and abide by the instructions by the local government and the Indian embassy. But now that situation has drastically changed, now that a ceasefire has been achieved between US and Iran, the Indian embassy immediately taking the opportunity and asking Indians to approach the emergency numbers issued by the Indian embassy, and they can finally plan their exit through a land border with Armenia and then take a flight back home. So firstly, it's a huge sigh of relief for the Indian government, but also for hundreds of those Indians who have been stranded there. They can now return home back to India.
Right, very scary there the last 40 days for the Indian, nationals who have been stranded in Iran, but an exit plan that has been chalked out by the Indian government and the Indian officials there, advising the, Indian nationals in Iran an exit plan in order to get out of Iran. Thank you so much, Aditya, for getting us those details. With that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more on what's been said by the US side in order to reach that deal. Was Iran, ready to sign on the dotted line? What's going to happen as far as talks that are going to be taking place in 2 days' time from now in Pakistan? We're going to get you all those details. For now, slipping into a short break.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
talk about anxiety.
औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices
To make India
big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mojtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mojtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade making all the decisions.
They are fighting an asymmetric battle. Does this, in a sense, force Israel and the United States to think about an off-ramp?
The Iranian regime has been using asymmetric warfare against Israel for the last 3 decades. We have to make sure that their capability to do so diminishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, for speaking to us. We've heard of how Iran was planning to assassinate President Donald Trump.
Iran has tried to assassinate Donald Trump. They've tried to assassinate me too because of the successful strike against
Now, following US President Donald Trump's announcement of that 2-week ceasefire, let's get you defining images that have been captured from that decision, the time that decision was taken. We are seeing this footage that's showing protesters setting fire to the US and Israeli flags in central square of Tehran. Crowds were seen shouting "Death to America," "Death to compromisers," and aimed at Iranian officials who accepted that deal. And celebrations have erupted in Iraq's capital, Baghdad, as well, following the announcement of the ceasefire between Iran and the United States. Iraq there rejoicing and celebrating that move that's been reached upon by both sides. And shocking visuals of a moment of that precise strike that devastated a target in southern Lebanon. Visuals showing that massive fireball erupting with local residents and rescue teams scrambling to clear the rubble. This is after the announcement was made by Donald Trump. And then we have the aftermath of Israeli strikes on the southern part of Lebanon. Visuals on your screens showing the emergency services rushing to action and providing assistance to those injured in the strikes that have been conducted by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. 8 people were reportedly killed in these strikes that have taken place. Iraqis gathered outside the US Embassy in Baghdad to celebrate the announcement of the ceasefire with the United States. This is an agreement reached upon for the next 2 weeks. People were seen holding posters of Iran's supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, and the Iranian flag in celebration of the truce deal. And we have Pakistan there emerging as a key mediator in the crisis in Iran with back-channel diplomacy held. These are channels that were opened up. They have helped avert a major US strike and opening a window for talks as far as the Strait is concerned, the major flashpoint of this conflict. Donald Trump announcing that 2-week ceasefire with Iran, saying that the decision followed conversations with the Prime Minister of Pakistan and the Army Chief, Asim Munir. Also urging restraint ahead of planned strikes, and also Araghchi there, the foreign minister of Iran there, praising the leadership of Pakistan and for putting in those tireless efforts in order to reach this deal. Confirming Iran's openness when it comes to negotiations, Sharif said that the ceasefire extends across the region and has invited the US and Iranian delegation to Islamabad for talks that will be held now on Friday, the 10th of April. The White House is considering in-person talks, though modalities are yet to be finalized, with reports of the US Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and the son-in-law of Donald Trump also to be leading talks in Pakistan. Meanwhile, controversy over an edited social media post by Sharif is raising questions over Pakistan's messaging, even as it positions itself at the center of high-stakes diplomacy. So Pakistan there playing peacemaker, and it is Trump's truce post where Donald Trump took to his social media platform Truth, and he posted about the ceasefire there, saying that they requested, and I hold off the destruction force being sent tonight to Iran, and it is a draft that was tweeted by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, highlighting Pakistan Prime Minister's draft, and that is showing that the language that was perhaps used was not that of Pakistan's. Now, the question really being asked is whose words were really being used in that post as far as Islamabad is concerned. Pakistan's Prime Minister urging Donald Trump to pause action on Iran. However, that draft post has sparked suspicion of an outside influence. Here are details of what you need to know about this.
Begins with a social media post. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif urges US President Donald Trump to delay military action against Iran by 2 weeks. It's a call for calm, a push for diplomacy, but doubts surface within minutes. An earlier version of the same message appears online, marked clearly as draft Pakistan's PM message on X. The single word draft triggers global scrutiny. Journalist Ryan Grimm flags the issue first. He points out Pakistani staff are unlikely to refer to their own leader as Pakistan's PM. Social media users quickly join in. Why is it in English? Why label it as a draft? And why does it sound external? Pakistan's government has not responded to these questions. But the timing makes the message even more sensitive, because tensions were peaking just hours earlier.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Donald Trump had issued a stark warning to Iran, and right in between, Pakistan stepped in. Sharif's message asked for 2 weeks, time for diplomacy, time for Iran to reopen Hormuz as a goodwill gesture, and time to avoid conflict. But even that appeal now faces questions. Was it Pakistan speaking, or someone else shaping the message behind the scenes? So 2 parallel stories are now unfolding, one of a fragile diplomatic window, the other of a credibility question in global communication. Because in the world of modern diplomacy, every word matters, and now so does who writes it. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Breaking news coming in out of West Bengal, and it's the Chief Minister there raking up the issue of the SIR. This is in the pole-bound state of West Bengal. The Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, will be approaching the Supreme Court again on the SIR exercise. The Supreme Court had declined to set a deadline for the tribunal to hear the pleas, but now Bengal Chief Minister is there saying that there are genuine voters who are still waiting to be heard, and this has to be settled by the tribunal. Let's listen in to Mamata Banerjee.
কয়েক হাজার বাকি আছে 50,000 60,000-এর মতো তাদের ভোটাধিকার দেওয়া উচিত বলে আমি মনে করি পরে নাম তুলে কি হবে তারা তো ভোটটা দিতে পারবে না সুতরাং এটা তো সুপ্রিম কোর্টেরই অর্ডার ছিল যারা অ্যাডজুডিকেশন আছে তারা জেনুইন ভোটার এবং তাদের ভোটটা তোলা উচিত এটা সুপ্রিম কোর্টই বলেছিল যে তারা ট্রিবুনালে বাদবাকি লোকেরা যাবেন এবং ট্রিবুনালে সেটেলড হবে তাহলে ফ্রোজেন করে দেওয়ার মানেটা কি এটা আমার মাথায় ঢুকছে না আমরা এটা নিয়ে আবার যাব আবার বিচার চাই
Now, it is, of course, Mamata Banerjee there who has been raking up this issue in the pole-bound state. This is the SR exercise, and Mamata Banerjee there saying that, she will be taking up the case again to the Supreme Court, even though the Supreme Court had declined to set a deadline for the tribunal to hear the pleas. But there are genuine voters who are still waiting to be heard, is what the Chief Minister of the state had to say on the matter. Shreyashi, my colleague, is with us in order to get us the very latest. Shreyashi, take us through Mamata Banerjee there wanting to approach the Supreme Court again on the very issue of SIR.
Well, the SIR process has plunged into chaos. Now with the tribunals that are yet to be set up, it is going to be very difficult to enroll the genuine voters who have been left out in this SIR exercise under the logical discrepancy cases that were adjudicated by judicial officers. Now, the Supreme Court, while hearing the matter on the 6th of April, has said that the tribunal cannot hurry up. It's a very important task that has been given to the tribunal, and if they need a week or even a month, they will take that time to ensure that only genuine voters are included in the electoral roll, which essentially means that already the first phase of elections, for that the nominations are completed. The electoral roll has been frozen already. Now for the second phase of election, the last date for nomination is the 9th of April, that is tomorrow. After that, again the electoral rolls will be frozen for this year's elections, and thereafter no new voters can be put in. So this is obviously going to create some kind of harassment for the voters, the genuine voters, and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has reiterated that she will be knocking the doors of the Supreme Court to ensure everyone is included in that list of electors for West Bengal. Back to you.
Right, Shreyashi, thank you so much for getting us those details. We will keep coming back to you for more on the pole-bound state of West Bengal. With that, it's a wrap on this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Vedika.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে।
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster. Because Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OG of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV Network.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajgol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV Network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter prime minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Rajgol. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. For 39 days and 39 nights, the United States of America and Iran were waging war against each other, barrage after barrage. Then came a deadline, which was to be this morning. And just about 1 hour before that, you had the President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, stating that he has accepted the call for ceasefire. What's interesting here is that the US claims this is victory for them, Iran claims it's victory for them, and Israel interestingly has said that we accept the terms of the ceasefire, but our war against Lebanon will continue. We've seen strikes continue inside Lebanon even as I speak. Ceasefire, will it hold, is what we're going to analyze for the next 1 hour here on Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood, and here are the headlines we're tracking at this hour. US announces 2-week ceasefire with Iran suspends planned strikes hours before deadline as Iran agrees to immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran lists preconditions to end war, demands controlled passage through Strait of Hormuz. US President's big hint on Iran nuclear stockpile. Trump says will help in easing Hormuz Strait, claims US will help in loading up supplies that are hanging around Hormuz. White House mulls in-person talks with Iran. Report suggests J.D. Vance, Witkoff, Kushner to lead talks in Pakistan. The big question is, will the talks fructify? Israel supports President Trump's 2-week ceasefire decision, shells South Lebanon town after PM Netanyahu says Iran truce excludes Lebanon. Pakistan steps in as key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause US strikes and push for Hormuz reopening deal. Islamabad may host US-Iran talks on the 10th of April. India issues fresh advisory on Iran. MEA advises Indian nationals to expeditiously exit Iran, tells Indian nationals not to approach any international border without consulting the Indian government. US court accepts Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani's plea to dismiss lawsuit brought by its Securities and Exchange Commission. Adani's argued that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying neither had sufficient contacts with the US or direct involvement in the bond offering. Just coming in, UK Prime Minister Starmer is going to be heading to the Middle East shortly to discuss the Hormuz Strait with Gulf states. UK to work on permanent opening of Hormuz is what we're hearing. I have Gauri Dwivedi joining me live on that developing story. Gauri, till now we had Starmer repeatedly saying that this war is not UK's war, but of course you have nations being impacted by what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, the chokehold, and now you have him heading to the Gulf region.
And Vedika, that is what this entire conflict was all about. You had all of NATO allies telling Donald Trump that, hey, this is not our war, but look at the kind of impact this is having on us. And specifically for UK, the impact and the exposure was on two fronts. One is that UK was being pressurized. Donald Trump had pressurized Starmer in the past as well, saying that Diego Garcia needs to be opened up to allow US to actually go and attack Iran from there. So British air bases were something that America wanted to use in the conflict. And of course, UK was directly exposed because a lot of its energy needs do come from the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, entire Europe stands extremely exposed because of Strait of Hormuz's choke point. And now with some sort of a ceasefire being in place for 2 weeks, the fact that Starmer is going to go there to ensure permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz indicates that in the next phase, you could see the UK, you could see NATO having a larger exposure to what follows from here on in terms of how the passage of ships will start, what the number of ships that will pass, how many of them will be heading to Europe. In all those permutations and combinations, now you can expect UK and you can expect NATO to have a much larger stake than what they had till now.
Truce, when it comes to Donald Trump, he has been very kind when it comes to speaking on Starmer and the stand of the UK. So all eyes will be on what he has to say when he's asked a question on this. All eyes will be on his response. Thanks for joining me live. We have more breaking news coming in. Israel's opposition has hit out at Netanyahu. The Israel's opposition has said that Netanyahu has failed politically, and this is because he wasn't even at the talks table. I'm joined by Aditya Rajkol on this. The criticism on expected lines, especially when you had Donald Trump, Aditya, come out and make that statement. You had Iran responding, but in the first few hours, there was no statement from Netanyahu, which came in a bit later.
That's right, Vedika. It's not even clear if Netanyahu was taken on board on the entire ceasefire exercise. There have been reports that the President Trump had spoken to the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif as well as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu before the ceasefire, but no official statement so far from any of the sides. The only statement that came in from the Prime Minister's office in Israel indicated that yes, Israel is part of the ceasefire. There will be ceasefire for next 2 weeks, but that does not include Lebanon. But that was contradictory to what Iran had said. Iran has said that the ceasefire includes not just a war against Iran, but also on other fronts, including Israel's operation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Well, that hasn't concluded. We've seen even today airstrikes and attacks by Israel against Hezbollah in Lebanon. That continues, even though on other front with Iran, there has been a ceasefire that has been adopted. Even though some of the missiles have been coming in and there are sirens going off, not just in Israel, but in Kuwait as well as in Bahrain and UAE. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold right now. But the Israeli opposition now attacking and gunning for the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, Yair Lapid, who is the former Israeli Prime Minister and also leader of the opposition in Israel, tearing down Netanyahu for his political failure, how he was completely isolated, not taken on board on the ceasefire exercise, and he was not on the dialogue table when things were being discussed as far as Iran is concerned and the security guarantees that Israel really requires. So Israeli opposition really questioning Netanyahu. We'll have to see if Israel comes on board fully with US on the dialogue table and for ceasefire, because things are certainly not over yet. It's just 2 weeks of ceasefire, and perhaps the fight is still not over.
Absolutely. And of course, given that we know that Israel didn't want this war to end anytime soon, all eyes will be on Israel at the moment. Thanks for joining me live there, Aditya. Now, in a sudden shift from threats to pause, Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire on the war on Iran. In his Truth Social post, Trump said, and I'm going to quote him here, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks," unquote, framing the move as part of a broader push toward a ceasefire. He also stated that pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a necessary step toward de-escalation. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed that the ceasefire is taking place and said that if attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defense operations. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has, however, said that they support US decision of ceasefire, but Lebanon will not be included in this deal. That's what Aditya was also pointing out, that those strikes continue from Israeli ground into Lebanon. Meanwhile, celebrations have begun in Iraq and in Iran after the announcement of the ceasefire. There are chants also which are anti-Israel and anti-US taking place inside Iran at this point. Now, as part of its agreement to conditional ceasefire, let's lay out for you what Iran has said in terms of its sweeping list of demands that span security, economic relief, and wider geopolitical guarantees. At the top of the list, Tehran is seeking controlled and secure passage through the Strait of Hormuz, along with formal protocols to ensure safe maritime transit, while also asserting what it calls Iran's dominance over the strategic waterway. Iran is also demanding full compensation for damages it says it has suffered during the conflict, alongside the lifting of all primary and secondary US sanctions and the release of Iranian assets and property seized abroad. On the military and regional front, Tehran is calling for an end to hostilities against what it calls the axis of resistance and the complete withdrawal of US combat forces from all bases in the region. Diplomatically, Iran wants these commitments ratified at the UNSC, along with the termination of all resolutions passed by the IAEA's Board of Governors. Together, these demands underscore the scale of Iran's conditions as talks around a broader ceasefire and de-escalation continue. Pradeep Datta is joining me live from Israel at the moment. Pradeep, there is criticism that the Prime Minister of Israel is facing at this point on expected lines from the opposition. But I want to understand from you at this point, what has been happening around you in the last 3 to 4 hours ever since that ceasefire announcement took place?
See, a portion of this is obvious. This had to happen. But so far as Israel is concerned, they had not been happy with the ceasefire because 2 days back also Benjamin Netanyahu had called President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and he had expressed his concern over the ceasefire. He had said that if there is going to be any kind of a ceasefire, the security concern need to be looked into. On this, Donald Trump had already given him assurance. Today morning, when the ceasefire was announced on social media platform by Donald Trump, immediately after that, the sirens were heard in Tel Aviv, and it didn't happen once, it happened thrice. That means whenever the sirens are activated, that means the missiles are fired from the Iranian side. So thrice the missiles were fired from the Iranian side, and I also saw the streak of light in the sky, and it was with the help of the Iron Dome. Finally, they were able to detect and neutralize those missiles coming towards the Israeli sky. They failed to penetrate Israeli airspace. Thanks to the aerial defense system here. But this is a normal thing because when ceasefire is announced, it takes some time for the commanders on the ground to get an idea about what is actually happening on the talking table. So maybe now the message has been conveyed to the commanders on the ground. Since then, no ceasefire violation had been from the Iranian side. No missile has been fired toward the Israeli airspace. But yes, so far as Israel is concerned, Israel is not really very happy. His reason being that Israel had been facing problem for the last several decades because of Iran and its proxy. They never wanted any kind of a negotiation. They wanted the issue to be resolved militarily for once for all because they wanted to teach Iran a lesson so that never ever again they use their proxies against Israel. So when they got to know that this is one of the points that has been there in the negotiation, that they want a ceasefire and they want that there should be no hostilities against their proxy Hezbollah. On this, they had objected to it. That's one of the reason they had already attacked the southern side of Lebanon because they feel this proxy had been targeting them off and on. Hands are soaked in blood. So why to give them legitimacy? Because
all right, and we will be speaking to Nasir on what Pradeep is saying in a moment from now. But before that, let's also just tell our viewers there are signs that the region may be stepping back from the brink, though the calm remains fragile. Iran says it has paused military operations, while Israel has agreed to the US-backed ceasefire. Let's talk about Pakistan now. Pakistan has stepped in as a mediator and is set to host talks most probably this Friday in an effort to stabilize the situation. However, tensions persist. Lebanon remains in the crosshairs, with Israel saying it will continue strikes there despite the broader pause. Elsewhere in the Gulf, strikes have been reported in the UAE, Qatar and Kuwait even after the ceasefire announcement. At the same time, Bahrain and Iraq have welcomed the 14-day war pause, expressing hope it could open the door to de-escalation. So while the immediate crisis may have eased, the region remains on the edge, with diplomacy now under pressure to hold this fragile pause together. Like I said, we're going to get Nasir live now from Lebanon. He joins us at this moment. Nasir, just take us through the strikes that you've seen early morning. And you have Israel saying that, yes, we agree and we back Trump's ceasefire call. But when it comes to Lebanon, it doesn't hold ground there at all.
Well, Netanyahu has clearly said that it will be minus Lebanon, and they are executing that. And their attacks continue, and evacuation warnings are issued in several areas. I was in several places. One was completely bombed. 8 people were killed here on a cafe that was hit. I think minutes after that, Netanyahu's announcement. Clearly, Israel would not be happy the way it is unfolded. Number one, they do appear to be part of the broader agreement. They have to listen to US, and whatever they do, US decides, Donald Trump decides, they have to abide by that. But still, they are saying, look, when it comes to Lebanon, war will go on. So, they are bombing different areas. One ambulance has also been hit, according to local media reports, and there are also reports of casualties in that attack as well. After every attack, Israel is always saying that these were the Hezbollah targets. Hezbollah are using ambulances, they are using everything. But when you see on the ground, number of innocent people are getting killed. And according to Lebanese public health ministry, more than 1,500 people have been killed in last 1 month. 600 people have been injured. Now we have to see, will the people of Lebanon will have some reason also when there's a larger peace move. Iran has made it very clear, but if you say not only Iran, US, Iran and Pakistan, all the three in their statements are talking about larger peace in Middle East, in the regions, not limited to Iran. So which clearly indicates when there would be talks, there will be pressure on Netanyahu to ensure ceasefire here also. But will Hezbollah agree? Perhaps not. The way I have spoken to them so far, they are saying, so long occupation continues, resistance will continue, so long the village, Lebanese area remain with the Israel, they will continue to fight.
Okay. All right, Nasir, thanks for joining me live and stay safe. Well, let's now get you some of the reactions coming in from the wider Gulf region. Several countries across the region have welcomed the ceasefire announcement, expressing hope it could ease tensions and restore stability. Iraq says Baghdad hopes the truce will lead to de-escalation and help strengthen regional stability, reiterating its support for dialogue and diplomacy as the preferred path forward. Egypt has also welcomed the US-Iran ceasefire, calling it an important opportunity to open the door to negotiations. Cairo has stressed that the truce must be built upon with full commitment, adding that Egypt will continue its efforts to promote peace and stability across the region. The statements underscore, of course, growing regional pressure to turn this pause in fighting into a more durable diplomatic outcome. Aditya Rajkol back with us from the newsroom. Aditya, let's just look at the big picture here for a moment. While the Gulf nations, of course, some of them welcoming the ceasefire and the move for ceasefire, this truce perhaps at best can be termed as fragile for now.
This is a fragile ceasefire that we have been discussing over the last few hours, ever since it was announced by the US president and simultaneously by the Iranian foreign minister as well. But the question really is, while this might be a reprieve, this might be a sigh of relief temporarily, but what about the larger deal? And what gives the guarantee that Iran or Israel or US will not enter a similar kind of a conflict in future? Because look at the objectives with which the US had entered the war. Trump had in fact told the entire world that the objective was to free the Iranian people from the regime in Iran. That clearly has been completely forgotten. In fact, Trump is now claiming that the big focus is on the Strait of Hormuz and how there could be a free passage through that entire area. But instead, what has happened is that the Strait of Hormuz has been given on a platter to Iran. So diplomatically, it seems to be a win for Tehran, where it will be charging a toll or a tax for every passing ship and sharing that with Oman. So the big question right now, when the talks begin, perhaps in Islamabad on Friday, when Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner meet the Iranian counterparts, what will be the consensus? What will lead to a consensus? Because as of now, it doesn't seem like that many countries in the Middle East would be, really praying that finally there is a reprieve, there is a ceasefire. But there is no guarantee whatsoever that this will be a permanent ceasefire. Israel, for one, has contradicted US as well as Iran and said that Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. The operations in Lebanon would actually continue, and this was being contemplated for a very long time. So certainly the stalemate remains, and this is a fragile ceasefire, rightly, as you point out, Vedika. The next few steps would be very, very critical and crucial on how the future holds.
What Aditya is also trying to say here is it's not about 14 days. We'll really have to take a day at a time when it comes to this fragile peace. Aditya, thanks for joining me live there. Well, we now want to shift focus and tell our viewers what the ceasefire means for the United States of America, for Iran and for Israel. We're going to break it down one by one. Let's start with the United States of America. Well, the US brought overwhelming force into this crisis, the world's most powerful military backed by airstrikes, hard deadlines and maximum pressure. That strategy did deliver results. It forced Iran to engage and helped pull both sides back from the brink of a wider war. But beyond that, the gains appear limited. There is no decisive breakthrough here, no clear rollback of Iran's capabilities, no long-term agreement, and no structural shift in the conflict. What we're seeing instead is a pause, not a resolution. Very important for that to be noted. For President Trump, this reinforces the image of a strongman willing to escalate and then negotiate. But it also raises a bigger question. Does that strategy deliver lasting outcomes or just short-term de-escalation? Because as allies watch cautiously and tensions remain high, the core conflict between the US and Iran is still very much alive. And without a clear endgame, this ceasefire risks becoming just another fragile pause in a much longer confrontation. Let's talk about Iran now. Iran has faced this crisis under intense pressure from both the United States of America as well as Israel, and yet it remains unbroken. Despite military strikes and escalating threats, there has been no massive collapse. The regime has held firm and continues to project defiance. Tehran has absorbed the blows, but also not backed down. Instead, it is leaning into an asymmetric playbook, relying on proxies and indirect pressure rather than matching force with force. That allows Iran to stay in the fight without entering a full-scale war it cannot win. At home and across the region, this is being framed as resistance. Standing up to a superpower and surviving, that, viewer, is one of the biggest takeaways. And in that sense, Iran gains a narrative edge. The ceasefire also gives it something crucial: time. Time to regroup, time to recalibrate, and time to prepare for what comes next. But the challenges are far from over. Sanctions continue to bite, economic strain is real, and the military imbalance has been exposed. This is not peace, it's a pause. And Iran, even after taking hits, remains very much in that fight. We've spoken about the US, we've spoken about Iran. Now it's time to bring you an analysis on Israel. Well, for Israel, this ceasefire is far from a victory. It's a reluctant pause in a war it believes is unfinished. Prime Minister Netanyahu did not seek this truce, and crucially, Israel's core objectives remain to make sure that this war is won by them, and those objectives remain unmet for now. The threat from Hezbollah is still very real. The ground situation remains largely unchanged. Of course, they've hit Hezbollah hard, but Hezbollah has vowed to come back and hit them harder over and over again. And the sense in Israel's security establishment is that momentum has been halted mid-strike. That raises serious questions about deterrence, whether enough was done to push back adversaries. There is also growing strategic frustration. No decisive blow has been delivered, and the pause comes amid clear pressure from the United States. Israel may be aligned with the Washington, D.C. for now, publicly, but there is unease beneath the surface. With multiple fronts still active and proxy threats looming, Israeli forces remain on high alert, ready to escalate if needed. Because for Israel, the ceasefire is tactical, not strategic. The war, in its view, is not over, only pause. Gauri Trivedi now joins me. Gauri, we've just given our viewers a 360-degree perspective on where US stands, what this means for them, where Iran stands, what this means for them, and where Israel stands and what this means for them. But I think if you summarize it all, it boils down to the Strait of Hormuz and what action is taken by Iran there that will define whether this is going to be peace or just a temporary pause for the moment.
Vedika, you've summed it up very well in terms of what really lies ahead for each of the stakeholders. As far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned, there are broad three aspects that I want to tell our viewers. First and foremost, before this war started, before 28th of February, there were about 128 to 130 ships that were passing each day to the Strait of Hormuz. India and the entire Asian countries were getting about 20 to 25% of their energy from this region. For Europe, it was actually as high as 40%. All of that stopped immediately when the war started. It came down to 2 or 3 or 5 ships each day. Of course, that meant a huge choke point. Now, as things stand right now, Iran still feels, and it is in fact one of its key negotiating aspects, that it wants to impose some sort of a toll on ships that pass through that. Now, if that is the case, no matter whatever may be the military outcomes of the war, look at the kind of economic wins that Iran is really talking from a leverage point of view. And something that is not going to be acceptable to Europe. Forget India, forget Asia. Europe cannot accept this because, as I said, their exposure to Strait of Hormuz is enormous. That is the reason why you have Keir Starmer saying that, hey, I'm going to go there. I'm going to try and see that ships pass through that region smoothly, and Iran doesn't have this as a permanent economic leverage over everybody. Having said that, what is really going to be the fate of about 200 million barrels of oil that is loitering around in that region because it is not being allowed to pass through is really going to be a very critical aspect about energy supply lines and also deciding the longevity of this arrangement, which has not even crossed 12 hours right now.
Gauri, thanks for joining me live and for that perspective on this conflict, whether it's a pause or this is going to lead to larger peace in the area. Now, while speculation swirled over the health of Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Ali Khamenei, through the war, reports now indicate that he was actively involved in the ceasefire talks in the final moments and finally green flagged the truce. Reports say that all the major decisions went through Mojtaba Khamenei and he used written notes and runners to communicate. Mojtaba was also actively involved by the aid of Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi through the negotiation process. Khamenei has instructed all Iran's military units to stop firing after agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire with the United States. The involvement of Mojtaba Khamenei was necessarily clandestine and laborious as he faced an active threat of assassination by Israel. 2 sources quoted in the reports describe Khamenei's blessing for his negotiators to cut a deal as a breakthrough. Aditya Rajkol joining me at this point. Aditya, these reports emerging at this point of how crucial a role Mojtaba played in terms of the ceasefire, but it was only yesterday we also brought a report to our viewers on how he is perhaps incapacitated to a certain extent. Now, this is where the narrative really differs and what we should be believing in terms of the power that he really wields at this point is under scrutiny.
Well, that's right, Vedika. We've been speaking about how one Ayatollah has been replaced by another in the last 40 days of the relentless war and the fighting between these 3 countries. But the question right now is, now that there's a ceasefire, would we know where Mojtaba Ali Khamenei really is? Because he hasn't really come out in public ever since, his father was killed in this brutal operation on the 28th of Feb. The supreme leader was killed, but his son, 56-year-old second son, Mojtaba, did take command, but since then hasn't come out in public. There have been speculations doing rounds that he's in the hospital, and he was also injured on that day on the 28th of Feb. Some say that he has also passed away, but there are others who say that he is in the hospital in coma, and it is the supreme leader's office or his advisors who are, taking control of the situation. So, be it as may, but the question would be asked by the people in Iran as well, that will they get a glimpse of Mojtaba Khamenei, their Ayatollah, because he has been officially declared as somebody who is in charge, somebody who will be taking control of the situation. He's also someone who seems to be much more radical than his father, who believes in nuclear, uranium enrichment, and also for the right of Iran to have a nuclear weapon. So he certainly wouldn't be on the same, path or the same page when US asks for security guarantees from Iran on not having nuclear weapons or uranium enrichment. So the big question on Mojtaba Khamenei remains even as the ceasefire continues.
Undoubtedly, Iran sees this as a victory. Thanks for joining me live, Aditya, once again. Iranian media anchor Mariam became very emotional following the ceasefire announcement, saying Iran is now regarded as a new superpower. Let's just listen into that conversation straight after the news came in of the ceasefire that has been agreed upon by the US and Iran.
We were talking about the operation that they had to actually potentially steal our enriched uranium or, cause some kind of issue with our nuclear structures. But from that to, that
where we are today.
To where we are today, it's been 40.
It's very exactly. Listen, there's a shock that all people are having because it's been 47 years of the Islamic Revolution. Sanctions.
In news just coming in, group of ministers will be meeting on the West Asia conflict. A group of ministers will be meeting at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and this meeting will be chaired by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Akhilesh joining me on the phone line. Akhilesh, there have been a series of meetings, especially by the CCS, but now we're seeing the group of ministers meeting on a day so crucial as today, day 40, when the ceasefire has been agreed upon.
Well, very important development that has happened overnight, and India has been closely watching it. And now, since the situation has changed dramatically, the group of ministers meeting informally at around 3 p.m. under the chairmanship of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and senior ministers will be part of the deliberations. The new situation has actually presents India with lots of opportunities. In the past, we have seen that how 8 Indian flagged ships. They are able to reach India, crossing Strait of Hormuz. And now since the Strait of Hormuz will be open, so it is likely to ease the situation of the LPG availability in India. And that will be a big relief to the government of India, because in the past we have seen that India has faced challenges on the front of the LPG supply. And apart from that, on the issue of fertilizer also, India is closely monitoring. So all these issues will be discussed in detail in the 3 o'clock meeting.
All right, thanks for joining me live there. That's the latest that we have for you in terms of India responding to the ceasefire agreement. There will be a key meeting that will be chaired by Rajnath Singh this afternoon. Now, after announcing 2-week ceasefire, Trump has made big claims on opening the Strait of Hormuz. He stated that US will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. He further said also that Iran can start the reconstruction process. This comes after Trump had mentioned about ceasefire being subjected to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. While Iranian Foreign Minister Proxy said that for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Aditya Rajkol joining me live. Aditya, if you could just elaborate on what you had said some moments ago about Oman and Iran when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. All eyes will be on when this reopens, this chokehold, which has actually become the focus of this war.
War began 40 days ago with Trump announcing that there will be a regime change and they will be empowering the people of Iran to fight against the so-called Iranian regime. But in 40 days, things have shifted so much that the focus now has been transferred to the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran blocking the strait completely for weeks together and asking Iran, the American, European and the Israeli ships to move away, and they will not be allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz. And now, as part of the ceasefire, Iran's demand has been agreed upon. Now, Iran not only has a dominance at the Strait of Hormuz, but now will be also taking a toll or a tax from every ship, every oil vessel in that entire area. And there will be a security guarantee given by Iran to each one of them. Perhaps this payment will be made in yuan. That's what we are being told as of now. But this is certainly strategically and diplomatically a win for Iran, even if it is only for the 2 weeks of the ceasefire. So clearly, the Strait of Hormuz becoming the next bone of contention. Whether peace remains, we'll have to wait and watch.
All right. Thanks for joining me live here on Breaking Ground. Hours after announcing a temporary ceasefire, US President Donald Trump signaled a post-war reset, saying Washington will assist in managing traffic through the Strait of Hormuz while Iran begins reconstruction. In a Truth Social post, Trump called it a big day for world peace, claiming Tehran has had enough and is ready to move forward. Since this morning, there have been a series of posts by the US president. This is one of them. He added that economic opportunities will follow, with the US preparing to supply materials for rebuilding efforts. Trump also hinted at a continued American presence in the region, saying the US will be, quote-unquote, hanging around to ensure stability. The move signals Washington's intent to closely monitor the Strait of Hormuz, even as tensions ease. The broader nuclear standoff remains far from over. Now, the world is reacting with a mix of caution and relief to US President Trump's announcement of ceasefire between the US and Iran. Australian Prime Minister has called the unblocking of the strait positive, while Japan and Egypt urge both sides to make the peace permanent. From Kiev to Baghdad, leaders are praising US decisiveness, even as hardliners in Tehran threaten to tear the fragile deal apart. Japanese Prime Minister is calling for a permanent resolution to protect global energy markets, while Iraq's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is urging both sides to fully commit to the 2-week pause to prevent further regional spillover.
This is positive news. We've been calling for a de-escalation for some time. We want to see a resolution of the conflict. The potential of damage to civilian infrastructure in Iran was an extraordinary statement to make. And then also the impact that would have arisen from an escalation within Iranian response would have led to greater global economic damage. We're already seeing a substantial impact of a war which is on the other side of the world, but is having an impact on Australians here, like it is on citizens throughout the world.
Is this a relief? 今般の米国、イラン、双方の発表、これを前向きな動きとして歓迎をしております。最も重要なことは、今後、ホルムズ海峡の航行の安全確保を含む事態の沈静化が実際に図られるということであり、外交を通じて最終的な合意に早期に至ることを期待をしております。我が国の領域や排他的経済水域へのミサイルの飛来は確認されておらず、また関係機関から被害に関する報告はありません。
Amid the US-Iran ceasefire, Israel continues its offensive in Lebanon with fresh strikes hitting Sidon. NDTV's Nasir Masoudi reports from Ground Zero, where at least 8 people have been killed in that latest strike.
Minutes after US President Donald Trump's ceasefire announcement, Israel carried out a major attack here in Lebanon. This place is called Sidon in south of Lebanon, and several people have been killed here. It's a cafe which was targeted here, and it has caused a massive destruction. And Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon. So clearly Israel saying this ceasefire would not include Lebanon, so Israel will continue targeting Lebanon. For the last 1 month, there have been more than 1,500 people have been killed, 100 of them, children. They are medical workers, doctor, and they have been killed. Journalists, even the UN peacekeeping force personnel. So this is the latest attack here in Lebanon, South Lebanon, when everybody was hoping that now the ceasefire has been announced and now the people's lives will be saved. But look at this, what has happened. It was a busy marketplace here in Sidon, but this is what is here. So always Israel talks about they are targeting Hamas, Hezbollah here in Lebanon. But clearly it would not be Hezbollah in every cafe and in this busy marketplace. And they would be killing and then claiming everybody is Hezbollah. So this is actually happening here again and again, and busy, congested places are being also targeted, marketplaces in the name of fighting Hezbollah. Most of the time we see innocent people are being killed. Hezbollah has been attacking Israel. They are also hitting the civilian areas. But here, as I can tell you, here in this area, busy marketplace, a coffee shop that has been targeted, in which there have been several people have been killed. Initial reports say 8. There are reports of more casualties. Several injured have been shifted to hospital. So when it comes to ceasefire, it's clearly not a good news for the Lebanon so far, as Israel has said that the ceasefire doesn't include Lebanon, and the attacks on Lebanon and civilian facilities here continue even after the ceasefire announcement.
So what does an off-ramp actually look like after the ceasefire announcement? It's not one big breakthrough, viewer. It's a series of small, fragile steps. Step 1 is simple but critical. Silence the guns. No strikes, no provocations. Both sides hold fire even if the rhetoric stays sharp. Now let's talk about step 2. Step 2 is about stabilizing the flashpoints from the Strait of Hormuz to key military bases and borders. Shipping lanes reopen and forces shift into defensive posture. Step 3 moves into diplomacy, not in public but behind the scenes. Back-channel talks begin, mediators step in, and both sides quietly spell out their red lines. Then come small confidence-building steps, confidence-building measures, limited concessions, maybe some sanctions relief, maybe a reduction in military presence. Nothing dramatic, but enough to build trust. After that, the focus shifts to formalizing the truce, turning a ceasefire into some kind of framework with mechanisms to prevent this from spiraling again. And finally, the hardest part, long-term talks. That means tackling the big issues, Iran's nuclear program, sanctions, and its role in the region. But here's the reality. This entire off-ramp depends on trust that doesn't yet exist. One misstep, viewer, One provocation and this 14-day window could collapse just as quickly as it began. Now let's shift focus to China. China is no longer watching this conflict from the sidelines. It's now inside the negotiations, balancing oil, economics and global power. Here's all you need to know about China's stakes when it comes to the West Asia war and the West Asia ceasefire.
China is now at the negotiating table. In indirect talks being mediated by Pakistan, Beijing has joined negotiations to help end the ongoing conflict between the US and Iran. It's a notable shift. China had earlier criticized Washington, but now Beijing is positioning itself as a neutral mediator. Behind the scenes are two big pressures. First, energy. China is the world's largest energy importer, and Iran remains a key supplier. Any disruption, especially through the Strait of Hormuz, puts China's economy at risk. Second, economics. China's growth is slowing. Trade tensions and tariffs with the US have hit exports, jobs, and markets. Now, Beijing needs stability, and that means cooperation with Washington. A crucial summit between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping is still on the horizon. So China is walking a tight line. It is not backing Iran. It's not confronting the US. But it's stepping in as a deal maker. Together with Pakistan, China has laid out a 5-point peace plan. A ceasefire, humanitarian aid, protection of civilians and energy sites, securing shipping routes, and respect for international law. While it may appear simpler on paper, but it most certainly is tough in practice. However, for now it looks like the dragon understands that stability abroad also means survival at home. Bureau Report, NDTV.
From China to Pakistan now, Pakistan emerged as a key mediator in the Iran crisis, with back-channel diplomacy helping avert a major US strike and opening a window for talks on the Strait of Hormuz. US President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, saying the decision followed conversations with the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and the Army Chief Asim Munir, who urged restraint ahead of planned strikes. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi praised Pakistan's leadership for their efforts to end the conflict, confirming Iran's openness to negotiations. Sharif said the ceasefire extends across the region and has invited America and the Iranian delegations to Islamabad for talks on the 10th of April. The White House is considering in-person talks, though modalities are yet to be finalized, with reports of US Vice President J.D. Vance, Witkoff and Kushner to lead talks in Pakistan. Meanwhile, controversy over an edited social media post by Sharif raises questions over Pakistan's messaging, even as it positions itself at the center of high-stakes diplomacy. All right, after the rolling coverage on ceasefire on day 40 here on Breaking Ground, we slip into a short break. When we come back, we bring you stories from India. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
News just coming in, the TVK chief is to hold a roadshow in Tirunelveli. The TVK chief has landed in Tuticorin is what we're being told. Vijay's roadshow will be in an influential seat for minorities. Sam now joins me live. Sam, Vijay is racing against time given that the state elections are just days away, given also the fact that he had to cancel some prior roadshows as well.
Vedika, I'm not able to hear you very clearly, but we come to you from the TVK rally venue in Tirunelveli, where any time now, Actor Vijay, the TVK chief, is expected to come. Large crowds here, predominantly youngsters, both boys and girls, men and young women. And Vijay, as you know, has a cult following, and this is yet another sample of that. Tirunelveli also happens to be a strong hub for a large population of Christians and Muslims. And Vijay being a Christian, the political question that has emerged is whether the Vijay factor will split the traditional minorities votes, which would normally go to Vijay. Tell me, the big question is whether the minorities would vote differently this time. Earlier they used to vote for the DMK largely. What do you think will happen this time?
So in the 2021, all the from the here also, more of them voted for DMK and ADMK. So they wanted a change. So they brought up the DMK government. But in the DMK government, we are not fully satisfied. In the DMK government also, there are more and more votes of supremacy. Now you can see that many of the, from the 3 months, more murders, rape cases.
So who would Christians vote this time largely?
All right, there seems to be a bit of a bandwidth problem there. We'll try and reconnect with Sam Daniel. But let's now bring you news from West Bengal as well. The battle for Bengal is in top gear. And of course, the battle for Bhawanipur will be the most crucial in the upcoming Bengal polls after BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari filed his nomination last week. Moments ago, Mamata Banerjee, TMC chief and West Bengal chief minister, also filed a nomination from the constituency. Banerjee's nomination is being choreographed as its ideological counterpoint, a public assertion of Bhawanipur being a mini India and West Bengal's pluralist identity. Bhawanipur has turned into a prestige battle as the BJP is deliberately attempting to turn the constituency into a Nandigram 2.0 to symbolically challenge Mamata Banerjee's leadership in a home turf of South Calcutta.
কয়েক হাজার বাকি আছে 50,000 60,000 মতো তাদের ভোটাধিকার দেওয়া উচিত বলে আমি মনে করি পরে নাম তুলে কি হবে তারা তো ভোটটা দিতে পারবে না সুতরাং এটা তো সুপ্রিম কোর্টেরই অর্ডার ছিল যারা অ্যাডজুডিকেশন আছে তারা জেনুইন ভোটার এবং তাদের ভোটটা তোলা উচিত এটা সুপ্রিম কোর্টই বলেছিল যে তারা ট্রিবিউনালে বাদবাকি লোকেরা যাবেন এবং ট্রিবিউনালে সেটেলড হবে তাহলে ফ্রোজেন করে দেওয়ার মানেটা কি এটা আমার মাথায় ঢুকছে না আমরা এটা নিয়ে আবার যাব আমার বিচার চাই
More news coming in. Trouble mounts for Congress leader Pawan Khera. Police have barricaded Khera's wife's residence in Hyderabad. According to sources, sources have claimed that Pawan Khera was in Hyderabad. The Assam police have conducted searches at Khera's residence yesterday. Pawan Khera is facing the heat over the passport claim row against the Assam chief minister. High drama, Ashish, that continues to play out after that claim made by Pawan Khera.
We are outside the residence of Kota Nilima, the wife of Pawan Khera, and you can see here how Hyderabad City Police has placed barricade, not from this side, but on the side also. This is the first barricade, then there is a second barricade, and then there is a third barricade. So 3 barricades has been put. A full deployment of Hyderabad Police personnel are here, and they are maintaining that if Assam Police comes here, they want to serve a notice, they will definitely cooperate with Assam Police. But right now the situation remains that Hyderabad Police has not been contacted by Assam Police yet, but they believe that Assam Police team is here, and that's where the security has been increased outside the residence of Kota Nilima, where Pawan Khera was located yesterday. Right now, Khera and his wife both are not here in this house. That's what our sources are confirming to us. But they are in Hyderabad. That also been confirmed by police sources. And Hyderabad Police say that if Assam Police contacts to them and seek cooperation, they will do cooperation. They will cooperate with Assam Police as per law, as per legality. But whether Assam Police is coming here, contacting Hyderabad Police, seeking any kind of cooperation, that is still not clear, because the team has not contacted the local Hyderabad Police team. But meanwhile, senior police officer has visited this place. They have placed barricade. Security personnel has been deployed, and they are all awaiting, including we media persons, that when Assam Police comes here, what we are learning, that team from Assam is already here and they are in city. They are trying to locate Pawan Khera. Pawan Khera is not inside this house, this particular location of Banjara Hills, but he is in Hyderabad.
Thanks for joining me live. High drama playing out for a couple of days now after the claim made by Pawan Khera against Himanta Biswa Sarma and his wife. We're simply a short break. I'll be back with breaking ground at 1 p.m. and a rolling coverage on the ceasefire call by US and Iran on day 40 of the West Asia war. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
टॉक अबाउट एंजाइटी औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices to make India big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mojtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mojtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade making all the decisions.
They are fighting an asymmetric battle. Does this, in a sense, force Israel and the United States to think about an off-ramp?
The Iranian regime has been using asymmetric warfare against Israel for the last 3 decades. We have to make sure that their capability to do so diminishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, for speaking to us. We've heard of how Iran was planning to assassinate President Donald Trump.
Iran has tried to assassinate Donald Trump. They've tried to assassinate me too because of the successful strike against Qasem Soleimani, then the head of the Quds Force.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा.
जय मां दुर्गा!
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
BJP double engine সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an
For 39 days and 39 nights, the United States of America and Iran waged war against each other, one deadly barrage of missiles and drones after another. Over 4,000 people, including children, were killed. Billions of dollars worth of damage was inflicted on Gulf oil fields that power nearly a third of the world's energy supply. The world watched as this conflict edged closer to the unthinkable. And now on day 40, a pause. Not quite peace, but a moment of uneasy calm. With just 90 minutes left on Donald Trump's stark warning that a whole civilization will die tonight, a ceasefire was announced early this morning. A 2-week truce, fragile, conditional, and hanging by a thread. As part of the deal, Iran's leadership has agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a critical artery for global oil and gas, offering some relief to markets worldwide. On breaking ground, the question is, does this ceasefire hold, or is this just a temporary pause before the next escalation? And will Iran keep that oil flowing? Because the chokehold remains the Strait of Hormuz. I'm Vedika Sood, and here are the headlines at the top of 1 p.m. U.S. announces 2-week ceasefire with Iran, suspends planned strikes hours before deadline as Iran agrees to immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran lists preconditions to end war, demands controlled passage through Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President's big hint on Iran nuclear stockpile, Trump says will help in easing Hormuz Strait, claims U.S. will help in loading up supplies that are hanging around Hormuz. Israel supports President Trump's 2-week ceasefire decision, shells South Lebanon town after PM Netanyahu says Iran truce excludes Lebanon. Pakistan steps in as key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause U.S. strikes and push for Hormuz reopening deal. Islamabad may host U.S.-Iran talks on the 10th of April. Group of ministers to meet on West Asia conflict. The informal meet that will be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be held at 3 o'clock this afternoon. U.S. court accepts Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani's plea to dismiss lawsuit brought by its Securities and Exchange Commission. Adani's argued that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying neither had sufficient contacts with the U.S. or direct involvement in the bond offering. In a sudden shift from threats to pause, Donald Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire on the war on Iran. In his Truth Social post, Trump said, and I'm going to quote him here, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks," framing the move as a part of a broader push toward a ceasefire. He also stated that pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a necessary step toward de-escalation. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed the ceasefire and said that if attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has, however, said that they support U.S. decision of ceasefire, but Lebanon will not be included in this deal. Celebrations have begun in Iran as well as Iraq after the announcement of the ceasefire. There were anti-U.S. chants also that were heard on the roads of Iran. So that's the latest that we have for you in terms of the ceasefire. But has the war ended on Iran's terms? That is the question being asked today. Despite weeks of fighting, the regime in Tehran remains firmly in control. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical shipping lanes, is still under Iranian command. Nuclear material remains inside the country, as claimed by the US as well as Israel, untouched, and Iran's military capacity has not been erased. Throughout the conflict, Tehran showed little urgency to bring it to a close. By contrast, Washington appeared far more eager for a ceasefire, signaling a shift in momentum. What began as a united front between the United States and Israel has now fractured, with their war aims increasingly divided. The toll on American forces has been heavy. U.S. air defense stockpiles have been drained, and assets stationed in the Gulf have taken significant hits. These realities raise a sobering conclusion. While Washington and its allies expended vast resources, Iran has emerged with its core strengths intact, its leadership eliminated but replaced, and they claim it's unshaken and its strategic position in the region largely preserved. So on breaking ground, the debate is clear. Did this war end not on Washington's terms, but on Tehran's? Well, we'll have to wait and watch and see how this plays out in the weeks to come. 14-day ceasefire is what has been understood and accepted and announced. Aditya Rajkol joining me live. Fragile peace is what we can call it at best, Aditya. But the question remains, a lot of analysts have been talking about it for the last 4.5, 5 weeks now. Iran, you've had the leadership eliminated but replaced, and they remain belligerent, they remain defiant at this point. Whose victory is this in terms of the ceasefire? Time will tell, but analysts say Iran is far from being obliterated, quote unquote.
Well, that's right, Vedika. Certainly, Iran is very far from being obliterated. In fact, one would have imagined that US would have an edge after 40 days of relentless fighting. But that clearly isn't the case. Iran has put a retaliation and perhaps a brave and a resilient face that's out and open out there. And the debate has entirely shifted from the war and the objectives that Trump had in mind in the beginning of the war to now the debate over the Strait of Hormuz and how a peaceful, safe passage of ships, vessels and oil tankers can be ensured in that region. What is one of the major conditions in this entire ceasefire is that Iran will have a dominance and control at the Strait of Hormuz. Not just that, but they will be charging a kind of a tax or a toll that they will be sharing with Oman for each and every ship, each and every vessel that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So diplomatically, militarily, and strategically, it seems to be that Iran has an edge. Iran seems to be in control of the situation. And even though there was relentless pressure that was put by Donald Trump administration militarily and diplomatically and through narrative wars on social media, there wasn't much that America could achieve. Also, last night we saw Trump putting across on Truth Social that an entire civilization could be destroyed in this attack. There were murmurs and debates about whether nuclear weapon could be potentially used, but this was setting the stage for the ceasefire. Perhaps a last-ditch effort for a kind of a bargain with Iran, but that also did not materialize. In the overall scheme of things, the 2-week ceasefire seems to be a sigh of relief for countries all across the Middle East, but this is edge Iran. Iran seems to have emerged much more stronger at the end of the day after 40 days of fighting.
In a while from now, Aditya, thank you for joining me here. We will be talking to our viewers also about what this means in terms of the ceasefire for the United States of America, for Iran, as well as for Israel. But the big question here on Breaking Ground is, will this ceasefire hold? Well, I think that's the biggest headline today. Let's take you through some of the biggest developments in the last few days. On March 23rd, a 5-day pause was announced. President Trump claimed there were productive talks, but what followed told a different story. 379 attacks across 20 provinces with civilian areas hit hard. Then on the 26th of March, the pause was extended for 10 days. Again, the claim from Washington was that talks were going very well, yet in reality, a top IRGC commander was killed and strikes targeted. Iran's industry and nuclear sites were hit. By the 30th of March, the message shifted to optimism, with the president saying a deal was coming soon, but instead of calm, strikes hit Tehran's energy facilities, and for the first time, B-52 bombers were flown over Iran. And finally, on the 7th of April, the rhetoric escalated to a 48-hour ultimatum, with the president warning that a whole civilization will die tonight. What followed was a 2-week ceasefire that was announced this morning, and strikes on Iran were halted. So on Breaking Ground, the question remains, after weeks of pauses, extensions and ultimatums, is this ceasefire truly holding, or is this just another fragile pause in a war that refuses to end? Pradeep Datta joining me live once again. He's live from Israel at the moment. Pradeep, I want to understand from you how the people on the ground responding to the ceasefire. What do they say about Trump when it comes to what he said just about 24 hours back and what he said today?
See, if you go by the statements of President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, his statements had been confusing, contradictory, and that's one of the reasons that he had been lacking credibility. If you go by his yesterday's statement, it was escalatory and aggressive in nature, and also it was about genocidal statement when he said the whole of this civilization will be wiped out. And today morning he was trying to have a reconciliatory tone when he said that yes, we are going to have a 2 weeks of ceasefire, and he said then later on another statement came from his side where he said that we are going to script the golden era in the Middle East. So the question arises, on one hand you say that you are going to wipe out civilization, and after a few hours what really has happened, that all of a sudden you say that you are going to script a golden era in West Asia. And then the third thing is that when you started this war, and there had been one political objective. The political objective was that you wanted to regime change, and the military objective was that you wanted to simply wipe out their ballistic missile facility. But we have seen that even after 40 days, Iran retains their capacity to retaliate. And today morning also, when Donald Trump on social media put out a post that there will be ceasefire for 2 weeks, we saw that there were 3 missiles that were launched from the Iranian side. That clearly indicates that they retain the power to retaliate. Even today they have got the enough capacity and capability to target any of the countries in West Asia. So they had been doing it in the past, and they can do it in the future also. So the ceasefire is on the terms and condition of Iran, and when they started, there were people who were against the regime. But we have seen after 40 days what they have done. They have unified Iran. Not only that, they have galvanized Iran. We saw that when yesterday Trump was saying that they are going to bombard or the power plant, people in Iran were coming out. They were trying to form a kind of a human chain, wanted to act as a shield to prevent America from bombarding all these things. So today Iran is a unified Iran. This regime has been strengthened. It has not been weakened. But so far as Israel is concerned, because Israel has been very consistent in their approach, because we have not seen any kind of a flip-flop, because for them it was like they wanted to end this thing for all. The similar kind of a sentiment and emotion we saw after Operation Sindoor when the ceasefire was announced. People in India wanted that at least the war should have continued for one more day. The Pakistan would have been taught lesson. The similar kind of sentiment I found about the people here. They wanted that this thing should have continued because they thought that this was the best time that they should have taught Iran lesson and its proxies to lesson. But now when you have a ceasefire and you want that Hezbollah should not be bombarded by Israel. So obvious reason is that Israel is really not happy with that. They want Hezbollah to be kept out, and that's one of the reasons that even after announcement of the ceasefire, they have targeted southern side of Lebanon, targeting them because they feel they are the one who have got the hands soaked in blood, and they had been bleeding them for the last several decades.
Pradeep Datta, thanks for joining me live from Israel. Now, hours after announcing a temporary ceasefire, US President Donald Trump signaled a post-war reset, saying Washington will assist in managing traffic through the Strait of Hormuz while Iran begins reconstruction. In a Truth Social post, and this came after the announcement of ceasefire, Donald Trump called it a big day for world peace, claiming Tehran has had enough and is ready to move forward. He added that the economic opportunities will follow, with the US preparing to supply materials for rebuilding efforts. Trump also hinted at a continued American presence in the region, saying the US will be hanging around to ensure stability. The move signals Washington's intent to closely monitor the Strait of Hormuz. Even as tensions ease, the broader nuclear standoff remains far from over. News is coming in terms of the West Asia war. India's remittance lifeline is threatened. Sources say 90 lakh Indian workers in Gulf are at risk. Gulf job losses may hit the money flow. Construction services jobs in Gulf under threat. Himanshu joining me live. Himanshu, this has been a huge concern given the Indian diaspora in that region.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Himanshu, my question is that this has been a continued concern for India given the Indian diaspora in the region.
That's clearly, of course, this is the point that Prime Minister had also made in both Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha, that India is concerned about the safety, security of Indian workers, Indian population which lives in the Gulf, in the West Asian countries. And the number, of course, is staggering. It is more than 10 million Indians who live and work in different Middle Eastern countries. And that, of course, this is something that India has also tried to address. Remember, in last few weeks, Prime Minister has spoken to leaders of every country in the Gulf region, seeking their help and support for the Indian community. And this has had a very good impact on the ground, and we have seen several countries in the Gulf region, in West Asia, they have come out and they have supported the Indian community, especially in Iran, for instance. More than 1,800 Indians have moved out of Iran with support from the Iran government and also the Indian mission in Tehran. So clearly the support that India has got in Gulf has played a very important role in ensuring the safety and security of millions of Indians who live and work in this region. That's right.
All right, do stay with me. There is some breaking news coming in once again. Himanshu, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. We believe that the government is planning to rejig the gas supply after the ceasefire. Industries will be getting 70% of pre-war gas supply. The centre has restored gas flow to key industrial sectors. Pharma, food, polymer sectors will benefit. Agriculture, packaging units included in priority list is what we're getting to know. Industrial activity set for gradual normalization is the question I'm going to put to Himanshu. Himanshu, it's slowly leaping back to normalcy is the expectation after the ceasefire announcement. Himanshu, can you hear me? All right, we seem to have lost Himanshu's audio there, but that's the latest that we have for you after the ceasefire announcement that was put out by US President Donald Trump. Indian government is going to rejig the gas supply. After that announcement, industries will be getting 70% of pre-war gas supply is what we're hearing. The centre will also restore gas flow to key industrial sectors, and there will be a benefit in terms of the sectors that will accrue from this normalization effort, which is going to be agriculture, packaging units included in the priority list, and the industrial activity is now set for gradual normalization. Himanshu's on the phone line with me. Himanshu, my question to you is that for the Indian government, the rejigging was expected given that there has been a ceasefire announcement and they're looking at reworking sectors in terms of attempting an effort toward normalization.
That's right. I mean, this decision, of course, follows a 2-week ceasefire, which has given an opportunity to the global energy market to, resume the supply, the crucial supply of crude oil, of natural gas, etc. And that, of course, has created an opportunity because remember, there are still 16 Indian ships which are stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. And now the Strait of Hormuz is now being opened up, and this has created the space to move out all the Indian cargo ships which were stranded in Strait of Hormuz. And that is the context in which this easing of norms have been announced by Petroleum Ministry. And importantly, there are critical sectors which were demanding more supply of natural gas like uranium, steel, food, agriculture, paint, etc. And now the directive from the centre has been given to states that these critical sectors, especially in the manufacturing sector, should be given up to 70% of their needs. The commercial LPG supply should be resumed. So, of course, this is very, very important decision which has followed the 2-week-long ceasefire in the Middle East.
All right, thanks for joining me live there. We have more breaking news coming in. This is an important development that we're bringing to you. There are reports now that the Iran speaker is likely to head to Pakistan for talks. According to these reports, Ghalibaf is to head Iran's negotiating team, and the reports say that the Iran speaker will be heading that delegation in Pakistan. Reports also stating that Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance, will be leading the U.S. delegation. Pradeep Datta joining me live. Pradeep, he's the Speaker of the Iran Parliament. He's also former IRGC commander. He actually lies at the intersection of military power and diplomacy. He's been seen as the man that the U.S. has been eyeing for a while when it comes to possible truce talks.
See, what exactly was happening all these days, Pakistan was playing a role of a messenger and many other countries were also trying to play a role of intermediary. So there was no face-to-face conversation between Iran or United States of America. But now when their truce has been announced, so everybody's looking at April 10 date. J.D. Vance, the American Vice President, will be going in from here. You have already mentioned about Ghalibaf, he's the speaker, as well as also been the spokesperson for the government side also. So he'll be there. So they are going to negotiate, sit on the talking table, because already 10-point formula had been given from the Iranian side, and there are certain points that have been discussed from the US side too. So they will be deciding about the modalities, and only then they will try to ensure that the ceasefire need to be extended. Because from day one, Iran had been maintaining that they wanted a permanent solution to the problem. They wanted all the hostilities to end. Because last time also when 45-day ceasefire was announced, that time also Iran was not agreeing to it. Because reason being that there was a lack of trust between the two countries. Trust deficit was so much because Iran did not agree to that. Because reason being that they thought that it is a similar kind of a playbook what they had in Gaza. They said that everything remained on paper, but words were never translated into action. So they did not want that kind of a ceasefire. Now, that's one of the reasons now they are going to have a face-to-face discussion on April 10th in Islamabad. They will be finally meeting, sitting on the talking table, talking to each other, discussing about the point. Some point there will be consensus. There is every possibility that maybe some of the points they are going to strike it out. And there is also Israel will also be participating in that discussion and dialogue to be seen whether what are the points that Israel is going to agree to, whether they are going to agree to some of the points or not. So those things will be discussed, because already Israel has shown its reservation so far as not striking Hezbollah is concerned.
All right.
Iran had made it clear that it should not, that hostilities should not only end for Iran, but also for those leaders of Hezbollah, Hamas and Houthi. They should not hit them too. So that is not in fact agreeable so far as Israel is concerned. So
all right, Pradeep Datta there reporting from Israel. Pradeep, I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now, but that's the breaking news that we're bringing to you, that the Iran speaker is likely to head the delegation for the country while in talks with the US. Remember, Ghalibaf is a former IRGC commander and has deep ties with the military and security of Iran. All right, we have other developments that we want to bring to you here on Breaking Ground. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in the line of fire from the opposition after the Iran war truce. Opposition leader Yair Lapid has hit out at the Prime Minister, saying he failed politically. Lapid said that Israel wasn't even at the negotiation table for the ceasefire that was worked out by US, Iran and other countries. Israel agreed to the US's decision to halt fire, slamming the government. The opposition leader said that there has never been such a political disaster in the country. Lapid praised the military for carrying out what it was asked to, but attacked Prime Minister Netanyahu for political and strategic failure, adding that he failed to achieve even a single goal. Lapid further added that it takes years for Israel to undo the political and strategic damage, slamming Netanyahu for not having authority on the discussion table. Now, after announcing 2-week ceasefire, Trump has now made big claims on opening the Strait of Hormuz. He stated that the US will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. He further said also that Iran can start the reconstruction process. This comes after Trump had mentioned about ceasefire being subjected to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, the immediate and the safety of the Strait of Hormuz. While Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi said, and I quote him here, for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via cooperation with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Starmer will be travelling to the Gulf to hold talks with regional leaders to try to ensure the Strait of Hormuz opens permanently. Pradeep Datta joining me live once again. Pradeep, the chokehold remains the Strait of Hormuz. All eyes on the understanding between the US and Iran on opening the strait, which will be a huge relief to people across the world, not only the Gulf region.
Yes, there are two positive things. The positive things is for time being, those clouds of war that had been hovering over the West Asian skies. They had been lifted for time being. And the second thing is that Strait of Hormuz is going to open, because at least it will give some kind of a relief to different countries who had been really perturbed because of this blockade, selective blockade by Islamic Republic of Iran. And now the Strait of Hormuz is really going to open, but that's fine. But what is really important is that America never ever wanted Iran to dictate terms. But even today, the Iran is having control over the region. They have said that the safe passage is going to be conditional. Those are the words used by Rakchi. Not only that, because they are going to have the Strait of Hormuz properly managed by the Iranian military. So, and the third thing is that they are going to charge that transit toll. That means the $200 million, $2,000 million that they have been charging from each and every vessel, they are going to charge that. So that way they are saying that that money will be used for reconstruction and rebuilding. That is something which many countries are not accepting, because they are saying that this is not a good deal. And somewhere Donald Trump has not been a good negotiator. He has failed to negotiate properly, because this has given Iran upper hand. Iran will continue to dictate terms, because if they will continue to manage Strait of Hormuz, because they wanted that there should not be safe passage, but it should be open for all, it should be free for all. What should be the state before this war? Because if you're fighting a war, you are losing so many men, then there is a death, destruction and devastation, and you are not achieving anything. These are the questions that are being asked, and I think it will be very difficult for the Donald Trump to address the domestic audience also, because we have seen that there has been a lot of opposition. Initially they felt that why he was fighting a war, and now the question is,
Pradeep, I will have to interrupt you there. There is some breaking news coming in. Big development when it comes to India. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will be visiting the UAE. This is going to be the first visit by an Indian minister to the UAE since the West Asia war broke out. Aditya Rajkol joining me live on that big development. Aditya, the first time that a government representative from India will be visiting the UAE since the war broke out.
Well, yes, Vedika, we are putting this across first on NDTV. External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will be visiting UAE, and this is immediately after the ceasefire has been announced, and the first Indian minister to visit UAE immediately after the 40 days of relentless war that has continued in the Middle East. You remember how UAE became a victim of this entire exercise between US, Israel on one hand and Iran on the other. There were multiple missiles and drones that were fired at UAE, and many civilians also lost their lives and many others were injured. This also speaks volumes about the closeness of the strategic ties between UAE and India. External Affairs Minister will be leaving shortly for Mauritius for the Indian Ocean Conference, and from Mauritius on the 9th he will be visiting UAE, spending about 3 days there between 9th and 12th of April, and there he will be meeting his counterpart. We're being told that energy security and strategic partnership will be top on the agenda, but they will be discussing the regional situation and how the last 40 days have been. So there will be close coordination between India and UAE, but a very, very significant visit. Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, headed towards UAE shortly. NDTV putting out the details of how, this is the first Indian minister to visit UAE amid this entire war, and immediately after the ceasefire has been announced, and India has chosen UAE as, over the last decade, we've seen India's West Asia, policy developing into a very close, partnership between India as well as the UAE.
Aditya Rajkol, thanks for joining me live there. That is a big development coming in from India. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, will be visiting the UAE shortly. All right, let's bring you some good news in terms of the ceasefire of the West Asia war. For the first time in months, there are signs of relief that will touch everyday lives. With Gulf airspace reopening, air tickets are expected to get cheaper, which is good news for all those passengers who've been holding off for now. Of course, there have been tensions on whether we should fly, should not fly, given the tensions in the region. Now, the Strait of Hormuz hopefully will be back in operation shortly, easing fears of a fuel price hike. Fertilizer supplies are calming, which means food prices could cool down, and with Gulf gas exports resuming, LPG costs will be stabilizing is the hope. Now, supply chains are beginning to heal, offering a boost to Indian businesses. Geopolitical risk is fading, hopefully, given this 14-day ceasefire. Only time will tell where this is heading in terms of the war trajectory, but sparking rallies in the Sensex and Nifty, at least for now. The end of crossfire is allowing travel and tourism to resume, and falling inflation is opening the door for the Reserve Bank to consider a rate cut. Now, 8 points of good news, all flowing from the ceasefire, but also all hinging on the ceasefire. After more than 5 weeks of tension in the Gulf, there is finally some relief, a measure of calm, an indication of calm, and for millions that calm translates directly into lower costs, stronger markets, and renewed confidence. But again, the caveat here being that we have to wait and watch in terms of what Donald Trump does next, what Israel wants, and how Iran reacts. All right, now I want to bring to you the bigger picture when it comes to the three countries, US, Iran, as well as Israel. What does the ceasefire mean for them? The United States brought overwhelming force into this crisis, the world's most powerful military backed by airstrikes, hard deadlines, and maximum pressure. That strategy did deliver results. It forced Iran to engage and helped pull both sides back from the brink of a wider war. But beyond that, the gains appear limited. There is no decisive breakthrough here, no clear rollback of Iran's capabilities, no long-term agreement, and no structural shift in the conflict. Time will tell how this moves from the current status. Now, what we're seeing instead is a pause, not a resolution, viewer. For President Trump, this reinforces the image of a strongman, willing to escalate and then negotiate. But it also raises a bigger question. Does that strategy deliver lasting outcomes or just short-term de-escalation? Because as allies watch cautiously and tensions remain high, the core conflict between the US and Iran is still very much alive. And without a clear endgame, this ceasefire risks becoming just another fragile pause in a much longer confrontation. So we've spoken about the US, let's now talk about Tehran. Iran has faced this crisis under intense pressure from both the United States of America and Israel, and yet it remains unbroken. Despite military strikes, and there have been many of them, several, and escalating threats as well, there has been no complete collapse. The regime has held firm despite many assassinations and continues to project defiance. Tehran has absorbed the blows but not backed down. I think this is one of the biggest takeaways from what we're seeing on day 40 of the West Asia standoff. Instead, it is leaning into its asymmetric playbook, relying on proxies and indirect pressure rather than matching force with force. That allows Iran to stay in the fight without entering a full-scale war for now, a war that perhaps it cannot win. At home and across the region, this is being framed as resistance, standing up to a superpower and surviving. And in that sense, Iran gains a narrative edge. The ceasefire also gives it something crucial: time. Time to regroup, time to recalibrate, and time to prepare for what comes next. But the challenges are far from over. Sanctions continue to bite, economic strain is real, and the military imbalance has been exposed. This is not peace, it's a pause, and Iran, even after taking hits, remains very much in this fight. Turning focus to Israel now. Well, for Israel, this ceasefire is far from a victory. It's a reluctant pause in a war it believes is unfinished. Prime Minister Netanyahu did not seek this truce, and crucially, Israel's core objectives remain unmet. The threat from Hezbollah is still very real. The ground situation remains largely unchanged, though Hezbollah has been hit repeatedly by Israel and has suffered major blows. And the sense is in Israel's security establishment is that momentum has been halted mid-strike. That raises serious questions about deterrence, whether enough was done to push back adversaries. There is also growing strategic frustration. No decisive blow has been delivered, and the pause comes amid clear pressure from the United States and now from the opposition in Israel. Israel may be aligned with Washington publicly, but there is unease beneath the surface. With multiple fronts still active and proxy threats looming, Israeli forces remain on high alert, ready to escalate if needed. Because for Israel, this ceasefire is tactical, not strategic. The war, in its view, is not over, only paused. Moving on now, Pakistan emerged as a key mediator in the Iran crisis, with back-channel diplomacy helping avert a major U.S. strike and opening a window for talks on the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, saying the decision followed conversations with the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and the Army Chief Asim Munir, who urged restraint ahead of planned strikes. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi praised Pakistan's leadership for their efforts to end the conflict, confirming Iran's openness to negotiations. Sharif said the ceasefire extends across the region and has invited America and Iranian delegations to Islamabad for talks on the 10th of April. The White House is considering in-person talks, though modalities are yet to be finalized, with reports of the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Witkoff and Kushner to lead talks in Pakistan. Meanwhile, controversy over an edited social media post by Sharif has raised questions over Pakistan's messaging, even as it positions itself at the center of high-stakes diplomacy. India has reacted on the West Asia war ceasefire. This is what we are breaking here on Breaking Ground at 1:33 p.m. According to the Ministry of External Affairs, always advocated de-escalation. Conflict has already caused suffering. Aditya Rajkol live with me from the newsroom. The first reaction, Aditya, coming in from the Indian government after the ceasefire has been announced.
Well, that's right, Vedika. We're putting this across first on NDTV. India has welcomed the ceasefire between US and Iran after 40 days of relentless war in the Middle East. We have a statement that has been just issued by the Ministry of External Affairs. If I can read this statement, it says, "We welcome the ceasefire reached and hope that it will lead to a lasting peace in West Asia. As we have continuously advocated earlier, de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy are essential to bring an early end to the ongoing conflict." The statement further reads that the conflict has already caused immense suffering to the people and disrupted global energy supply and trade networks. We expect that the unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. So a very, very short statement, 2-paragraph statement by the Indian government, but a very important and critical statement at a time when the Strait of Hormuz debate continues. It's a ceasefire for 2 weeks only, Vedika, but important one. Several countries, including India, had said that diplomacy and dialogue should pave the way forward, not fighting and not for. India has maintained for a very long time through different conflicts that solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. This is not an era of war, and that certainly is being reflected in the tone and tonality of the Indian government statement. India welcoming the West Asia peace process and the ceasefire that's been adopted, but now carefully also observing that whether this will lead to a long-lasting peace.
India reiterating its stand there as well, Aditya. This statement coming at a time, of course, when the ceasefire has been announced, but also in the last 5 weeks, you've had the Prime Minister Narendra Modi reaching out to stakeholders in the Gulf region over and over again.
Well, that's right. Since the beginning of the war, while there was escalation down on ground across the Middle East, several countries, grappling the situation, it was Indian Prime Minister that was discussing the situation with several heads of the states across the Middle East. We had, of course, the Indian Prime Minister interacting with the heads of UAE, Qatar, and several other countries, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and at one juncture with President Trump as well. And we had Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, regularly in contact with his counterparts across the Middle East. India pushing for peace, India pushing for dialogue, and now welcoming the peace process and the ceasefire that has been achieved. And as we have broken earlier, External Affairs Minister will be the first Indian minister to visit UAE between 9th and the 12th of this month, and meeting his counterpart, where they will be discussing regional peace and security, but also strengthening of India and UAE ties. A very important message out there. India standing with UAE and with the close partnership that we have with them. And here we have the first reaction coming in from the Indian government, Ministry of External Affairs of the Indian government, the Modi government, welcoming the peace process and the ceasefire that's been announced.
Aditya, do stay with me for a moment. Very quickly, I want to recap for our viewers what the statement says on the recent development in West Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs has come out with a statement that Aditya just recap for us, stating we welcome the ceasefire reached and hope that it will lead to a lasting peace in West Asia. As we have continuously advocated earlier, de-escalation, dialogue, diplomacy are essential to bring an early end to the ongoing conflict. The conflict has already caused immense suffering to people and disrupted global energy supply and trade networks. We expect that unimpeded freedom of navigation and global flow of commerce would prevail through the Strait of Hormuz. Two very important points as well, Aditya, which we should discuss. One, of course, being the Strait of Hormuz, the chokehold, and Iran stating that in the next 2 weeks they will have a very pivotal role, of course, in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. All of it depends on how the talks go for the long term, and that in itself has impacted so many countries across the globe.
Well, that's right. Over the last few weeks, the Strait of Hormuz has become a new flashpoint from the original objectives that Trump and perhaps Netanyahu had in mind. The focus has completely shifted towards the Strait of Hormuz because the major shipping line and east-west corridor in that entire area was impacted once Iran blockaded that area and said that no American, European and Israeli ships, vessels and oil tankers will be allowed to ply in that area. There were no new rules that were really brought in. There was only security guarantee that Iran could give. Trump and others expected that there could be some mines in the area, and that's why there cannot be a military operation. He reached out to NATO, but NATO refused to help. NATO said that this is not their war and they will not be dragged into this war of Trump. So clearly there's been a diplomatic standoff on the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to wait and watch how things unfold, even as India welcomes the peace process and the ceasefire. But this is a fragile peace that we are talking about. The ceasefire continues, but the diplomacy now that continues in the negotiations, whether they will yield results is something we'll have to watch out for.
All right, that's the first statement coming in from the Indian government that Aditya Rajkol is reporting on. Aditya, thanks for joining me live. Of course, we've also brought to you the breaking news of the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, who will be visiting the UAE, the first visit by a government representative ever since the West Asia war broke out. Now, moving on, we're going to bring you some defining images following US President Trump's announcement of that 2-week ceasefire, some of the most powerful videos and images that are coming in from the West Asian countries. Let's take a look. Footage shows protesters setting fire to US and Israeli flags in central square of Tehran. Crowds were seen shouting "Dead to America, dead to compromisers," aimed at Iranian officials who accepted the deal. Meanwhile, celebrations erupted in Iraq's capital, Baghdad, following the announcement of the ceasefire between Iran and US. Iraqis gathered outside the US Embassy in Baghdad to celebrate the announcement of the US ceasefire. People were seen holding posters of Iran's supreme leader and the Iranian flag in celebration. Caught on camera, the moment of a precision strike, devastating a target in southern Lebanon. The footage shows a massive fireball erupting. Local residents, rescue teams scrambled to clear that rubble. We now bring you the aftermath of the Israeli strikes in southern Lebanon. Visuals on your screens show emergency services rush to the action and provide assistance to those injured in the IDF strikes. 8 people were reportedly killed in that hit. Global markets reacted instantly to the ceasefire between the US and Iran. Oil plunges while US stock futures surge as US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. Indian shares surged today, tracking a global rally as crude oil prices fell sharply after US President Trump agreed to that ceasefire with Iran. The Nifty 50 rose 3.39% and the Sensex gained 3.57% when markets opened today. Other Asian markets climbed 4.8% while crude prices slipped to $95 a barrel after Trump said that the US would suspend bombings and attacks on Iran for 14 days and talks were progressing toward a long-term peace agreement. Earlier, US crude tumbled over 14%, slipping to around $96 a barrel right after Trump paused planned strikes and signaling de-escalation. Wall Street futures rallied sharply, S&P 500 futures up over 2%, while Dow futures jumping nearly 900 points. And on that note, we're stepping a short break. News and updates will continue in moments from now. Stay tuned to Breaking Ground.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OG of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV network.
Across the country,
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I want
Welcome back. We have some news coming in. Senior Congress Leader and party president Mallikarjun Kharge has expressed regret over his controversial remarks made during a rally in Kerala. In a post on X, Kharge has clarified that his comments were deliberately misinterpreted but added that he still regrets the episode. He stressed that it was never his intention to hurt the sentiments of the people of Gujarat, for whom he said he has the highest respect. Aishwarya is now joining me live on this story. Aishwarya, with political tempers rising and with the polls just days away, a regret being issued by the Congress president.
Well, certainly, and this after a nationwide protest that broke out as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas and leaders across the country. They clearly stated that it was an insult by the Congress party to the Gujaratis, whom the Congress party president called illiterate. Certainly, Congress president Mallikarjun Kharge stated that now he regrets his comments and he holds a highest position and highest regards to the people of Gujarat as well. The Bharatiya Janata Party on the other side stated that it's an insult to the legacy of Gujarat. People like Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel comes from Gujarat, and soon after that we saw that how there was FIR that was also filed by the RSS in the state of Assam as well. But certainly to calm down the entire situation, it is Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge who has apologized for his remarks ahead of the Kerala polls.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks for joining me live. We now move from the battle for Kerala to the battle for Bengal. Well, the battle for Bhawanipur will be the most crucial in the upcoming Bengal polls. After BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari filed his nomination last week, you have Bengal Chief Minister and Trinamool Congress Chief Mamata Banerjee, who has filed a nomination for the seat. Speaking right after filing her nomination, the Bengal Chief Minister said she will raise the issue of SIR again in India's top court, the Supreme Court, claiming that many voters are still waiting for their turn to be heard by the tribunal.
27 লাখ কয়েক হাজার বাকি আছে 50,000 60,000 মতো তাদের ভোটাধিকার দেওয়া উচিত বলে আমি মনে করি পরে নাম তুলে কি হবে তারা তো ভোটটা দিতে পারবে না সুতরাং এটা তো সুপ্রিম কোর্টেরই অর্ডার ছিল যারা অ্যাডজুডিকেশন আছে তারা জেনুইন ভোটার এবং তাদের ভোটটা তোলা উচিত এটা সুপ্রিম কোর্টই বলেছিল যে তারা ট্রিব্যুনালে বাদবাকি লোকেরা যাবেন এবং ট্রিব্যুনালে সেটেলড হবে তাহলে ফ্রোজেন করে দেওয়ার মানেটা কি এটা আমার মাথায় ঢুকছে না আমরা এটা নিয়ে আবার যাব আবার বিচার চাই
In other news, a U.S. court has admitted Adani Group chairman Gautam Adani and his nephew Sagar Adani's plea to dismiss lawsuit brought by its Securities and Exchange Commission. The Adanis have argued that the case represents an impermissible extraterritorial application of U.S. law and fails for lack of personal jurisdiction. The SEC had sued Adani Group founder and his nephew in November 2024, alleging they misled investors by failing to disclose an alleged bribery scheme tied to Indian state officials. Denying all allegations, the two, through their lawyers, filed a plea to dismiss the case in the Eastern District Court of New York. In the plea, they said the SEC's claims over a 2021 bond sale are legally flawed on multiple grounds.
It's an important development because the U.S. court in which this particular dismissal plea was filed, that U.S. court has admitted the plea. That is the first step, but it also opens a very important legal opportunity for Adanis to present their case and also seek for the complete dismissal of this particular aspect. Now, let's go to the case that is in question here. It is an important development which pertains to the group company in the renewable energy space, Adani Green Energy, and Adani Group promoters moved a U.S. court seeking the dismissal of the SEC lawsuit, which pertains to, remember, a U.S. securities fraud case on the bond sale by the group's renewable energy company, Adani Green Energy. Now, remember that the dismissal of the lawsuit is sought on two grounds: lack of jurisdiction, and it argues the failure to establish any wrongdoing. Now, SEC had sued, remember, Adani in November 2024 for allegedly misleading the investors on the failure to disclose bribery scheme, which was tied to the promoters group while issuing this $750 million bond issuance by Adani Green Energy. Now, challenging this particular lawsuit in a US court seeking dismissal, Adani claims that SEC does not really allege any investor losses, adding that the bonds matured and were fully repaid with interest in the year 2024. Dismissal plea also disputed the underlying bribery allegation, saying no credible evidence is really presented in this particular matter. On jurisdiction, Adani's dismissal plea really claims that the court lacks the personal jurisdiction, saying they neither had sufficient contacts with the US or direct involvement in this particular bond offering. And the $750 million bond sale, remember, was conducted outside of the US jurisdiction to non-US underwriters and only later resold in part to the qualified institutional buyers there. So dismissal filing really argues that SEC's case is impermissibly extraterritorial. Also, Adani Group promoters are seeking dismissal of the SEC case in full and prepared to really appear for the pre-motion conference if required, and this is a pre-motion letter filed ahead of a planned April 30th motion, and the US court has admitted the plea, and now the legal opportunity for Adani Group to present their case in terms of hearing, and then the US court can decide finally.
That's all we have time for on Breaking Ground. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
Fresh snowfall was recorded in parts of Himachal Pradesh, leading to a noticeable drop in temperatures, while rainfall lashed several areas, including Shimla city. Shimla Met Office issued an orange alert of hailstorm, thunderstorm, lightning and gusty winds in 4 to 5 districts on the 7th and 8th of April.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
What seemed settled for me, is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to...
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
टॉक अबाउट एंजाइटी
औकात की बात युवा जो
US announces a two-week ceasefire with Iran. Suspense plan strikes hours before the deadline as Iran agrees to immediate reopening of the Hormuz Strait. Iran lists preconditions to end the war. There will be a controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz, but with conditions. Donald Trump's big hint on Iran's nuclear stockpile. Trump says he will help in easing the Hormuz Strait situation, claims the US will help in loading up supplies that are hanging around Hormuz. Pakistan steps in as a key mediator. Back-channel talks help pause the US strikes and push for the Hormuz reopening deal. The US President J.D. Vance will lead talks from the US side. The Speaker Ghalibaf from Iran is likely to lead negotiations for Iran, which will happen in Islamabad on Friday. India welcomes a ceasefire in West Asia. The External Affairs Ministry says India always advocated a path of diplomacy. The group of ministers will meet at 3 p.m. on the West Asia conflict. The US court accepts Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani's plea to dismiss the lawsuit brought by the US Securities and Exchange Commission. The Adanis argue that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying neither had sufficient contacts with the US or direct involvement in the bond offering. Well, some breaking news now coming in. Iran's National Council has issued a warning to Israel. They say that Israel must stop strikes in Lebanon. The Iranian National Security Council says within a few hours, if the fighting does not stop in southern Lebanon, the air and missile unit will bomb Tel Aviv. Now, this is a setback because it comes on a day in which the ceasefire was agreed upon by both sides. But what remains clear is that Israel made it absolutely clear that they intended to continue with their attacks on South Lebanon. Now, that's an important separate war that is taking place. Their target is the Hezbollah. But now Iran is making it clear in that statement that within a few hours, if the fighting doesn't stop in southern Lebanon, and there have been Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon already, the air and missile unit will bomb Tel Aviv. Aditya Rajkol, tracking this closely, joins us now. Aditya, this is a huge setback. One of the conditions of Iran was that Israel stop attacking Lebanon. Now they're saying that they are going to attack Israel if Israel doesn't stop hitting Lebanon. I mean, in terms of the potential impact this could have on the overall peace process, where is it potentially headed?
Well, that's right, Vishnu. This is the first major setback to the ceasefire process. A very strongly worded statement coming in from the Iranian National Security Council saying that if the Israeli attacks and bombardments across Lebanon do not stop, then certainly Iran will be forced to launch missiles and drones against Israel. This is something that would worry Trump. You would remember, Vishnu, exactly same situation happened towards the end of the 12-day war in June 2025. Between Iran and Israel. Trump had announced a ceasefire at that time, but Israel was not on the same page. It did launch, attacks against Iran, and it took a while before a ceasefire could be implemented. Will this also take time? Because remember, there's been a contradiction entirely on the words coming in from Tehran as well as Tel Aviv. Iran believes that this does not only involve Iran and the entire region, but also multi-front war. So the fighting and the operations against Lebanon, against Hezbollah needs to be stopped completely. But Israel says that ceasefire has been achieved. Israel is part of the ceasefire, but that does not include the operation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. So there's a huge contradiction. We'll have to wait and watch how White House and Trump administration reacts to this. This is certainly not good, and this could escalate the conflict even further if there isn't a resolution soon.
No, and I think it's also important to note that this Iran now is, they don't really care. They appear to believe that they are on the ascendancy as far as this conflict is concerned. And they are not letting this pass. They have stated it in their 10 points to the US, which America earlier didn't accept and now has, that these strikes on southern Lebanon, on Lebanon must stop. And they are sticking to that, saying that, look, you do this, the bet's off, we will hit you. So that gives you an idea of Iran's mindset. They are not coming at this as a side which believes or that they've lost, not at all.
Well, certainly, America would have believed that 40 days after the war, they would have an edge, they would have an upper hand when negotiations are concerned, reaching a ceasefire. That clearly isn't the case. With the way retaliation has happened from Iran towards Israel and the US bases and US interests all across Middle East, it's amply clear who is actually calling the shots. It is Iran in many ways. The debate also shifting towards the Strait of Hormuz, clearly indicative of the fact that Trump was looking desperately at an exit strategy and he still doesn't have one. So that should worry Trump administration, that should worry White House. But there is a win-win situation for Israel. They are looking for security guarantees. They are looking for creating buffer zones that they will eventually do, like they did in, against the fight against Hamas in Gaza, and the similar approach now towards Hezbollah in the northern territories in the south of Beirut. This, just moments ago, there have been fresh bombings and attacks that have been reported from across South Beirut as well. So clearly this is not good news in terms of the ceasefire, because there was a lot of cheer, a lot of celebration that finally a sigh of relief across the Middle East that the war has stopped, at least temporarily. But now a strong statement from Iran against Israel of last warning perhaps. Will the ceasefire hold? Perhaps the answer will lie in the next few hours.
Meanwhile, thanks Aditya. Meanwhile, in a sudden shift from threats to Donald Trump has announced this 2-week ceasefire on the war on Iran. Yesterday, he had said that the civilization of Iran could be wiped out if they didn't come to the table. Now he has announced this 2-week ceasefire. Iran appears to be reciprocating. In his Truth Social post, Trump had said, "I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks." He framed the move as part of a broader push towards a ceasefire. He stated that a pause is conditional on Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a necessary step towards de-escalation. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi also confirmed the ceasefire and said that if the attacks against Iran are halted, Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, however, said that they support the US decision of a ceasefire, but Lebanon will not be included in this deal. And that is where we find this latest confusion. It is a huge step back now, with Iran telling Israel, either you accept Lebanon and cease your attacks there, or we will attack Tel Aviv once again. Meanwhile, there have been celebrations which began in Iran and separately in Iraq as well after the announcement of the ceasefire. You can see images of that, celebrations in Iran and in Iraq after the ceasefire brings an end, one hopes, permanently to the fighting which has taken place. But the big question that we are looking at is this: has the war ended on Iran's terms? And what I thought I'd do is bring you a couple of details of this. So let's just bring up the key points over here. Number one, is the regime still calling the shots? That's a key point over here. And some would suggest that given the fact that Iran's 10 points have been accepted as a negotiating position, right, by the Americans, it does appear that the start of the ceasefire process has indeed begun on Iran's terms. So the regime does appear to be calling the shots in terms of their basic demands. The Hormuz Strait is still in Iran's control. America says it'll be opened. Iran hasn't said that it won't be open, but they've said open, but on our terms. The third point, nuclear material still remains in Iran. America wanted approximately 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium, which could potentially be made into a bomb or a warhead. They wanted that to be removed, but that still lies in Iran, perhaps buried deep underground. America doesn't have that. The military capacity of Iran, some would suggest, in terms of their ability to fire ballistic missiles or their ability to launch drones, is not erased. Tehran has showed no rush to end the war. Even today, even a few minutes back, as we were reporting over there, they issued a warning to Israel that if you attack Lebanon, we will attack you. So in as much as they are willing to come onto the table and talk in Islamabad on Friday, they are quite as willing to resume military operations. Washington, it appeared, some suggest, was more eager for a ceasefire to take place. Of course, Washington, for its part, has said that they have pretty much done what they needed to do in terms of the war and hitting Iran. So the US and Israel war aims are therefore split because Israel continues to attack Hezbollah. America says we'll pause for the moment and then we'll see where this goes. And this has to do perhaps because of a certain reality. US air defense stockpiles are drained. In other words, surface-to-air missiles, which are critical not just for the United States as they intercept incoming ballistic missiles and drones from Iran, but also for all of the Gulf states that rely on American surface-to-air missile systems. Their stockpiles will be drained as well. It was always a battle of attrition. Remember that. How many have more missiles? Do the Iranians have more ballistic missiles, or do the others, the GCC nations, Israel and America, have enough surface-to-air missiles or interceptors? So this is now seen to be a case where air defense stockpiles of the Americans and their allies may be drained. Iran can continue launching drones at the very least for a long period of time. US assets in the Gulf have taken heavy hits. It's not been reported very much, but there is satellite evidence, satellite imagery evidence to suggest that America has taken hits in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, in Kuwait, and elsewhere. State-of-the-art radars may have been damaged as well. So in as much as Iran has been pounded in these strikes, and there is no two ways about that, America is completely right when they say that, look, the Iranian Navy has been sunk, the Iranian Air Force has been destroyed, they've hit infrastructure as well. It is true, perhaps to a smaller extent, however, that American assets in the Gulf have taken heavy hits. And of course, remember about refineries as well across so many states, they have also taken drone strikes. So will the ceasefire hold? I think that is the key question. So there is a pause to the fighting right now. There is a hope, at least one stated by Donald Trump, that the talks that happen will be productive. So remember, there have been thousands of attacks by the Americans in areas which they've been looking to strike. On the 26th of March, there was a 10-day extension. Trump's claimed at that stage on the 26th that talks were going very well. But what followed? There was a top Revolutionary Guard commander who was killed in strikes. There were strikes on industry, on nuclear sites in Iran as well. Then on the 30th of March, there was another progress claim. Trump's claim that the deal was coming soon. What followed was strikes on Tehran's energy sites, the first use of B-52s over Iran. On the 7th of April, there was a 48-hour ultimatum. Trump's claim, the whole civilization of Iran will die tonight. What followed was this, a 2-week ceasefire, announced strikes on Iran being halted. So it's been this up and down position, and if you are wondering whether America and Donald Trump specifically will be consistent in terms of what they are talking about or what he is talking about, then perhaps we'll get a better idea of where this is all headed. But we will take all of us across the world, the hope that there will be a lasting peace. I'm now joined by Ayub Kara, former Minister of Communications of Israel, Manjeev Singh Puri, former Indian ambassador, Roxana Chegiri, Iranian cultural analyst and advocate for democratic transition, also joined by Professor David Dunn, political analyst and professor Thank you all very much for being with us. Let me, in fact, come across first to you, Ambassador Puri. Do you believe, sir, that this is going to go down in a positive sense? Because the differences and the positions of Iran and Israel and the United States are very, very wide. So while they've agreed to talk, do you believe that there is enough to suggest that these big differences can be reconciled?
Vishnu, thank you very much. The question that you've addressed to me is about my gut feeling from my own experience.
I think
I want to take you back to what you said. Yeah, but I want to take you back to what you said at the end. We pray that it holds.
True.
And nothing can be more important than that. Now, coming to what has been happened. Look, let's try to understand. While Mr. Donald Trump has always had an interest in Iran, go back to Trump 1.0, pulling out of the JCPOA and the entire business of oil, which interests him, the Venezuela examples that he keeps citing, his legacy, all those kind of things which are important to him. He certainly did get played by the Israelis. Let's be very clear about that. And his instincts followed in that direction. The New York Times has also reported on that. So this is the state of play. Will it hold? Will it not? I hope that the Iranians will show pragmatism, a sign of old civilizations. Look, let's live to fight another day. What they've done with Israel, that's a different matter altogether. The key question is for Mr. Trump to be able to keep the Israelis, let me say, under control. That's critically important. I do believe the Iranians will be kind of pragmatic. They will also play a little bit to the audience. Do remember, let's take you back to this meme which has been growing around. The Straits of Hormuz was open before these attacks started. So what are we talking about? The nuclear thing was supposed to have been destroyed a long time back. If they really had such great missile capacities, things would have been hit by now. So we know all of this. There is this power game business. And the key question really lies in the hands of President Donald Trump, because he has the power in his hands, which is not something the others have. The others may be able to play the games, but he is the one who has the power. And I sincerely hope the Iranians will be pragmatic. They'll come forward, and we hope, and I join you very strongly. We pray that this comes to an end. It is important for the world, important for my country, important for where I live, important for you and me, and for everyone. In the year 2026, I echo Prime Minister Modi's words. This is not the time for war.
Yeah. Ayub Kara, as a former Minister of Communications in Israel, what we've seen in the last little while is a threat from Tehran, where they've said that they will attack Tel Aviv again if Tel Aviv continues to attack Lebanon. This appears to be a huge impasse, because if Israel isn't a party to this, and if Iran isn't a party to it, then this entire process stops. Is Israel willing to stop attacks on Lebanon?
We are not accept what happened yesterday, because we're not starting this war because we need war. We need peace. This is our positions. But we starting this war because the other side, exactly the extremism, they looking about Israel that to destroy our state. That's what they need. This is what their vision. And of course, all the extremism, all the fundamentalism organization, the one thing that they needed to continue this war. I'm sure that Israel want to stop it, to stop this situation one time for the future. We not need every 1 year, 2 years, 5 years to starting again with war. So this is what we starting for that.
No, but sir, you aren't answering my question. My question is very direct. It's not about who started and who ended. My question is Israel willing to stop attacks on Lebanon? Because if you don't stop attacks on Lebanon, Iran will continue to try and attempt to hit you. If that happens, the war and the ceasefire doesn't work. My very specific question, do you believe Israel will stop attacks on Lebanon, yes or no?
Yes, Israel going to stop the attacks in Lebanon because the U.S. President Trump need that we are starting and move all the time together.
Okay.
Not every side.
All right. So that's an important statement, sir, that you believe that on the basis of what Israel and Israel and the Americans may be communicating that attacks on Lebanon may stop. Rukhsana Cheghini, how do you see these developments? It appears to me that Iran believes it is negotiating from a position of strength. They are quite willing to, defy the terms of the ceasefire by saying that, if Israel attacks Lebanon, they will attack Israel. But is that necessarily a pragmatic position? Iran has taken a real hammering on the ground. Let's face it, there has been immense human suffering. Would it not be more pragmatic for Iran to come to the ceasefire table and then talk pragmatically, not from a position of weakness, but perhaps from a position of strength? How would you assess the situation? Roxana.
I also say my opinion about it.
Please.
If you believe that Iran has benefited from ceasefire or ending the war, you don't know this regime at all. They are feeding from war. They're getting strong with this to prize the world politician with their survival ability. I don't think that Iranian are going to stop their war against Israel, against America. They will continue. But the problem is that we have to start thinking that it's not only one person who can decide about Iran, it's the ideology. And anybody who has access to that button can push that button and continue the war.
No, but
I don't think that there's a...
I understand what you are saying. You are talking and referring obviously to the repression that we've seen in Iran against women and men in your country. I completely understand that. But the situation that we are looking at right now over the last 40 days is very different. This was an existential battle that Iran faced as an entity, as a political entity, as a nation state. And it appears to me that they have survived that existential battle. Whatever takes place in the future in terms of public uprisings against the regime may happen, may not happen. We'll have to wait and see. But my question to you is that, assuming you believe that Iran needs to exist as a viable nation, is it not pragmatic for them to actually come to the table with a positive mindset and bring an end to this war?
That will be a really dreamy situation. But as I say, and I continue to say that, Iran would not do that. They're buying times. They're buying times to adopt themselves because their ideology hasn't changed. The policy hasn't changed, and it will not change. They continue to make a war against anything that is against their policy. They will not, they buy times. They have done it before. They came to the meeting, they came to negotiation. Many times the world has said, oh, that's the end of the war, that's the end of the regime. This is not about Iranian people, men and women. This is not about hijab. This is not about hair of the Iranian woman. This is about a nation, 90 million people suffering under this regime. But this is not only about these 90 million people. If they get over it, if they win this battle, if they stay, they will bullying the world. What we have been witnessing.
But ma'am, again, most respectfully, and I understand the repression.
I believe that I say.
I completely understand, and we've reported extensively about the tens of thousands of Iranians who've been killed. But at this particular juncture, Iran faces a different threat. And the fact of the matter is that despite all the attacks that have taken place, there has been no popular uprising which has taken place in Iran, not at all. In fact, if anything, this morning, not just in Iran, but also in Iraq, there were people out on the streets celebrating the fact that there was a ceasefire. There were people out in Iran today, I believe in parts of Tehran, who had taken positions on bridges saying that if you want to destroy these bridges, Israel and America, you have to hit us first. To me, that appears to be a consolidation of the idea of the Iranian nation. That appears to be the mood on the ground. I understand what you're saying. I'm only...
No, let me answer to your question. Of course, a country with a regime who survived 47 years, they have a couple of millions or maybe 10 million people supporter. They're working for this regime. They are feeding with this regime. Of course, there are people going. Do you ask yourself, what happened after 2 months of no internet? Suddenly, the last couple of days, for propaganda purposes, the internet was open and everybody was taking pictures from people on a bridge that it was not in the list of Israel and America to show that if you want to bomb, you have to bomb ourselves. They are playing with the humanity feeling of the whole world. Yes, of course, it's a good idea. It's a good dream that if we think Iranian regime is weak and it's benefit for them to sit at the table, I don't believe that they are weak, because you cannot stop an ideology who believes getting killed for their ideology in a war. It's the holy thing.
So I understand what you're saying, man, but at this stage there is no regime change, all right? So whether we like it or not, that's
I don't think there is no regime change. Trump says that the regime change.
Let me go across to David Dunn. Professor Dunn, thanks very much for being with us. A lot of what Iran said, 10 points they submitted to America a couple of days back, America said, look, this isn't going to work. These aren't acceptable grounds. What has changed in the last 24 hours? Yesterday, Trump threatened to destroy the civilization of Iran. Today, he's decided to accept those terms which Iran had offered and go ahead with talks.
Yeah, well, what the Americans will say is that the negotiations have progressed and great progress has been made. Others might say that Donald Trump has chickened. The taco thing, Trump always chickens out. And it looks like the Americans have blinked because for Trump this morning to say that that 10-point plan is the basis of an agreement is difficult to take seriously because what that agreement demands is an end to sanctions, reparations, the Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. There is no limitation on Iranian support for proxies, which was an American demand. There is no mention of the missing enriched nuclear material. There is no agreement from Iran, again, to accede to an American demand that it limit the range and number of its ballistic missiles. So all the American demands seem to be not accepted, and all the Iranian demands seem to be there still. So how this is the basis for an agreement remains to be seen. The public positions of the two sides are so far apart that actually it seems unlikely that they can be bridged without there being huge movement from either the US or Iran in the next 2 weeks. And therefore, you have to wonder whether this arrangement, this pause in the fighting, the ceasefire, will continue because it does seem as if the parties are, as I say, very far apart on major and substantial issues. And indeed, both sides are claiming victory in a way that shows a little willingness to actually move on those things. And as you say in your report this morning, the fact that actually Iran is demanding that Israel stop its attacks in Lebanon or they'll attack Tel Aviv shows that they are very bullish. They have a very strong sense of their position in this conflict, and therefore there doesn't seem to be a willingness on their part to make the concessions necessary to bridge that gap and bring this thing to a conclusion that actually doesn't involve humiliation from the Americans. And that's a problem, of course, as far as Trump's concerned.
Ambassador Puri, I was fairly astounded by Donald Trump's latest sort of social media post where he said the US and America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There'll be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start the reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the US, this could be the golden age of the Middle East. From threatening to annihilate Iran's culture to calling it the golden age potentially of the Middle East, there's been a huge change. Do you believe that there is something that Iran has agreed to, which we are not aware
Maybe
of?
Maybe I mean, we know that Trump has transacted.
Half a second. That is to Ambassador Puri. Go ahead, sir.
Vishnu, look, my view on this matter has been always the following. President Trump's interest in Iran is oil. In Trump 1, he went after Iran. He pulled out of JCPOA. Remember, he also pulled out of climate change. Oil is the common denominator. His interests lie in oil, which is why he refused to attack oil installation. Why does he want oil? he's a bit old-fashioned. I don't want to go into the business that the Chinese supply lines will be stopped, etc. I don't want to go into it. He's old-fashioned. Oil means wealth. Oil means power, etc. He keeps giving you the Venezuelan example over and over. He and his instincts on legacy, etc., got played by the Israelis. There should be absolutely no doubt about it at all. After all, after June, there was no need to hit them on nuclear. You started by saying there are some 400 kilos of nuclear material to be removed. Who's going to remove it?
Yeah, exactly.
In these circumstances, will anybody from even the international world go in there? Not at all. Iranians know that their one trump card is the Hormuz and oil. And you know, about 2 weeks back, when the new Ayatollah, the new leader, put out his first statement, he hinted at that. So did the Iranian president. Look, they know it. They've been through all this before. They are an old regime. I hope they will play the game. In my understanding, civilizational erasure, that's not possible. But devastation of the country was certainly
All right,
possible.
Ambassador Puri, hold on. There's some breaking news
hope.
coming in. The Supreme Leader Khamenei's envoy to India has made a big remark on the Strait of Hormuz. He says Iran will take a final call on Hormuz, nobody else. The war led to problems in Hormuz, in that area. Hope US and Israel have learned their lessons. So Iran, the significant one statement is that Iran will be taking a call on Hormuz. Who do we have? Vishal. My colleague Vishal joins us at this stage. What exactly did this representative of the Supreme Leader, and he happens to be in India, have to say? That it is Iran that will decide on Hormuz, right? And that there's no agreement as yet?
Yes, and Strait of Hormuz seems to be again at the focal point of the war. There seems to be a ceasefire at the moment, but Iran understands that the biggest bargaining chip that it has is Strait of Hormuz, and it's not willing to let that go. And that's what it's trying to exert through this statement, that it will not be standing down if US again tries to exert some kind of pressure around Strait of Hormuz, and that is what they're warning against. And this also highlights how Mojtaba is still active in the scheme of things, because some reports indicate that it was Mojtaba that influenced some of the mediators to pass on the messages to the US side. And this statement itself again highlights that Mojtaba is very much in the scheme of things, and IRGC is not in total control of Iran. So this highlights several things as to what is going on inside Iran at the moment.
Ambassador Puri, I interrupted you earlier, but I do have another question, and the question is this. Is it your sense, Ambassador Puri, that when this all comes to an end, nothing will really have changed? Israel and Iran will remain enemies. America will have an incomplete agenda in Iran. Iran will geographically be in a favorable position to do whatever it wants in the Strait of Hormuz when it seeks to, and that energy markets across the region, all of the GCC nations, will remain insecure, perhaps more insecure than ever before.
Vishnu, I largely agree with you, but I must add one caveat. Iran has taken fairly strong hits all across the place. Civilizationally, etc., yes, certainly survived, obviously not destroyed as a country, but taken huge hits to its end. The world also has taken hits, and these will continue for some time. For the Middle East and the Gulf countries in particular, many people will think twice about there being the great haven and the places where future growth, etc., can take place. There are various things to think through. Your report mentioned this representative. I don't know who he is, what his locus is, but it was Mojtaba who first said the Straits of Hormuz as a leverage point. Oil is the old story there. Look, I do think this kind of a deal is possible. Negotiations are the art of nobody losing face. They are not the art of rubbing everybody's face in the ground. And that's important. And as far as this is concerned, if the Americans and the Israelis are the two parties in the game, I hope they'll be able to find something in their own way, declare some kind of victory. Mr. Trump, more victory than the others. He will have to control the Israelis. And I'm afraid the Gulfies, who I would imagine in some senses did add to the goading process, realize that it's in their good if there's peace. Remember one thing, Vishnu. The Gulf has prospered over the last 40, 50 years, since 1974. Since 1979, Iran has had the regime it has had. Where was the problem in the Gulf's prospering. So let's understand these basic things. And if everybody takes that particular view and be pragmatic, and I hope the Iranians as an old civilization will be pragmatic, that, Donald Trump has the missiles, the guns, etc., no matter the depletion, that they don't have it to that extent. But play the game, let's take it forward. That's in the interest of the entire world, let alone all of us who are in Iran's extended neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I do believe that this is Iran's moment in as much as it is America's moment to bring an end to these hostilities. But taking these maximum positions and then trying to stick to it, perhaps won't get any side anywhere. But thank you all very much for being with us. I'm going to move on. And after announcing 2 weeks in terms of the ceasefire, Donald Trump has now made a rather big claim on the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. He stated that the US will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. He further said also that Iran can start the reconstruction process. Iran would certainly want to start that process. This comes after Trump had earlier mentioned about a ceasefire being subjected to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister, Mr. Arakchi, has said that for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. So that's important because America says it's going to be open. Iran says it will be open, but we decide how that's going to work. Meanwhile, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will be traveling to the Gulf to hold talks with regional leaders to try to ensure the Strait of Hormuz opens permanently. But let's give you a few more details of this, and let's take a look at the situation as far as Hormuz is concerned. And so the deadlock as far as Hormuz is concerned, safe passage, yes, for a period of 2 weeks. Hormuz and the toll. Now that's another thing that we've not discussed on this bulletin. Iran says that there will be a toll for all ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Oman will also gain something over there, and that might be used for reconstruction. So Hormuz toll is something that Iran insists on. Iran and Oman will charge for this Hormuz passage the fees. Trump has demanded a complete, immediate and safe opening of the strait, no conditions, but apparently Iran doesn't see it differently. So that's one area where there are considerable differences. But we're going to take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel. 3 channels, 3 undisputed leaders, 1 unstoppable network. NDTV.
को यहाँ से जाना ही होगा.
जय मां दुर्गा! आज क्यों रोए?
a battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
टीएमसी जावे, बीजेपी आसमे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
বিজেপি ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার এই লড়াই বাঁচতে হবে.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal.
Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama before the blockbuster unfolds.
Well, we continue to track that situation in West Asia very closely. There is an announcement of a ceasefire. That's great news, but let's talk a little bit about Iran. And while there's been speculation which has been swirling over the health of Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, all through the war, reports now indicate that he was actively involved in the ceasefire talks in the final moments and finally green flagged the truce. Reports say that all the major decisions went through Mujtaba Khamenei and that he uses written notes and runners to communicate. Mujtaba was also actively aided by Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi through the negotiation process. Khamenei has instructed all Iran's military units to stop firing after agreeing to a 2-week ceasefire with the United States. The involvement of Mujtaba Khamenei was necessarily clandestine and laborious as he faced an active threat of assassination by Israel. Two sources quoted in the reports described Khamenei's blessing for his negotiators to cut a deal as a breakthrough. Well, some news now coming in, also breaking news. Hezbollah has accepted a ceasefire in Lebanon. The Iran-backed militia has halted attacks on North Israel after the ceasefire announcement. Meanwhile, the Speaker of Lebanon's parliament, Nabi Berri, has spoken to the Pakistani ambassador to Lebanon, Salman Athar. He's complained about Israel's non-compliance of the ceasefire agreement and its continued aggression in South Lebanon. Lebanon's speaker praised the efforts of the Pakistani government that led to a ceasefire in the region. Vishal joins us, my colleague Vishal. Vivek joins us now for the latest on this. Vishal, this is important. Hezbollah saying that they're willing to comply. And it comes at a time when Iran has threatened Israel that if you continue your attacks on Lebanon, then, the deal is off. But it appears that Hezbollah itself is now willing not to exit the fight, at least for the moment. That's
yes, Vishnu.
Yeah.
Yes, Vishnu. And Hezbollah has been under tremendous pressure to, yield, but it has not done so far. And if this is true, this will be huge because Lebanon was the biggest front as far as the wall is the whole war is concerned, because close to 1 million people have been, displaced in the space of about 20-25 days, and that will be a huge relief to those people who have been displaced. And hundreds of people have been killed in the conflict against Lebanon's Hezbollah, and Hezbollah has not been relenting. And this is the first instance of Hezbollah trying, indicating that there will be some reprieve in the attacks. But at the same time, We have to note that Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that this 2-week ceasefire will not entail Hezbollah. So will that mean that there will be one-way attacks from the Israeli side? That remains to be seen, because if Israel attacks, Hezbollah will not stand down. Hezbollah still has in its arsenal hundreds of rockets that it can fire. So this will have to be worked out if it is a two-way street or it's just Hezbollah saying that there won't be any war against Israel.
All right, we leave it there, Vishal. Thanks very much for joining us. The world is reacting with a sense of caution and relief to the US President Donald Trump's announcement of a ceasefire between the US and Iran. India has welcomed the ceasefire between the two nations, expressing hope that the temporary truce would pave the way for a lasting peace in West Asia. In an official statement, the External Affairs Ministry has said that India has consistently advocated for de-escalation, stressing that dialogue and diplomacy are essential to bringing an early end to the ongoing conflict. Globally, leaders are praising America's decisiveness, even as hardliners in Tehran are threatening to tear the fragile deal apart. Australia's Prime Minister, Mr. Albanese, has called the unblocking of the Strait, the Hormuz Strait, positive, while Japan and Egypt have urged both sides to make peace permanent. Japan's Prime Minister Takaichi has been calling for a permanent resolution to protect global energy markets, while Iraq's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been urging both sides to fully commit to the 2-week pause to prevent further regional spillovers. Let's take a look.
This is positive news. We've been calling for a de-escalation for some time. We want to see a resolution of the conflict. The potential of damage to civilian infrastructure in Iran was an extraordinary statement to make. And then also the impact that would have arisen from an escalation within Iranian response would have led to greater global economic damage. We're already seeing a substantial impact of a war which is on the other side of the world, but is having an impact on Australians here, like it is on citizens throughout the world.
Nous retrouvons pour ce Conseil de défense et de sécurité nationale quelques heures après l'annonce d'un cessez-le-feu. Je veux ici saluer, qui est pour le moment, pour autant que l'information soit juste, respectée sur le terrain. Et donc nous attendons que pour en effet les jours et les semaines qui viennent, ils puissent être pleinement respectés dans toute la région et permettre que des négociations se tiennent, qui, comme d'ailleurs la France le défend depuis 2018, permettent de régler de manière durable les questions nucléaires, balistiques, régionales qui ont trait à l'Iran.
The events of the past 6 weeks have been incredibly destabilising and deeply concerning for the world. We all want to see an end to the Middle East conflict, which is affecting every country in the world, including New Zealand. It is positive, therefore, to see today the suggestion of a ceasefire and the potential reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, as with all aspects of this conflict, we will have to wait and see how this ultimately unfolds. While it's too early to comment on the specifics of today's developments, the prospect of a ceasefire is something that we acknowledge because, frankly, New Zealand welcomes all efforts which bring us towards a lasting, durable end to this conflict.
今般の米国、イラン、双方の発表、これを前向きな動きとして歓迎をしております。最も重要なことは、今後ホルムズ海峡の航行の安全確保を含む事態の沈静化が実際に図られるということであり、外交を通じて最終的な合意に早期に至ることを期待をしております。我が国の領域や排他的経済水域へのミサイルの飛来は確認されておらず、また関係機関から被害に関する報告はありません。
Fire is to hold, it needs a clear off-ramp. What exactly does that off-ramp look like? My colleague Vedika Sood has this report.
So what does an off-ramp actually look like after the ceasefire announcement? It's not one big breakthrough, viewer. It's a series of small, fragile steps. Step 1 is simple but critical. Silence the guns. No strikes, no provocations. Both sides hold fire even if the rhetoric stays sharp. Now let's talk about step 2. Step 2 is about stabilizing the flashpoints from the Strait of Hormuz to key military bases and borders. Shipping lanes reopen and forces shift into defensive posture. Step 3 moves into diplomacy, not in public but behind the scenes. Back-channel talks begin, mediators step in, and both sides quietly spell out their red lines. Then come small confidence-building steps, confidence-building measures, limited concessions, maybe some sanctions relief, maybe a reduction in military presence. Nothing dramatic, but enough to build trust. After that, the focus shifts to formalizing the truce, turning a ceasefire into some kind of framework with mechanisms to prevent this from spiraling again. And finally, the hardest part, long-term talks. That means tackling the big issues, Iran's nuclear program, sanctions, and its role in the region. But here's the reality. This entire off-ramp depends on trust that doesn't yet exist. One misstep, viewer, one provocation, and this 14-day window could collapse just as quickly as it began.
Well, how exactly or who exactly persuaded Iran to change its mind? One suggestion is that China, which has been a close ally of Tehran, did in fact persuade or nudge on Iran to get into this talk process. China apparently spoke with Iran to get them on board, encouraged them to find a path towards a deal. China has been working with Pakistan, Turkey and Egypt largely quietly, but their role is important because Donald Trump has also credited China for pushing through the ceasefire process. Donald Trump has told journalists that China did play a key role. China got Iran onto the negotiating table. So that's an important development, the role, the fairly quiet one, of China in resolving this crisis.
China is now at the negotiating table. In indirect talks being mediated by Pakistan, Beijing has joined negotiations to help end the ongoing conflict between the US and Iran. It's a notable shift. China had earlier criticized Washington, but now Beijing is positioning itself as a neutral mediator. Behind the scenes are two big pressures. First, energy. China is the world's largest energy importer, and Iran remains a key supplier. Any disruption, especially through the Strait of Hormuz, puts China's economy at risk. Second, economics. China's growth is slowing. Trade tensions and tariffs with the US have hit exports, jobs, and markets. Now, Beijing needs stability, and that means cooperation with Washington. A crucial summit between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping is still on the horizon. So China is walking a tight line. It is not backing Iran, it's not confronting the US, but it's stepping in as a deal maker. Together with Pakistan, China has laid out a 5-point peace plan. A ceasefire, humanitarian aid, protection of civilians and energy sites, securing shipping routes, and respect for international law. While it may appear simpler on paper, but it most certainly is tough in practice. However, for now it looks like the dragon understands that stability abroad also means survival at home. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, Pakistan has emerged as the key mediator in the Iran crisis, with back-channel diplomacy helping avert a major US strike and opening a window for talks in the Strait of Hormuz. The US President Donald Trump announced that 2-week ceasefire, as we've been reporting, saying the decision followed conversations with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir, who urged restraint ahead of planned strikes. Iran's Foreign Minister Arakchi praised Pakistan's leadership for their efforts to end the conflict, confirming Iran's openness to negotiations. Mr. Sharif said the ceasefire extends across the region and has invited US and Iranian delegations to Islamabad for talks on the 10th of April. The White House is considering in-person talks, though this is yet to be finalized, with reports of the US President, Vice President J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner being a part of a delegation in talks in Pakistan. Meanwhile, there is some sort of a controversy over an edited social media post by Mr. Sharif, which has raised questions over Pakistan's messaging, even as it positions itself as the center of high-stakes diplomacy. But we're going to move on now to some other news, and there's another big question being asked today: whose words are really on Islamabad's tongue? That's what I was referring to. You see, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif did urge Donald Trump to pause action on Iran. However, a draft post has sparked suspicion of outside influence More in this report.
It begins with a social media post. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif urges US President Donald Trump to delay military action against Iran by 2 weeks. It's a call for calm, a push for diplomacy, but doubts surface within minutes. An earlier version of the same message appears online, marked clearly as Draft Pakistan's PM message on X. The single word draft triggers global scrutiny. Journalist Ryan Grimm flags the issue first. He points out Pakistani staff are unlikely to refer to their own leader as Pakistan's PM. Social media users quickly join in. Why is it in English? Why label it as a draft? And why does it sound external? Pakistan's government has not responded to these questions. But the timing makes the message even more sensitive, because tensions were peaking just hours earlier.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Donald Trump had issued a stark warning to Iran, and right in between, Pakistan stepped in. Sharif's message asked for 2 weeks, time for diplomacy, time for Iran to reopen Hormuz as a goodwill gesture, and time to avoid conflict. But even that appeal now faces questions. Was it Pakistan speaking, or someone else shaping the message behind the scenes? So two parallel stories are now unfolding, one of a fragile diplomatic window, the other of a credibility question in global communication. Because in the world of modern diplomacy, every word matters, and now so does who writes it. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Well, we're going to take a short break at this stage. There's a lot more coming up. This is a developing story, but one where there is finally a little sign of hope. Ceasefire in place between Iran and the United States for 14 days to start with. Let's hope it holds. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval. The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj call. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. INS Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice.
The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Iran and US agreeing to a conditional 2-week ceasefire and opening of the Strait of Hormuz, while oil prices have come down that $100 mark after we're seeing that price drop drastically, and we're seeing the markets rally after the announcement of Donald Trump. We're going to get you details of what he said and all that's happening as far as the war is concerned. We've entered day 40 with that pause button that has been hit for the next 2 weeks. Let's get you the headlines first. US announces a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, suspends plans as far as strikes are concerned. Just an hour and a half before the deadline was coming to an end, as Iran agrees to that immediate reopening of the Hormuz Strait. And it is Iran listing its preconditions to end the war. The demands are being controlled as far as that passage through the Strait of Hormuz, which basically means Iran still has the control. And Iran now perhaps will start charging a fee alongside Oman. US President's big hit on Iran's nuclear stockpile. Trump says that this will help in easing the strait and claims that the United States will help in loading up supplies that are hanging around the Strait of Hormuz. And then Pakistan steps in as a key mediator. These are back-channel talks that are helping pause the strikes between the US and Iran and pushing for the reopening of the choke point, the Strait of Hormuz. And it is US President, it is in fact the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who will be leading talks from the US side. We also have from the Iran side the Speaker, Ghalibaf, who is likely to lead negotiations from the side of Iran. And India welcomes ceasefire in West Asia with the Ministry, this is the Ministry of External Affairs there, saying that India always advocates the path of diplomacy. That is what is being said by S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister there, saying that this is going to be a meeting that's going to be taking place on the conflict in the West Asia, and that is with a group of ministers, and that's going to start anytime now. And the US court accepts Gautam Adani and Sagar Adani's plea to dismiss a lawsuit brought by its Securities and Exchange Commission. This is the Adanis there arguing that the court lacks personal jurisdiction, saying neither had sufficient contacts with the United States or direct involvement in the bond offering. That is what has been said by the Adani. Now, in a sudden let's get your top story at 3 o'clock this afternoon. On day 40 of the war, there's been a sudden shift from threats to pause. Donald Trump there, who announced a 2-week ceasefire on the war, and that too on his social media platform Truth. All this happened an hour and a half before that deadline was to finish. Now, Trump said that I agree to suspending the bombing and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks, framing the move as part of a broader push towards a ceasefire. He also stated that pause is conditional on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and calling it an absolutely necessary step forward as far as de-escalation in the region is concerned. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed the ceasefire, saying that if attacks against Iran are halted, then the Iranian armed forces will cease their defensive operations as well. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has, however, said that they support the decision of the United States as far as the ceasefire is concerned, but Lebanon will not be included in this deal. Meanwhile, celebrations have begun, whether it's in Iran, also in Iraq, after the announcement of that ceasefire that has been announced by Donald Trump. We have Maha Mehran, NDTV's correspondent, joining us from Tehran, getting us the very latest from what is taking place. While everyone is rejoicing, celebrating since early this morning, we're seeing, as far as oil prices are concerned, the markets also, there is a sense of celebration because of that ceasefire. Take us through the situation on the ground, because we do know that attacks have carried out, whether it's in the UAE, whether it's in Lebanon. So take us through the situation on the ground, even though there has been that ceasefire announcement that's been made by Donald Trump.
Hello and good afternoon from Tehran. Yes, you are correct. Well, definitely there is a sigh of relief. However, as you know, so many lives have been lost so far. So along with the celebrations and carnival that is in place and they are scheduled to take place later today and probably during the next week. What we have first is the funeral of one of the general commanders of IRGC, General Khademi, which is happening tonight at 8 o'clock from Engelab Square in Tehran. So the feelings are high in Tehran and in Iran in general. This morning, when the Islamic regime's Security Council issued a statement, they stated that they owe this to the bravery and resistance of the Iranian young men and women, and also to the muqawama, or resistance. This resistance in Iraq and Yemen and Lebanon basically has helped a lot Iranian regime in this process. In general, people are just taking stock, looking back. Like I say, there's so many jobs have been lost. As you know, the aluminium and steel companies in Iran have been targeted, petrochemical companies, they've been targeted. So for today, everyone still, don't know what's going to happen next. So many people have lost their livelihoods, their houses, they have relocated to other safer areas. So it's still a bit too early for things to settle, but definitely a feeling of relief.
Right. Maha, stay on with us. We also have Pradeep Datta, my colleague, joining us from Tel Aviv. Maha, while we're talking